and welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the time, you know the place. Sunday afternoon. Where we at? We're here chopping it up. That's what we do here at the Hawks Nest. I thank you guys for watching today and tuning on in, as we're going to be doing some draft talk today heavily. We're going to be looking heavily at this NFL Combine that's just wrapping up here today. And kind of going over a little bit of some of the guys that Seahawks have met with, who's the good performers here from this combine, and who was showing out, who maybe had a little bit of a struggle. There's a couple of those names that are going to pop up too. But it was, I think, by and large, if you look at first starting out, kind of grand picture, scaling in, this was one where there was a lot of really good performances, where you don't walk away from this feeling a little bit underwhelmed with the testing times and how guys performed. Last year, Braden Fisk was kind of the centerpiece guy defensively, and you kind of went, well, hey, short arms and going to be a second round pick. This year seems to have a few more of those sizzle markers to it, if you were, as far as those guys that, really do have that sparkling quotient of talent and make you go, hey, there's some upside here. I see the upside. I can see the lack of maybe limitations to them reaching that upside a little bit, and not even on just the tried and true, of course, top end guys. But it was really interesting to watch some of the testing numbers in this one from certain positional groups. We saw the running backs show out. We've been told that this is one of the better classes maybe we've perhaps ever seen in contention with that, and that they did that. That showed out. The cornerbacks just get faster every single year. It feels like all these guys run 4.3. With wide receivers, it used to be everybody's like, well, everyone's in the 4.5s, and then 4.4s where you're running fast. Now it just kind of feels like, from a cornerback standpoint, everybody runs 4.3, and if you're 4.4, you're almost a little slow just about, it's like. But a lot of guys ran really quick on that side of it too. So this is a draft that, as I've said from the start, is not quite as bad as people are trying to kind of paint it out to be. It is one that is maybe not as strong, top heavy as some of the other prior drafts, but there's some depth to it. I think there's really good depth into kind of the second, third round area of it. And I think the combine testing scores from this confirmed a lot of that. It just says that this is, more of that. And so all the more reason too, by the way, that if you can find yourself up into the second, third round a couple of times, one extra time, let's say, second, third round pick, get an extra second, get an extra third somehow or another by hook or crook, might be smart to do so in this particular draft, by the way, that the talent falls, especially with the lack of sometimes top end sizzling talent that we would come to expect in this draft on the other side of it. I've pulled out a couple of guys that I want to talk about on this, that are guys that I think are going to be Hawk targets, that are just interesting guys in what I saw from them in the testing and these combine scores and how they performed here coming out of the combine. And so we're going to get into a couple of these guys. We're going to run a mock draft here today as well. I know I'm labeled a mock draft 2.0. It's technically mock draft 3.0. So I'm going to show you also, instead of just presenting the mock, I'm going to show you some of the results we had on the front end before we run this particular mock. So we got a little bit of a ground to cover today, and we're going to get on into it. Also good to see, as far as I dropped the video over on my Hawks Nest Clips channel in regards to the Deebo Samuel release. I'm sure there'll be some discussions about that one and what's happening there, as well, as the Niners have traded Deebo Samuel for a 6-pack of Miller Ultralight, and they're going to be probably moving Brandon Ayuk in addition to this, or at least there's a very good chance Ayuk is going to be moved in addition to that. But let's start this off the rip. And where I want to begin is with two guys when we start this discussion about this combine. Two guys that are me kind of standing out in this one. It seems to be kind of predictive at this point that there's really a really good chance the Seahawks are going to face a similar situation to last season, where when they're sitting there at the 18th pick, they're having to decide, do we want to go for the value of the defensive player? Or do you want to reach for a need of an offensive lineman? Something like that. That seems to be on the surface of it, what's facing them down. And there are two players right now that might be at the forefront of those players of collection that sort of stand there, that are facing them on that side of that value standpoint of it, to where they really love the upside of these guys. But these are the two real unique players in this draft, and that are going to be hard to try to, quite figure out where they're going to land, number one. And then number two, to have any kind of certainty as a team that what you're really, truly, fully going to get, or that what you're drafting is going to fit to what the player shows you with the physical potential that seems to be there. And the two guys I'm talking about are going to be Shamar Stewart and Nick Emawari. These are the two guys that they don't have necessarily the college production that you would fall in saying, well, there's that to make them this kind of star kind of power player. a true blue, no doubt about it, even first round talent. In a lot of ways, I think there's going to be some organizations that look at Shamar Stewart and see it as a late first round guy. There'll be other maybe NFL organizations that see him as a top 15 pick. And with Nick Imawari, I think that there's going to be more of a view with him of being more into that 20s first round area to second round area, even after this really great combine. But you're doing a little bit of advanced math with both of these two players. And this is what you sometimes have to do in finding difference makers. It's easy to find those guys that are at the top of the draft, like a Nick Bosa type or a Myles Garrett type, and go, hey, we know we're getting star power here. We're not going to have to train him along. He's going to walk in the door a powerhouse, and let's go. It gets harder when you've got that guy who has those physical gifts, but then you're just not quite sure if he's going to tap into those physical gifts, but the physical gifts are tremendous. Shamar Stewart, to start this out, 6'5", 267, 34 1/8 inch long arms. Very long arms for what he brings at that position. It comes in at 267, which he was listed at 290 pounds out there at Texas A&M, and I do believe that they were playing them at a heavier weight out there, both him and Nick Scorton, which we're going to get to on this a little bit of the lack of production with Shamar that can maybe be a little bit explained with him. But he went out and ran a 4.59 40-yard dash with a 1.58 10-yard split at 267 pounds. That is an incredible 10-yard split for a guy that's got to get all that weight off that line of scrimmage in that first 10 steps. That's tough. 40-inch vertical leap. That's ridiculous. 10-11 broad jump, almost 11-foot broad jump. These are all just ridiculous markers. And to put this in perspective for you, here's the comp between a Shamar Stewart and a Myles Garrett from size, weight, wingspan, vertical, broad jump, college sacks. That's where there's the difference, right? Garrett comes out, he's got the 32.5 sacks, 4.5 total sacks for Stewart coming out in his college career. But Stewart's got him beat in the broad jump. Stewart's just an inch below him in the vert. Their wingspan, Stewart's got him beat by well over 2 inches in his wingspan. Now, Garrett was about 5 pounds heavier, but Stewart's about an inch taller. Now, Garrett, you had the production. You knew what you're going to get. But this is what teams are going to do with this kind of player, I think, to a little degree. And it's the part that makes it hard for even me on this, where you go, boy, though, if I can put this together, if I can take this physical potential and put it together, can I get to a place of a Garrett-type player with this guy? And that's where I don't think he's going to ever reach a Garrett-type area of things, but he doesn't have to even get to a Garrett-type area of things to be worth the first-round pick for the Seahawks at 18, right? Garrett's, picking top 5. That's where you've got to be in that area of we need to get a difference maker, blue chip, no doubt about it. I'm not needing to do advanced math. I got this. But if you're at 18, this is where the door opens a little bit more to the advanced math side of this, and where you can kind of come in sometimes and maybe steal one of those blue chip type players where you're getting the blue chip player, but you're getting it for a reason. Jackson Smith-Njigba was kind of this kind of player. Jackson Smith-Njigba pretty much didn't play his whole final season in college because of a hamstring injury. Played like 1 or 2 games. So this made a lot of NFL teams nervous at the top of the draft about the hamstring, about the lack of the final year of production, and you got to benefit deeper into that first round, getting a guy who was really a blue chip player in that draft that you landed later on because of the fact that he didn't have that last year of production. Similar kind of story here with the Shamar Stewart. And there is a little bit of an explanation with the production because both him and Nick Scorton have that lack of production. And I know that there's an explanation to this a little bit, which we'll eventually be doing a little bit of some film study on Shamar. I'll certainly release it over on my Clips channel. But that these guys were asked to play a very run-heavy system. And in college football, it's not like the pros, where the pros, you watch one defensive line to the other, even 4-3s to 3-4s, and you kind of know what those guys are going to basically do. They're going to get upfield. They're going to fight. They're going to have some freedom to run some pass rush moves. It's not going to be kind of boxed into what you're asked to do from your responsibility on a snap. And there was a lot of run first responsibilities with what they were asking these Texas A&M defensive ends to do. It was a lot of you're going to play the run first and then become a pass rusher, as opposed to you're going to attack like lightning off the snap and become a pass rusher from the jump, and don't worry about the run, we'll take care of it on the backside. So there was a heavy amount of that built within this defensive line scheme with the Texas A&M Aggies here to have them kind of serve in that sort of role. And so it's a little bit of an explanation for some of the lack of reduction. Now, it doesn't explain the full gulf of 32.5 sacks to a 4.5 sacks, but again, talking about taking this guy at 18 versus up at the top of the draft. And this is one where I don't envy a guy like John or any other NFL evaluator, because you look at it and go, hey, it's the raw goods is the hard stuff to necessarily find. He's got all that in full. It's flowing over the top of his glass. The cup runneth over. But can we develop this? Can we put this in? Can we get this into the spot? That's going to be the hard part to see with him. It's going to be interesting to see what the Hawks do with Shamar on this. But I think that this is going to prove to be very much a talent that's going to be very hard, especially for the fact that he can serve that power edge role in this defense first and foremost minimally. That's a bit of the first part of this too, is that you need this so much in your defense right now. That power edge guy, that guy that you just cannot run to his side. He's going to set the edge. He's going to throw tackles around. He's going to be a bully over there. And then hopefully it gives you some pass rush in addition to that. That's where you'd love to get the full meal deal with it. But you need at least that in this defense. You'd love to have 2 pillars on each side, but you need at least one to the bare minimum strong side of the formation. And he would at least give you that as sort of that floor point. But do you let that overrule you versus some of the other guys that you might have there available at 18 at that point that maybe are a little bit more closer to their assured talent and they're closer to that ceiling spot than he might be? It's going to be tough on this one. It's going to be tough. And this combine did not make it any easier for John Schneider or any of the other evaluators in that building as far as trying to come up with what is the right pathway to go. The other guy I want to talk about is Nick Emawari, who plays, of course, the safety position. 6'3", 32.5-inch long arms, 220 pounds. He ran a 4.38 40 from the safety position at that size. A 1.49 10-yard split. That is as fast as you're going to see as a time for a 10-yard split, pretty much. You might get a 1.48. 1.49 is about as fast as it gets. And a 10-yard split is so important in football. At times, I think it should almost be held in as high esteem as the 40-yard dash because so much of the sport is about burst. It is about that 10 yards of space and how quick you can be in that 10 yards of space. Nice to have the speed, but you're much more play in and play out running to that burst, aren't you? 43-inch vertical leap. 11.6 broad jump. My man's just about getting close to flirting with a 12-foot freaking broad jump. And he added 20 reps on the bench press, which is plenty good for him at that size as a safety out there. So brought it all together as far as his testing goes. Another guy, though, that's going to be just a bit like, much like Shamar Stewart, where the tape isn't bad. And Stewart's tape's not bad. Is it sparkling? Is it sizzling? I went back and watched Emawari's 22 tape again here with a couple of games and trying to just kind of parse through it a little bit. And the safety position can be hard because there's not always all the opportunities in the world for you to go out there and show out what you can bring to the table. And there are some good plays that he does give you. Do you walk away with this tape saying first round? No, you don't. But do safeties come built like this like ever? No, they don't. Earl Thomas was probably around some of these times. He wasn't jumping 43 inches. He didn't have a broad jump like that. He didn't have the size of this guy. He ran, I think, his 4.37 probably at something like 195 pounds or something like that back 10 years ago. And he was the 12th overall pick. But of course, with Earl, you had the production, you had the picks, you had the ball skills in college. With Emawari, you've got some good stuff there. There are some interceptions. There are some moments with him on tape where you're like, wow, the flashes are there to combine with the talent he showed with the testing here in this combine, where there is definitely that upside of that player. This isn't you looking at a mirage completely with Stewart or with Emawari. I like both of these two guys. It really just is, are we sure about them in the first round, or is it more that these guys should be really held into more of that second round range of things? I think both have done enough at this point to push themselves up into first round contention. There's no doubt about that. I think that when it comes to Emawari being talked about in like the top 15, I think that's where we got to tap our brakes a little bit because the production isn't quite up to that kind of snuff in what I saw from him on tape, or necessarily what I think from teams are going to take away from him on tape based on what I'm reading. Shamar might be a little bit more because he plays defensive line. It's a little more of a high-valued position. I do think he's probably going to push his way at the very least into top 20 at this point. Now, how high? Beyond that, it's going to get hard. That's where that advanced math stuff makes this a little bit more difficult. But guys don't test like this. People have been saying Cam Chancellor 2.0 with Nick. He's not Cam Chancellor. He can give you some occasional good hits, but he's not going to play as ferociously as Cam. He's not throwing alignment off blocks. He's not coming down in the run game like just an absolute monster. It's all kind of solid. It all gets the job done when you watch on tape. And you do feel the speed and you do feel the athleticism from him on tape though too, especially when he's going into like cover 2 drops where he's got to pick a guy up the seam and he's seamless with it. He can get picked on a little bit on sort of out-cutting routes and out-cutting, where guys going up and he's trying to stay on top, and then he just gives up too much, space up over the top. But he can do all of the safety stuff that you need to do in our scheme. He can do the split safety stuff. He can play down the box. He can play as a single high safety. He's comfortable in all of those roles. He can do a little bit of the stuff from the slot in addition to that. So he is a fit to this defense on that. It is, though, that if you take a guy like this at 18 in the first round, you're going, oh, we're definitely having to be sure about our ability to develop this guy and get him to reach that ceiling, because he's not walking in the door at that ceiling point. And that's going to not necessarily be the worst thing, but you're got to measure this up against the other guys that you might have to pick there. And that's where it gets hard on that value chart of, well, what's the true value chart? This guy's hit that ceiling. This guy might have a little more ceiling, but he might not be as likely to hit that ceiling. That's where it gets hard in the value chart in the first round of where to go with guys. Because it's not just as, well, this guy's more valuable than this guy on the board. It's like, well, there's some advanced stuff we got to do on this one. Let's look at a couple of these guys I want to just go through here kind of quickly, of just guys that caught my eye and that impressed me, and I liked what I saw with them on this combine, and that I think that it'll be guys that do stand out a little bit to me here. Just to give you guys a heads up on who we met with. Here's the current list of guys that I've been trying to collect on this. We can certainly add to this more, as you guys might have some more names to throw on top of this. But Seahawks have met with Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers, Za Frazier. It was an informal meeting with him. Nick Emawari, Jalen Noel, Kobe Bryant. So we'll get our second Kobe. Terrence Ferguson, tight end, who had a really good day. Jalen Conyers, Quincy Riley, defensive back out of Louisville. And then Donovan Jackson, real fun guard tackle combo from Ohio State, are the guys that they've met with currently on this, that or at least the ones that I'm aware of. I'm sure there's going to be some more names in addition to this. So we've got Tate Ratledge first, had a really good 10-yard split, nice 40 time under 5 seconds. I got to say the offensive lineman brought it this year. Really like some of the testing times that we're seeing from some of these guys. And I think that you're going to feel good about taking guys in the second, third round of this draft. You're not getting guys that are just lunch pail guys that are athletically deficient, that you're hoping are going to be able to get by on their cerebral nature and grittiness. You're going to actually have some guys with some legitimate talent and mobility and movement skills that you don't typically always get in these drafts. And Tate Ratledge, right guard, meat and potatoes kind of guy that you do worry a little bit on tape with him from a mobility angle of things at times, and always getting the second level and getting that done. So this stuff does give you some reassurances there with him in that ability to get it, stay in and still fit into movement-based stuff, or i.e. a zone-based scheme like we run here. And I think he's going to fit into it really well. 6'6.5", 308, 32 1/4 inch arms. You like him a little longer, but that's not the worst for a guard inside. That's why he's kicked into guards at side at times. Big hands. Love to see that on these offensive linemen, but he tested pretty well all across the board. None of these numbers are going to be next level necessarily, but they're all really good markers versus what you might typically get with a lineman, where it's 5.24 and 1.82 10-yard split and a 27-inch vertical leap. Terrence Ferguson was the guy I told you the Seahawks have met with, the tight end out of Oregon. 6'5", 247 pounds, 32 7/8 long arms. He ran a 4.63 40 with a 1.55 10-yard split. So that's cooking at that size with that split. That's really good to see with the 39-inch vertical leap, 10.2 broad jump. He checked a lot of boxes and improved his stock very heavily, I think, into this draft, to where now I think he's definitely going to go into the fourth round. I don't know if he'll go up as high as into the third. That's going to be, I think, a little bit of a leap with him versus what I saw from him on tape. But NFL evaluators might be a little bit higher on him than I was necessarily with him on that. But that's really good times from Terrence Ferguson, a guy to keep an eye on, again, that the Hawks have met with and are tracking. Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, 3-tech type, a real just going to give you all he's got kind of guy every single snap. Came in at 6'5", 288. There is a little bit of that undersized thing you worry about with him at 288, but he does play big and he does play strong. If you're going to be at that size, you got to test really well. You can't, if you're missing off 300 pounds, you got to be kind of cooking a little bit across the board here. 4.83, 171 10-yard split. Did a 9.11 broad, 7.58 3-cone, 4.5 shuttle. Decent times all across the board for him. He's not going to be a highly drafted guy, but a guy I would like you guys to keep an eye on, who may be a sort of Jaron Reed kind of replacement if it comes down to it. I don't think he exactly fits to what usually McDonald's going to want from these defensive tackles per se, but a guy who might drop a little bit in the draft, and some of these teams might find a little bit of value in him, and that his tape it's fun, and that he's working his butt off. He's going to rally to the ball. He's going to be hard to move off of his spot because he is going to give you everything he's got to it. And with the 28 reps, he's got that power to go with it. Again, missing a little bit of size and arm length that you'd like to have there, but not bad. Zaw Frazier was the guy the Hawks had met with here out of the combine. He's out of Tariq Woolen's old school. I haven't had a chance to do my deep dive on him, but this guy had 6 interceptions last year, playing out there at the outside corner spot. A little bit of an older prospect at 24 years of age. Runs a 4.36 at 6'3", 186. So a little bit of shades of almost a bit of reek there. 151, 10-yard split. That's smoking fast. 36.5-inch vert. That's fine. 10.6 broad. That's good. 7-second flat, 3-cone drill, 4.26, 20. Yard shuttle are all pretty good times on that for him too. And he came in with good arms, 32 7/8 inch, so almost 33-inch long arms. He'll be a riser up the board. A guy that I've got to go dive myself into the tape on him here is I think the Hawks' interest in him would be real, and a guy that could fit. Ball skills are nice to have from the cornerback position, and he would seem to have that. Guy that I've been looking at for a while is a guy that could potentially be on the Hawks board here too into that late first round. One of those guys is you're measuring up a Shamar Stewart and Nick Imawari. It's up against maybe an Armand Mabou or an Arante Erise. I think Armand Mabou at this point is probably likely to go up into the top 12, top 10, but Arante might be there as well at that spot for Minnesota. 6'6", 331. He was a tackle out there at Minnesota, but with that 331 pounds, he can move inside. I think he's got the weight to move inside, and he's got the width. I mean, he's just built like a guard playing tackle a little bit. 33 1/8 inch long arms. He's probably going to have enough to still get it done at the tackle position for you if you want to keep him out there. A lot of teams are going to probably just want to keep him out there at tackle. But if you're looking at the guys, to me, the 2 guys in this draft that stand out, there's one other guy, but the 2 guys in this draft that stand out to me that could be those, I've called them kind of the J.C. Latham of last year, where if the Seahawks were picking in the first round and they had a choice between Byron Murphy and J.C. Latham, I think they would have taken Latham. Latham went a little bit earlier, so it was just Byron on the board. But if you have a guy like that this year, Erise and Mabou are those kind of players who are tackles, but you feel fairly confident about their ability to kick into guard. So they give you that Abraham Lucas insurance. Not to mention maybe some Charles Cross insurance if you can't get the negotiations with him completely flattened out. But 5-second flat 40, 175 10-yard split. Remember, this is at 331 pounds. Not doing the 5 flat at 300 pounds, sub 300, 330 pounds. He's pulling that off. That's very impressive at that size. He's going to have the mobility to work in this scheme if you want to kick him inside. And a lot of the pathways that the offensive coaches have taken with this scheme in trying to find guards is, of course, kicking those college tackles into guard at the next level. That's sort of the pathway to go and find the guy that's mobile enough to go hit those reach blocks, to move laterally post-snap, especially in that outside zone scheme that we're going to run a heavy amount of. I mentioned Armand Mabou as being the other guy with this 6'4", 332, similar size dimensions to Arante Erise, 4'9", 40. That's why I say I think he probably goes top 10 at this point, and that's just so good with 33.5-inch long arms. So checking the boxes, 4'9", is really fast for that size. A guy like that should not be moving that quickly. Fairly good 10-yard split, 174. Again, at that size is what really makes it impressive, and then gets up to 34-inch vertical leap, which just, I think this is going to really wow teams with him, and a very young player too, by the way. Kid's like just going to be turning 21. I just dropped a prospect breakdown video over on the Clips channel on Armand Mabou, but he's a guy that really does kind of interest me a little bit here as well. And what does stand out in this is you have, since 2003 at the NFL Combine, there have only been 4 players at 315 pounds who've gotten over a 30-inch vertical leap, a sub 540 yard dash. And that's Will Campbell this year, who had a very strong combine himself. Armand Mabou right there with this as well. And then Tristan Wirfs and Trent Williams. So some pretty good company to be in. Those are the only 4 guys since 2003 who've posted those kind of times. You can see a little bit of why my belief here is that probably not going to last to the Seattle Seahawks pick. And if he does last the Seattle Seahawks pick, they probably would then run up right at the podium to go and jump on him, because I think that teams are going to feel very warm and fuzzy about him here after this combine, especially understanding how rare it is to kind of hit these marks at this size like he is. So kind of interesting. You got 2 this year, a little bit of an attestament here to the part I was talking about, where this was a good year for offensive linemen, where you really saw some guys this year who could actually move, who then had the length. Sometimes you'll have the movers, but then you got the little T-Rex arms and go, okay, he can move, but he's not going to be able to reach him with those arms. He's got to get into the body of everybody. This year you had the guys that had the arm length and they could move a bit. It's more than just a few of these prospects I'm going to show you here today. And it was good to see a little bit of offensive line coming back into the forefront here. Basil Tootin, Mr. Tootin out here, kid from Virginia Tech. Kid was really partially injured through a lot of this year, only at 1,300 yards rushing, but he was really dragging a leg along, as they were talking about at the combine here through the weekend. He's come out now looking really healthy, blazed a 4.32 with a 1.49 10-yard split, jumped 40.5 inches, jumped almost 11 inches on the broad jump, 4.41 20-yard shuttle. This kid is lightning. He's got some similarities in how he's been mentioned by some folks out there and being talked about kind of like with some Kenneth Walker kind of echoes here. And what's going to be interesting about this draft is that if it's going to be a draft that is one of the deepest in running backs that we've seen in 20, 30, 40 years, maybe ever, there's going to be a lot of those running backs into that fifth round that you're looking at that you're like, wow, this guy's way too good to be sitting here looking at us in the fifth round to pass on him. And it's really one of the things that's going to make this draft as interesting as anything else. Is there going to be this heavy run on running backs? And then is that going to push guys down the board to you in certain spots that you just didn't think you could get? The third round, for instance, I'm expecting a complete run of running backs through that early mid portion of the third round. And what that should then do for the Seahawks when they land at their pick in the third is set them up to have a much better player than they thought they were going to get, because there's so many running backs that are being plucked up in that spot. There'll be so many guys that'll be kind of liked. And those running backs, a lot of them brought it in this recent combine in addition to that, including Tootin. We're going to look at Judkins in a second, but he wasn't the only one. DJ Gideon's one of my favorite running backs in this draft. Had a great combine too. So the guys confirmed it. Running backs confirmed that this is going to be that kind of draft for backs. Darian Porter, cornerback, raw kid, 6'3", 195, came out with a 4.3, 1.49 split. I mean, 1.49 is not a number you see posted much here, folks. So the fact you're seeing this number pop up again and again, you might get a couple in a draft, maybe. You might get one in a draft at times. Another guy with pretty good vertical leap, great broad jump, decent 3-cone drill, and then a really nice shuttle, 4.04 shuttle. That's really good time. That's smoking hot there for the cornerback position. Porter, a guy that maybe be on the Hawks' radar here. As you know, they're going to be looking at a cornerback. Guy I really want to talk about who's become kind of a fascination for me, as many of you are really, really hot to trot, and rightfully so, on the fullback position. Let's go get ourselves a fullback. You need a fullback in this offense. It's not just you guys that are out there who have the daydreaming eyes for the days of the fullback and John L. Williams and Leonard Williams and his baptism with his stiff arm. I hear you guys. I'm with you on all that. I want the same thing. Well, you might have a guy a little bit in alignment with that in a Harold Fananen, where he can serve two different roles of being both a tight end and he can serve the role of being a fullback. A really young kid, 6'3", 241. He just moves differently. There's just something about the way that he moves versus what you see from other tight ends and how they move the position. He's not the biggest guy. He would be an H-back at 241. It's going to be in some ways 20 pounds off some of where these other tight ends are at. But he showed you today that there's some benefits you get on the other side of that, where what you think about in a fullback in that way of being a real pure kind of tweener type between sort of a halfback and a tight end. Where's the middle ground you get on that kind of player? 4.71 40-yard dash, which is respectable, but the 1.56 10-yard split gives you that burst up the football field. 34 verts, all right. 9.10 broad, all right. But then really good shuttle times, 4.39 shuttle there, 6.97 on the 3-cone. Really shows you some good change of direction in there for the tight end position along with the burst. And I start to think about him a little bit again as a young player who could then be maybe kicked into a little bit of that fullback role. He's got such good hands, over 100 catches out there at Bowling Green this year. Great ball skills, great yak after the catch. He's a guy I think you could give him the ball from a fullback position and tell him to go run it. And I think he'd be good with that. I think he could be effective in that role. But fun player, Harold Fananen. Jackson Hawes is another guy like Fananen that I've had a little bit of an affinity for a while here, as far as just liking the skill set that he brings to play. He's the best blocking tight end of this draft by a wide margin. But then what he brought with the testing times, and you go, ooh, 6'4.5", 253, 4.82 broad, 4.82 40. You expected that with him. This is a guy you're not expecting to go out there and blaze any great time. But the 1.56 10-yard split, the good burst, 10-1 broad, respectable there, 4.4, 20-yard shuttle. Very good there and respectable there. So kind of the testing numbers there gave you a little bit of some hint here of, okay, he's got some NFL mobility, athleticism that he can bring the position on top of the blocking that he's going to bring. Another guy that I like a lot in this draft, Jackson Hawes, Harold Fannin. They're not the best tight ends in this draft. There's other guys that can have different skill sets. They're going to be higher picked. Just two guys that I have kind of a natural affinity for in this draft that wouldn't mind seeing as Seahawks, especially if you can double dip and find both of them come draft day. Jada Barron, the cornerback out of Texas, 5'11", 194, smaller guy, 29 and 5/8 inch arms. I was talking with, I think it was you, Lethal Lance, on last show. We were talking a little bit about the where I saw him, and I was going off my notes from last year with him as a player because I was doing film breakdown on him last year where he was more in the slot role last year than he was as an outside corner. This year moved to the outside corner role and really took to it. In fact, had a better year as an outside corner than he did as a slot. Where you get the fly in the ointment on this one is the 29 and 5/8 inch long arms. That is really, really small arms with the belief that you can have him play on the outside. I don't know if there's an NFL corner that's playing and starting in the league right now with under 30-inch long arms on the outside. It's very tough when contested catch situations, especially when you go up against those 6'2", 6'3" guys that can jump through the roof, to quite be able to contend. So I do still maintain that even though he played outside, even though he took steps forward as an outside corner this year at Texas, that he is going to be a slot guy at the next level. But that's not the worst thing. Like we've seen with the Amon St. Browns and the Jackson Smith and Jigbas and the Cooper Kupps, this is becoming more of an important position than ever. It is a starter on your defense. You need a guy who can handle these duties. And he showed you at this testing times, 4.39, 1.5, 10-yard split, that he's explosive, athletic, and fast. And he plays a lot like a Devin Witherspoon type does from that slot position, where he's going to play bigger than his size at 194 on tape. He's going to get in there and tackle. He's a blur all over the football field. He's just going to make plays. He's going to get his share of interceptions. You still do, I think, at this point, elevate him in the first round, but you do this not because you think he's going to play the outside corner and be a starter there. You might give him some snaps there, here, and there, but you're really doing it because you understand now that the slot wide receiver, the slot cornerback, has become more important than ever, and that this kind of guy that can be this impactful in on that slot position becomes all that much more valuable because of it. Jaden Higgins is a wide receiver the Seahawks could be taking a look at here as one of the replacements potentially for Tyler if they do move on from Tyler, though we're waiting on that decision here yet. 6'4", 214, confirm those good size markers we had hoped with him. What you got with him on tape, 33 and 1 inch long arms, good there. Ran a 4.4, 740, which is good with him with the size that he's coming in at, 1.53, 10-yard split. So he's got the burst, 39-inch vertical leap to pair with that big frame. He can go up and get it. He's got ball skills in addition to that. 10-8 broad jump. So everything was really good with him across the board. There was no eye-popping time on this, but everything was really good for him. And then when you saw him on the gauntlet drill catching, he was smooth as hell with that, the just really soft hands that you see from him on tape. There is a little bit of a difference of opinion on him from some people out there and their outlook of him, but I think he's a pretty guy, pretty guy. I think he's a pretty solid guy in giving you know what you're going to get with him. To me, you're getting, I think, a pretty reasonable floor. It's just a matter of, to me, the bit of the question on what you're going to get as far as maybe the ceiling goes with him. And that's where I've gone to a bit of a comp with him at times of saying a sort of Jawan Jennings type. Maybe he gives you a little bit more than that. And maybe that doesn't get a lot of people super excited for that kind of player. But I think he's going to play in this league. I think he's going to be productive in this league wherever he does go. Jihad Campbell, a guy that I've liked right from the onset of this draft, is a guy that I think is easily spotted as the top inside linebacker in this draft. I never understood the Carson Schweisinger stuff, in my opinion. I like Carson, but Jihad Campbell is the truth. 4.52, 10-yard split on a 6'3", 235 build, 32.5-inch long arms. Those are good there. 1.53, 10-yard split. That is very, very good as far as the quickness and the speed goes there. 10.7 broad, so got some explosiveness in addition to it. They even had him running some of the pass rush gauntlet drills, and he looked pretty smooth running that, to where maybe he even offers you some ability as an edge at times here and there if you want to speckle him in a bit. And maybe that could be, by the way, if you think about it with him on the edge, a pathway for him to find his way to Seattle in that with the 18th pick. Even if Ernest Jones comes along, where Seattle looks at it and says, hey, we'll have our packages of at times 3 linebacker looks in our base, And then there'll be times where we can work him off the edge and mix him into the rotation of edges. So that's one less thing we have to go out there and get on the open market on that side of it. And that we can continue to develop him and then have some depth there at the linebacker position. Maybe an outside the box approach. But if you don't sign Ernest Jones, these kind of numbers now make it very easy to jump on him then at 18 if that does go down that way a bit. Where you go, okay, we don't have any problem taking him here at 18. Maybe you should go 25, maybe you should go 24, but take him 18 is not some big reach at that point. And he's got some great upside to him. I mean, these are testing numbers that even surpass a guy like Roquan Smith, who was taken in the top 10, to put it in perspective. I think Roquan had a little bit better pure tape coming out of Alabama, I believe, as well. Wasn't Roquan Alabama, I want to say. He had better pure tape coming out, but Jihad definitely has solidified himself in the first round at this point, and maybe even relatively high. We'll see. Matthew Golden is a guy some people have as their number one wide receiver coming into this combine, and he confirmed that for some of those people. I'm a McMillan guy, but I have to say Golden has solidified himself, in my opinion, at this point as your number 2 guy behind him. I just don't know how you can't give him that nod. 5'11", 191, so yeah, missing a little bit of maybe size you'd like to see on him versus other guys. 30 and 5/8 inch long arms. That part's going to give you some concerns as well when thinking about him trying to play Z out there on the outside versus being maybe more of a pure slot up at the next level. But the 4.29 speed, the 1.49 10-yard split, that's so blazing fast that you just feel like he's going to be able to make up for that on the outside. This matches to his tape. He's also, you're going to work on the outside as a Z, which is you have your X, 2 wide receivers, right? If you're in base package, just ignore the slot for a second. You have your 2 outside receivers. You have your X. They're on the line of scrimmage. That's your DK Metcalf. They got to deal with press coverage because they're on the line of scrimmage. Your Zs are about a yard off the line of scrimmage. So that gives them an ability to do a little bit of their, right? They can do that post snap, and the defender's got to kind of take a bit of a pause to hit his jam versus when he can be right up on an X and then just lay his jam post snap really easily. So you can kind of protect the Z wide receiver who might have a little bit of shorter arms or a little bit of undersized, who might be a little more susceptible to being pressed at the line of scrimmage. You can help him out a little bit with this alignment and getting him off. I think you'll be able to do that with Golden, but that was a great time for him. 4.29, 1.59 yard split. Let's go. Maxwell Harrison was the I'm going to blow it up corner of the draft here. From that position, he came into it with a lot of people getting hot on him, saying this guy, keep an eye on him, 5'11", 183. Little light, little undersized as far as that goes, 31-inch long arms, a little bit short on the length of arms. You'd like to get 32 inches minimum for those outside corners if you can. But 4.28 40, 1.5 10-yard split, 39.5-inch vertical leap, and a 10.9 broad. Those are great numbers all the way across the board. I mean, a 4.28 is about as fast as you're going to get. I don't know if his play speed is quite matched to what his testing times were with this one, but a guy that absolutely elevated his stock and a guy that very well could be on the Seahawks radar. He's a solid player on the film. I'm not as blown away by him as some of the other people would be out there, but I still think I had, even coming into this draft, I had him in the neighborhood of a 3rd round area. You bump him probably more into kind of late 2nd or maybe even high 3rd. I don't know if I'll do the bump, but I can see teams bumping him into 2nd because of this. I mentioned the running backs all really did pretty well down the line here, and not just the namesake guys that are already known to be at the forefront of this draft of being Travion Henderson or Quinshawn Jenkins here, who did a great job on his side of it as well. 6 foot, 220 pounds. A lot of these running backs will come in at 205, 195. They're a little undersized. This guy fits to more of the markers of what you'd like from a size standpoint. And then he doesn't come in and run a 4.6, which you might get if you do get the 220 pounds guys. Comes in at 4.48, 1.51 10-yard split. Another position where burst is highly important. So having that 10-yard split at 1.51 at 220 pounds, that's going to be numbers I think that's going to solidify him bare minimum into the 3rd round, but with a really good chance of going up into the 2nd round. Combined with a 33.5-inch vert, 11 broad, he just looked like a big, smooth athlete out there. He's the guy that very likely I think probably goes. It's going to go probably Genty. I believe on this. This is obviously subject to change, but I believe it's going to go Genty. I think it's then going to go Hampton. So go Genty, Hampton, Henderson, and then Judkins, I think will be the pecking order here. It's a little bit hard to exactly pin down, but I think that's the way that these running backs will go in that, it's obviously a little bit of what your flavor is as a team too. You've got to acknowledge a bit of that. But Judkins was great. So those are the guys that were the ones I mainly wanted to look at from this draft. We can certainly discuss and talk about some of the other guys that maybe caught your eye. I know there's some more names beyond this that we can discuss a little bit, but those were just kind of some of the main guys that I was like, okay, that was a good one. Or hey, this is a guy that had been kind of interesting on the radar, and then he went out there and showed out. That's very impressive. So let's dive into the next part of this I wanted to get into, which is to do a mock draft, a post-combine mock draft, if you were. And before we do that, I always think that it's a good idea to understand with this too, that some people don't love mock draft. People are starting to warm up to mock drafts a little bit more. But we try to do these because we want to attempt to try to drill down on the various scenarios. Because I think a lot of people get to draft day and a scenario occurs and people didn't have it considered in their mocks because they've been mocking this, mocking that, and this thing happens and you go, well, why did this thing happen? And so I think if you run a different variety of these different scenarios, you get a better understanding of how it's like different, alternate universes and how things can play out. And that's just, we're in that alternate universe where it played out to this way, but you do get down certain pathways, the way these drafts can kind of, roll. This is, as I said, technically mock draft 3.0. I want to show you my first 3 ones I ran here because it gives you guys the context, where the first one we ran was with Kenneth Grant at 18, Tyler Booker in the 2nd round, Isaiah Bond in the 3rd round. Keon Sabb has gone back to Alabama, so that can tell you how a little bit old this mock draft was that I ran. We're going to be running the PFN one because I know that one tends to be more preferred by you guys, so we'll roll with that one again today, but these were just a couple of the first ones I ran. Second one, mock, we moved back and traded back to 25, got a 2nd round pick back. We also gave a 4th round pick back to the Texans to move back like that. We took Jahad Campbell with the 1st round pick at 25, came back with Arante Arase in the 2nd round, Jack Besh in the 2nd round with our 2 second rounders there because we traded back. Donovan Jackson in the 3rd round, who the Seahawks met with here at the Combine, Jake Majors, center, and Wooler, and a couple other guys here at the bottom, not as important there. This was the John Schneider mock that I ran. I did a show a couple weeks ago about a likely Seahawks offseason, and I presented to you guys, here's what I could see John doing as a basic John Schneider special kind of draft. Shamar Stewart in the 1st round, Donovan Jackson 2nd round, Will Howard 3rd, Jackson Hawes, Jake Majors, Rondé Gadsden, Jimmy Horn, Nazir Stackhouse. This one was more just like what I would see kind of as a John direction and how he goes. But let us go here and take a look, shall we, at the mock draft simulator and run through a quick mock. Try to get this good enough size so you guys can see this here. And we're going to do this straight up today. So we've done a trade back scenario. We're going to stay with this as being just a normal kind of deal and the way we're going to run this here. I know I've already yapped for about 40 minutes here, so we'll roll through. So let's go through the scenario today. We've done a couple of these already with a Grant, and we've done one with, we did one with Jahad. So we've done a couple of these with defensive players so far. So why don't we do an offensive player draft on this one? And we'll go with Armand Mabo. We drop and we take care of the offensive line with Mabo right from the jump. Come back in the 2nd round. Boy, you could come back and take Zabel here, but you've already taken care of it. So that's good. So now we'll come back here in the 2nd round. And we got some interesting players to look at here. Jaden Higgins, Schweisinger, Ratledge down there. Boy, this is a tough one. I'm not as big on Jack Sawyer, and certainly I'm not going to look to go with running back here. I don't like Alec. Boy, some of these guys I'm not a fan of. Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, not my favorite. Not my favorite. Ooh, I'm in a tough spot here. Good thing we got the offensive line taken care of here off the rip. Let's do it. We'll go offensive line heavy today, folks. We got our center. Okay, we got wide receiver Jalen Royals here now. Next round, looking interesting. Braden Swinson. Go edge. Got Will Howard there. So this has also not really been updated, I think, as much at this point. We're going to go with Jalen Nolan from Ohio State. Another guy the Hawks met with. Come back here into the 4th round. Ooh, Terrace Ferguson. Seahawks have met with him. We got Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle. We can get our nose tackle situation figured out here. Demetrius Knight all the way in the 4th round there. Boy, that's great value for me on that. But yeah, Knight would be tough. We're at and Jamari Caldwell there. I am more of a Jordan Phillips guy, I think, than I'm a Caldwell guy at this point. Torn on that one, though. And the Knight one, this is the value pick, but this is where you'd be pulled from a Hawks perspective because you have Ernest Jones here. So you don't really have a pathway to the kid playing. You're just doing this as much because you like the depth from it, which isn't a bad reason in itself necessarily. That's tough. Yeah, I got to go Jordan Phillips, man. That's the hardest pick of this draft so far for me. Too many good guys there at that spot. All right, we come back here. We got Jacob Parrish. He had himself a pretty good combine. Have all of our tight ends gone? Boy, they must have all gone bye-bye. I'm not going to get tight end addressed in this draft, really, am I? I messed it up on that side. Probably should have gone tight end last round and come back and gone Caldwell here. That's my mistake on that one. I'm going to go for the edge. All right, come back here. In the 6th round. Ooh, Jackson Haas. All right, so got our edge, nose tackle. Running backs here, tight end Jalen Conyers. It's another guy we know the Hawks have met with. I could double dip on my tight ends. Got some running backs here that are kind of interesting though too, huh? And we did just take only this guy, so let's... I think Jimmy Horn's going to last there, but... Oh, we got Frazier. Let's go Frazier. And we'll finish up with Jimmy Horn, I think, here. No, we'll take quarterback. All right. There's your post mock. First round, Armand Mabou. We get our tackle guard taken care of at this point. No questions asked. Gray Zabel gives you an ability to play guard center. So you have two guys at the top of your draft with some versatility in how they can roll and what they can do. I think even Zabel in a pinch may be able to give you some even tackle snaps here and there. I don't think that's where he's best suited at the pro level, but maybe give you a little bit of it. Jalen Nolan really come on. Really good, complete wide receiver. Really only thing that he's missing is size that you'd look for, and that's why he's going to be maybe dinged down a little bit in this draft. Jordan Phillips, one of my more favored nose tackles in this draft. He's not at the same place of a Kenneth Grant, but that's a very young player with still a lot of upside to his game. Oluwafemi Oladejo, a UCLA edge that was an inside linebacker who just converted to edge here kind of late in his career, but he is a ball of energy off the edge and just a handful. Jackson Osbest blocking tight into the draft. Zoff Frazier, freak show cornerback out of UTSA. Does that sound familiar? And Tyler Schock, a guy that is not going to probably last to the 7th round, but I can't pass on him when he's looking at me right there. I got to jump. But that's my mock draft 3.0. Offensive line heavy on this one. We've done a couple of defensive ones to start this off, so let's go offensive line heavy a little bit on this one. Hawks don't do anything in free agency. They address other needs. They come in this draft and they take care of their offensive line right from the rip, 1-2, and it's handled. Not the worst of ways to go, in my opinion, with it, but you guys let me know. Am I crazy? Would you rather see a different pathway on this one for them to go a different direction? Was there a pick that I got wrong? You tell me below here. Let me know in the chat. Let's do some open discussion here, though, with you guys and see where you guys stand on some of this combine and who maybe stood out to you or who you like a lot as for a Seahawk kind of coming out the other end of this. I'd be interested to see where you guys stand. I was not tremendously blown away by the quarterback position. Will Howard had some issues at times in throwing and accuracy, and it's hard in this environment because you are throwing it to wide receivers that you don't typically play with, but I wasn't immensely blown away by any of the QBs, really. They were fine performances. They were all right performances, but there wasn't anything out there that was really mind-altering or, earth-shattering, I thought, from the position on that. You kind of got what you probably expected coming in from the quarterback position, by and large. Let's check where you guys are at. Can for me, do me a favor and hit that like button. I do appreciate it if you can do that for me. It does help out the channel. The Snail has been celebrating 23 months, almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. I thank you for that. He says, we all need to just be ready for Quinn Ewers. He looked okay. Yeah, Quinn didn't look bad throwing the ball. That's for sure. And this is the kind of environment that's going to show off Quinn in the best of ways. You're going to feel his size. You're going to feel his arm strength. You're going to feel how free and easy the ball comes out of his hand. Those things are going to jump out to you on it. And I think that we've known for a couple of years on this. We've had plenty of time to make our peace with it, Snail, that he is going to probably go with Quinn one way or the other. He likes himself some Quinn Ewers, and he's going to find a way somehow or another on that one. So Ewers, you are a Seattle Seahawk. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. I imprinted the Hawks Nest logo on my toast this morning. Let's go. I love it, man. Hell yeah. I got to get one of those things. Make your toast taste better. Feed me with the $2 dono says, we draft 2 O-line top 4 rounds. John Schneider, you're my screensaver. It's wishful mock drafting on my part. That's what I'm doing here now. That's the dredges I've reached to is I now have to do wishful mock drafts for us to take care of this offensive line. Feed me. Thank you for the dono, man. Holy Hand Grenade, thanks for the $2 donation. When do we know comp picks? Is it before the draft? It should be before the start of free agency, as I understand it. March 11th. So 9 days. 9 days we'll get it in there. Hand grenade. But they want people to know before the free agency starts because you do give teams the ability and option to trade the draft pick. So you want to make sure they have that so they can trade it if they want to trade it. BP says there was a safety from UConn that had a similar combine stats years back, so we have to be cautious. Exactly. Yeah. You got to be very careful on these kind of things. And there's a gravitation towards finding the best upside players for that hit those times and go, well, this guy's that. But safety is a harder position to evaluate coming out of college anyway. And I would say in MOR's case on his tape, yes, it's good tape, but it's not the tape that where you just know for sure he's that guy. He's going to get to that spot. Greg Kevin says, I don't get the raw score hype when it's no penalty for players who skip drills, but it does punish players who do the drills if they put up bad times. It should be a negative score for skip drills. It's an inexact science, the raw score, that's for sure. And it's one that you don't have all the testing across the board on it with it. So I think what you do with the raw, Greg, to your point on this, is that the less that you have from a testing on a player and using that stat application, the less you give it much weight. And it really shouldn't be even given much weight if you have all the testing times. It's just to give you a general marker on a player, I think. Me says, by the way, how have I never seen the other cat till now? She's just finally starting to make her peace with going up into the big cat tree. It's taken months for this process to undertake, but she's finally figured out that the other cat will let her do it, and she likes being up there. Alien Howard looked like crap at the combine. Yeah, he didn't look good. Some of those throws were like, oof. And he had the audience at his back. Like, he had everybody rooting for him and everything. Should have given him some juice. Where's the juice? Brian Kennicott, Hawks Nest. Hey there, Brandon. Thank you for your great work. Go Hawks. Looking forward to free agent season and the draft. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Brian. We are going to be streaming I think it's all 3 days. I think next week is the draft, next week is our free agent period. So I will be streaming all 3 days, I believe, of free agency, each day, depending on what we're seeing action wise and what's going on. But we'll be getting up in the morning and hopping on, 11, 12 o'clock and just rolling throughout the day on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So please do join us here on the stream for that. I'm looking forward to it as well, Brian. And of course, we're going to do all 3 days of the draft as well. We got plenty more mock drafts on route here as we lead up to the draft. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. So Benai had a good combine as well. Pandemonium is bad says exactly. OT insurance is what I keep focusing on. It's in the back of my mind too with it, where it's nice to get the 2-for-1 where this guy can play guard, but I know he can also handle the tackle duties too if it comes down to that. John says Armand Mabu is the Silverback 2.0 Trent Williams. Very well, very, very well could be. He's very impressive on his tape. Relas Mabu, they say struggles at guard, mainly a tackle. Are we going to bank it all on Abe Lucas? Well, I think it's understandable him struggling at guard a little bit, Thrillhouse, because he just hasn't played much guard. So you got to give, I think, a lot of time there, especially for a kid that's only like 20 years old. He's just, I think, turning 21 in June. So I think that there's a little more room there. But that's also the hard thing to tell necessarily always if a guy can make that transition. But it would be nice to get the insurance for Abe, I think. Pandemonium Mabone goes to the Niners for sure. I could see that. Jeff Shekel, Booker looked really slow in the combine drills. Didn't test great. And look, he's not a guy I would have expected to test great, Jeff. He's a guy you turn on them. He's more of a turn on the tape and just watch him play guy. But he certainly is not going to be ultimately one of your better mover shaker guys athletically from that position either. Thrillhouse Kelvin Banks was one of the most impressive. Might have solidified himself into the first round area of things. Lethal says running back is a strength in this class, and we won't have Walker next year. I think you're definitely drafting one guy at least, Lethal. It's too good. There's too many good guys. And John's going to fall in love with one of these guys, and he's going to be like, look at him in the 5th round, and he's like, really? This guy's still here in the 5th? Lethal says, I don't see Sharp being all that great in wide zone either. Might not be as much of a fit for him, especially if they're going to run the outside stuff. You have to kind of divvy the outside stuff and inside stuff between the two guys. He'll work good on this stuff coming downhill, but getting him outstretched might not be as much to the benefit of him, to your point. He's not a burst explosion guy purely necessarily. Mies is unintentionally quoting the great James Taylor, just something about the way she moves. Something in the way she moves me. Nick, Jalen Noel is somebody we met with. He's small, but had an impressive combine, 23 bench reps. Somebody I wouldn't mind early day 3 if he's available. I don't know if he's going to last into day 3 at this point. That's the part that'll be interesting with him, but that's where it gets hard on this receiving class because they're harder to differentiate on that. I do have a 3rd round grade on him currently right now, but it's hard to this draft especially. It's hard to quite figure out on that. Pandemonium Bad Fannin is poor man's David Njoku. I like that comp. I love that comp, and I'll take poor man's David Njoku all day. Pandemonium Jada Barron, better than Trey Brown, that's for sure. 100%. Greg likes Jalen Connors. I've got to go and check his tape out, Greg. I was looking, I hadn't checked him out yet, so I'm interested to see what he's got to offer. I haven't had a chance to see what he brings to the table yet. .360 is losing all hope we're fixing the O-line in any meaningful way. We'll see, man. I hope that they do, but yeah, we got to see them actually do it at this point, don't we? Not just the talk they're going to do it, but actually do it. Randy Roberts, my wish is that we click my picks tab so that as we're doing a mock draft, we can see the positions we picked since we are filling out a roster. My wish is that we click the my picks tab. Or should we click the my picks tab so we can see the positions we picked? We got a roster. Try to switch back and forth on the views of that. It's hard to do. It won't let me kind of show one. I have to show one or the other a little bit. But yeah, it would be cool if they just let you show it on the side as you're picking rather than have to click to the tab. Greg says, Corbin said today 2 new teams, the Bills and Chiefs, are interested in a DK trade. Corbin original really reported the Packers and Pats were also interested. Yeah, it's back to that thing, Greg, with it where I think why you had to come out at this point wasn't as much that you were necessarily 100% trying to move DK. It was as much, at the very least on this, just a bare minimum, you would like to maybe know what the market would be. And Packers give you the baseline on that one, and then you start to get to be able to learn from those other teams that now start going, he's available? Well, we'll do this. Well, I'll do that. Well, we'll do this. And it becomes where you get a bidding war, potentially. And there's some people out there that don't think that DK is the kind of player that could garner that. I would argue that he is the kind of player that would garner that. And a lot of it has to do with just the market itself right now, where there's not a lot of people, not a lot of receivers in the free agent market, and there's not a lot of top end receivers in this draft class. And so that does elevate a value of a DK in a year like this, where there is that potentiality. But not surprised to hear that there's some other teams coming into play on this one. Not surprised in the least. Randy, I prefer not to draft linemen early since there are some later in the 3rd to 5th rounds that have a lot of potential and look good. Clay Webb, Jackson Slater, Dylan Fairchild. Prefer impact now. I can appreciate that. This draft, we're doing an offensive line one, but definitely we'll be doing some other ones in some different directions too there, Randy. Thrill House, I hate organs are all pests and all ducks. Make fullbacks. Jose like Conyers too. There, he's with Greg on that. Jose. All right, I'll make him a priority. Jose, I'll try to check him out by the next stream. I haven't seen his tape yet, but I'm interested to check out what he brings. Fullback potential combo there too. I like it. Greg says, dang, Matthew Golden ran a 4.29 with a 1.49 10-yard split, while DK ran a 4.33 with a 1.45 10-yard split. Did DK do a 1.45 10-yard split? Really? He wasn't that fast, was he? Holy crap, dude. 1.45. Yay. That is. DK was at 235 pounds. Carmen says, I'd be very pleased with the outcome. Thank you, Carmen. I think our line would be in a lot better shape. Lance says, great draft. Thank you, Lethal. This might be our route because it looks like Dahlman's going to get Creed Humphrey money. Indeed. And we already know that John's a little bit hesitant on paying these guys, but that's also in combo with Trey Smith going off the market too, it would seem like. Where does Nick Emowari fit in this draft? He's a late first-round pick, I think. I don't think teams are going to get caught up this much in his combine to take him up in the middle. Could be wrong, but that just seems a little high. Joe Strew, from what I've seen, Haas can only block, not a good receiver at all, basically an extra offensive lineman. I don't see the great appeal. I definitely don't think, Joe, that there would be great appeal in taking him into like third or fourth round area of things. I don't think that the catching is just completely nothing on that side of it. I think too, there's a value to having a guy that can be the blocker that he can be in there, because he's bringing a super skill to play on this. So if I'm getting a guy in the 6th round who's bringing kind of a super skill to play, being that this guy's going to walk in the door, is probably one of the better blockers in the league from the tight end position, I'm okay with getting that in the 6th round. We spent $3 million last year on a 1-year deal just to get this from Pharaoh Brown, and he didn't give it to you. So getting a 6th round contract that's cheap, giving you that skill, that's going to be something you need in this offense. You're going to need it on short yardage situations. You're going to need it down there on goal line situations. You're going to need it on 3rd and shorts when you're in 21 personnel or 12 personnel. I think there'd be a role there for him. Lethal, McDonald pushed hard against looking for another tight end who can block because he was high on Gantz blocking. Could you show us his run block rate on PFF? I'm gonna get it's very low. Oh, Noah Fant's blocking. Jeez. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm a master of picking out this stuff with that. Yes, I can do that. I knew what you were trying to say. Mm-hmm. All right. So Noah Fant. There you go. So Noah Fant has a run blocking grade of, see if I can highlight so you guys can see it here. Why not highlight everything else? Okay. So he's there at 42.3. So Nick Bennett, Pat Fairmouth, Kyle Pitts is a better run blocker than Noah Fant. I mean, that's kind of end of story, right? But you can see he probably fits to somewhere in the neighborhood of like the 63rd best blocking tight end or something. You guys do the numbers on that one. He's pretty far down there. It's not his game. Definitely not his game. Sports Doc says Abel can't play tackle. Brandon 32-inch long arms. Well, I would say that that's not his outlook of where you're looking to put him, Jose. So like I said, it was the words I used is in a pinch. So you get lean in a game and you might need to kick him out there for a game where you don't have an injury situation hold up and he's got to kind of go out there and hold on for a little bit and can hold up out there. I think he could hold up in short bursts. I don't think I would put him out there full time. But if you were talking about putting him out there a tackle versus like, let's say Stone Forsythe, he's going to do better out there, I think, than tackle than a guy like Stone would. But it wouldn't be to say that I'd be looking at him in the outlook of he's a tackle type. He is a guard center type. It's just that if, Jose, you're in a pinch, sometimes injuries can hit you and decimate you on the line. Might have a little bit of the ability to kick him out there here and there, just a little bit. Yeah, like legal sense. Zabel's kind of like an emergency tackle like Booney. Exactly. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. What piece of SGRP might we say an early run on? That's a lot. GRP. Gross rating point? What position? Okay, what position group? You guys challenged me today. What position group might we see an early run on? I think the only real potential position I can see as a possibility there, Dogzilla, is edge. And I don't think that there's any other ones that it's really sort of equally distributed throughout the first round where guys are going to go. You have 3 corners that are going to go in the first round. You probably have 2 defensive tackles. You probably have 1 inside linebacker, one safety. 2 safeties with Malachi Starks probably going there too in the first round. You're going to get, 4 or 5 offensive linemen always in a first round no matter what, but I don't think that there's going to be a ton of offensive linemen. I've got like 5 guys going and that's it. So I would say probably edge would be the one where you could see Abdul Carter, Michael Williams, Jalen Walker, James Pierce, Mike Green. All those guys might be gone by the time pick 15, 16 rolls around. That'd be the one spot I think I would see. Good question. Alpha sucks at mock drafts. Donovan Jackson didn't run or do any testing, but he looks stellar in the drills, specifically the wave drill. I was talking about his wrestling background in the member stream. You can tell watching. Shows up with him. And a guy that I don't need as much of the testing on tape. There are guys you need the testing scores because you're worrying about things you're seeing from tape. You're wondering how they move at their size. He's not one of those guys to me that's as much I needed to know that. I think he's got so much good tape out there. He went back to college last year, could have gone out and been drafted last year, gave you that extra year of tape, gave you tackle flexibility with it. You kind of know what you're going to get with Donovan. He's kind of a high floor, maybe not as much a big ceiling guy, but the floor is there. And you feel pretty good about it. Thrillhouse, I heard some haters in the comments saying Zabel gives ground and will be in the quarterback's lap. I don't know. We'll see. We got to remember too with Zabel that he's making a position change this offseason. He's been playing out there at tackle and now he's going to go into guard. And that this is a little bit where you've got to give these guys the time. We can't just say, well, he's failed. We put him in there on these snaps out there at Senior Bowl, and he was great at the Senior Bowl. He was shutting guys down. So the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl would seem to disprove this in itself. But we got to give those guys time if they're going to make a transition like that too. Joe says if Jihad is available to us in the first, I think we would be foolish to pass on him. There will be a good O-line prospect available at 52. One of my mock draft 2.0 was Joe. I took Jihad. I like him. He's a really, really fine player. And if they were to take him in the first round, I'd have no problem with it. I think the only thing that'll make it a little bit of a toughie is if you have re-signed Ernest Jones and then you've got no necessarily pathway for him to get out there and start. But his talent's true. John says everybody in the Senior Bowl gives ground to the D lineman with no threat of the run. They can just abandon all gaps and go crazy. Amen. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? He says, corner from Iowa State, crazy coverage grade. Dorian, I think, is the guy you're talking about. Dorian Strong. I just think he. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong one here. Wrong one. Yeah, Darian Porter, Iowa State. He doesn't want to play run. He doesn't want to play the run D for his life there, Randall. But the coverage is legit with him. You can see that on them. And that was one of the guys that had a really, really good testing times coming out of the combine here. So one of the reasons he is so good in coverage is that he can drape you. That's for sure. He's a guy that's probably on their radar, but I do wonder about where he's going to fall exactly. The run defense is that bad with him. I did put a 3rd round grade just because the coverage scores are so good, but don't ask that guy to tackle. or he'll tackle receivers. Just don't ask him to tackle running backs. Don't ask him to fight off blocks. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. How did Sawyer and JT from Ohio State test? I don't know if they did a full stuff on that. Let's see. I don't think either of them did too much that was noteworthy. But let's take a look. Yeah, so Sawyer did nothing. Nothing. I think that they are probably trying to say, I would imagine here, that we just got done with our season. We're super tired and sore, and we're getting over this and we're getting over that. So, we can't test. So nothing. They didn't really do anything. They did interviews. Yeah, you got nothing from him here, Randall. Nada, man. Neither for JT either, buddy. They're going to wait for that fast Ohio State track for their pro days. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate the $5 donation and all of your support. If a team is looking to change identity to tough in the trenches squad, I think trading DK would kickstart it. Earn a high pick in cap space, can't have both. Everything is finite. The DK situation is a tough situation because so oftentimes when you're thinking about trading a player, it's that you don't have a player who's good, or they don't give you everything they got, or they're not committed fully to doing everything they can to help the team win, or they're a malcontent, or they're a locker room cancer. There's all these reasons that cause guys to get into a position of being onto a market of trading. And with this one, it comes down to some of these other factors that are all outside of that, Randall, to your point, that are, about the spending the cost for DK and how much that's going to, come out of your pocket. And then the fact that you're a year out from now having to also give JSN that same kind of contract, if not get even more beyond that contract. And now you're paying these two receivers this kind of money while you're trying to be a team that is sort of doubling back down to trying to run the ball and put more of the assets into that offensive line if you can. It gets hard, and you can only do so many things in the NFL. Finite is the word that I keep coming back to there, Randall. And this team's got to figure out how they want to use those finite resources. So it would get hard, and that if you do move DK, and it is a signal to try to change a little bit of where you're putting your onus and where you're putting your resources, it is understandable the team would try to maybe change that approach with it because the cost is so high going the other direction. And not only that, it does kind of prevent you as well from being able to facilitate this trench warfare that you would like to bring into play, especially when it comes to improving that offensive line. And maybe you can do both. Maybe you can, Randall, but you wonder if there is a little bit of you having to sort of pick a one or the other kind of approach to this. And that's where it just made the situation so tough with the DK thing, because there's so many parts that impact this beyond just purely the fact that he's been such a sensational player for us. He's been so consistent. He's been such a warrior. He's such a great run blocker. He's had such a sensational start to his career for the receiving position. Like, these things are things that should normally just make it almost no-brainer that the player's just going to stay and remain. But I think that there's a lot here that's extra on top of this that normally wouldn't be so. And it has very little to do with DK, quite frankly. It's more about team building and some of the lack of John's ability to address some of this other stuff prior to this point. a good point, though, Randall. It's a good point and an outlook that I share. Great camp. I can see the Hawks picking Damian Martinez or Taj Brooks at running back. Both are fun guys. Yep. Those two guys would be kind of in that 5th round range, and that the value is just too good. Can't pass up on it. I think that would be about right. Damian looks to me so much like James Conner on tape. Same kind of running style. Besides, this happens every year. I get all hyped up on the players in the combine, then we take none of them. It will also be so weird to see DK playing in the freezing cold Lambeau. Yeah, I wonder if any of that was really even what they're like a real trade thing. I almost kind of wonder if that was Green Bay doing John a solid to try to, hey, we'll leak this. You've got no intention of doing it. Really, we want to learn what the open market will be for this guy if we do go down this road. So help us kind of kick this off a bit. Greg says, how were all the draft sites so off on how they thought Ty Felton would test? I don't know. Some of these guys test back when they're coming out of college and high school, and so there are some baseline numbers. Some guys don't have any. There's a little bit of a difference in variance in what you have for track record on these kind of testing scores with certain guys. Angry B, did you watch Booker? Brendan says he didn't look very good. He didn't do anything sensational as far as his testing times go. I expected that, so that part wasn't really a surprise to me. He ran a 5.38 40 at 320 pounds, so that's tremendously slow. A 1.96 10-yard split, tremendously slow. 27-inch vertical leap. Are these numbers probably going to have a good chance of pushing him into 3rd round out of 2nd round? Yeah, probably. But this was also a guy that you don't want to let the testing numbers override the tape. It's always the important part of this is that the testing numbers should be a supplemental part, but you don't let them way over the top of everything else. And there can be a bit of a tendency to do that in these things on both sides of it, plus bad, negative, good. So with Booker, yeah, the testing is not good. It's bad. But you knew on tape that he wasn't going to be a pure mover. He's just a guy that goes out there and gets his guy blocked, snap in and snap out. Thrill House, how did Josh Connerly do? Connerly did pretty good, actually. He had a fast 40. He ran at 311 pounds. He did almost a 5 flat, 41.71 10-yard split, 34.5-inch vertical leap, 33.5-inch long arms. All good numbers, checks the boxes. He'll be right in there at the end of the 1st round, I think. Might even slide in the 1st round with those numbers. He didn't really either further solidify himself or detract from himself. That's kind of the numbers I think you were probably hoping you'd see from him coming in. John Conyers is an interesting player. He can block and athletic enough to run Wildcat. Played quarterback in high school. I'm stoked. He'll be next up on my list. TheSeahawksNest, DK versus Emawari in practice would be awesome. How Isaiah Bond slower than Emawari at 220 pounds. Different guys got those different sizes that way, and that just shows you how impressive it is when you get a guy that weight running that fast. And those would be some fun matchups. I don't know if they would be on each other very much, Thrill House. I mean, when you're running some of the cover 2 shell stuff, maybe a little bit, but he's going to be playing more into sort of cover 2 or single high. Won't be much on DK unless he's helping over the top. Kelly says, how do we feel about Starks? Starks was okay. I think he gets a little bit lost in the shuffle, I think, on this one with Emawari having his combine like he did. Starks was just, I think, okay down the line. 4.5 40, that's good. 1.5 110-yard split, that's really good. 33-inch vertical leap, all right. 7.2 3-cone, good. 4.5 4.5 20-yard shuttle, good numbers. Solid score. But 6'1", 31 5/8-inch long arms, 197 pounds. Just kind of good numbers, Kelly, down the line. Nothing really eye-popping other than maybe the 10-yard split was maybe the best thing on him on that. Perhaps. Well, I hope McDonald is just publicly supporting his guys, but is still looking for a blocking tight end with just a little bit more receiving upside than Barner. I actually like CJ Dupree and his combine impressed. I think they are. I think they are looking for it. I would like to see them at this point probably move on from a Noah Fant, but you never know. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, Mabo or Emawari? I'm all day Mabo with that. That'd be easy for me. Easy pick on that one. Mabo. Nicholas says that Zabel said he met with the Seahawks, pretty sure. I believe he did there I think he did at the Senior Bowl. Sure, I swear an interview him saying so. Yeah, I think he did at the Senior Bowl. I think they met with him. Trade for Trevor Penning? No Trevor Penning. Kelly, trading DK would put a huge void with no one to really fill that, even if JSN is number one. You would have to go out there and find another receiver, Kelly, for sure. And you're not going to find a DK replacement at that point who's going to probably give you the same production DK is going to give you, or pull the double teams that DK is going to pull. It really is about, as much of the consideration as it's about philosophy and team building. And again, the part that I think is the really important part for the folks to think about with this receiver situation is that 1 year from now, you're going to have to pay two receivers, probably both over $32 million per year on average. So you're going to be paying top 15 quarterback money to your top two wide receivers on a team that's going to be very centric around running the football. Is that the smartest allocation of a finite amount of assets? Also to consider with this, as I've said, there's no team in the NFL that has two receivers making that kind of money at the same time. Kind of hard to pull it off. Like you run up into that thing where there's only so much space and we keep running out of space on that kind of deal. I could be wrong. Maybe they find a way to you can always fudge the numbers and move them around a little bit, but I think it is telling that you have no team out there in the NFL that's been able to put themselves in that position to do this. I think Devontae Smith, I think, is making good money, but he's not at the place where Brown is at. But maybe John could find a way to get creative with it. And I'm not advocating fully that they make this move. We're more just talking, Kelly, of why they would be doing it and what would be the thinking behind it. Not necessarily saying they should do this. Just more, this could be a route that they go down to kind of offset some stuff. Evans says, if the Packers are truly offering Dobbs and their first, I'd do in a heartbeat. As much as I love DK, getting a productive outside wide receiver to replace him, a first and a $30 million less. We have to pay him. I'm all for it. Everything's it would be great if it could be just about DK and keeping him as a player and his talent. But you bring up the good points here, Evan, which is that there's other items in play here. You could get a receiver and you get a first round pick. And now you have $30 million more you're not attributing to the cap for this one player. Can you spend that money in a better way to build a stronger overall team? That's where it's interesting to me conceptually. Because $30 million is a lot of money. It is. That's a lot of your cap. And so I can understand the direction of going this aisle with it, at that cost, for sure. Jeremy says, I'm hopeful that the Hawks use their first round pick on Kenneth Grant. I like him a lot, Jeremy. I'd be doing handstands if we could get Grant at 18. My instinct on this right now is he's not going to last 18. But if he does and we got him, hell yeah. Bill says Packers offer their second round pick for DK. I know that's what the Packers are saying there with a bill. There's a little bit of this that's like public relations stuff that's going on with the situation with the Packers and the Seahawks and why it leaked out and what the purpose is behind both teams. Now, from the Packers standpoint, this gives them a signal to their fans that, hey, we hear you. You're saying we should make these trades. We didn't make these trades with Brett Favre. Favre wanted Randy Moss for years, and we said, no. We never made any of those big trades with him. We never really did it with Aaron Rodgers either. We always just develop in-house guys. Now you're asking us, you're saying, go make a big swing, go make a big swing. Hey, look, we're trying to talk to Seattle, And then it gets leaked out that they offered a first in Dobbs, and then that looks like to Packer fans like you're giving up way too much. You're giving up all these assets now for this, and you've got to pay the guy. So now they release back out on the other side of it from a public relations battle here, Bill. No, it was only a second round pick that we offered up on this, right? So there's always this stuff of it there's a bit of this back and forth part of this deal with the negotiation where it's them making sure they're not looking bad to their fans on it and looking like they're overpaying on things. My outlook on this is even that I'm not even sure that Green Bay was really trying to trade for DK. I think that John's got connections to the Green Bay Packer program and that both organizations had it in their best interest to try to kind of run this up the flagpole out there to the public for different reasons, both different organizations for different reasons. As I said, for the Packers standpoint, Bill, they can come back and say, hey, look, we tried to, go get that big swing. It just couldn't happen. We couldn't come to this other team outbid us. And the Seahawks can now find out what other teams out there are going to be drummed up with the interest now hearing that there's a Packer team out there that's trying to kind of negotiate this. We'll negotiate with you. We might offer something you like instead, Thrill House Hawksnest, if we get an early nose tackle, would we come back and get Nazir Stackhouse later? You could, especially if Nazir is going to fall as far as what the mock drafts are showing him to be, which is in the 2nd, 6th, and 7th round. That's where both PFN and the PFF mock draft have had him at, which has been surprising to me because he seems like a minimum 5th round kind of cat. Minimum. So if he's sitting there in the 6th round, yeah, because what you need 2 nose tackles on this team right now. We were counting on last year, it was going to be both Hankins and then Cameron Young. Cameron Young was out for the year with an injury, and then Hankins was a nothing burger. So you do need to double dip here. You do need 2 of them, Thrill House. Yes. Misfit, Brandon, who is your favorite wide receiver for the Tyler Lockett role? Golden, Noel, others? Jack Besh has been kind of my favorite guy. I like Jack Besh a lot. The way he plays and what he could bring to the table, skill set wise, I really gravitate towards him. I like Noel. I like Golden. Golden's a guy that's going to go higher than Jack, and rightfully so. So I'm not saying that, if you got to pick between Golden or Besh, you're probably going Golden, and Besh is a guy that I might be able to get, 2nd, 3rd round. And I just like the way he plays. I like the way Nolan plays too. I have no issues with Jalen Nolan. He's a fun player. I look at Jalen Nolan as kind of like a Khalil Shakir type. Jalen Nolan, Khalil Shakir, very similar kind of guys. Smaller guy, plays bigger than his size, really good yak. Just a big play slot wide receiver who just has a knack for getting open. He's got kind of a Golden Tate build with the lower, thicker half too, which is what helps him as a yak guy. Double move demon, good route running, can change pace, set defenders up, and his out routes are damn near indefensible. He's a good contested catcher. He has some late hands that let him get away with making catches in traffic, and he attacks the ball in the air. Body control throughout the route, can control and swerve multiple times throughout the route without losing a step. He's comfortable extending his hands away from his body fully to maximize his catch radius that he possesses, because he does possess a little bit of a limited catch radius. He's got ideal burst for the position that really quickly puts defenders on notice post-snap. Speed is probably average or just about slightly above average, which he showed, hey, he's got a little bit more than slightly above average with these testing times, but on tape, he's not a burner by any means. But he can run away from people, and the yak is pretty good. He's not juking anyone or running anyone over, but he's got good open field vision, good cuts in the open field. He's going to extend the run after the catch really nicely time and time again. And I do think, though, that in addition to this, he's not necessarily going to offer you a lot, I think, as a bubble screen fly sweep guy, though. That's the part with Nolan that you want to keep in mind of. Run blocking is also just okay. But Nolan's a lot of fun, a very complete wide receiver who's got a pretty advanced skill set for the position, what he brings. It's just kind of a matter of the size stuff that really, factors in. But Besh is, to me, just the full meal deal, what he brings. Greg, if JSN has a 5th-year option, you wouldn't have to pay him until after year 4, not year 3 then. Yeah, Greg, this gets mentioned a lot. I don't know why it gets kind of mentioned so much, because in actuality to what we see across the league in the sport, it doesn't, tend to play out this way. And that if you do try to play it out this way, it doesn't lead to a good solution for the team. And so if JSN goes out there and he puts up another 1,300 yard season this year, and then you're going to come back to him after this happens, and you're going to say, yeah, you're in your first round contract, though. We're going to play out the end of your contract. The player's not going to stand on that, right, Greg? Like a CD Lamb doesn't sit there and say, well, Jerry, you're cheap, so I'm going to play out this third, you're paying me. And then when you do see teams, Greg, try to play this kind of cute game of we're going to hold you on your first round contract, like the Bengals just did with Jamar Chase through his fourth season, it's not leading to a good situation with the Bengals. And very well, we could see that situation come up this offseason to where it leads to a kind of a breaking between the Bengals and Jamar Chase on this situation. And that it's not sure of which way that thing's going to play out. And then just my final point on this, Greg, would be track record. Because that's also a part of this is it's not just about what exists on the books as far as the rules and what you can get away with theoretically. It's also about what your general manager has done in his past. Does John Schneider, Greg, have a tendency to have guys that have outperformed their deal through 3 years on a rookie contract, deserving of a contract extension? Does he come back to those players and say, I'm holding you on that first round deal, I'm not going to give you that extension? Or have we seen him time and time again with the player, whether it's early or whether it's a second, third round guy, to where that guy's gone through those 3 years, he's played well, to where then he rewards him with that contract extension? So it's all of that stuff. When I come down to saying that the contract for JSN's coming in next year, that's why I'm building my case for that. It's not just based on one thing or this thing. It's all of that stuff coming together to where I think it's very, very, very unlikely that if JSN comes out and plays it really well again next year, I think that the chances, Greg, are minuscule that John Schneider would have him forced to play out the fourth year of his rookie contract at that point. Minuscule. John, I can't think of a recent situation that John's ever done that here. And man, Greg, we got 14, 15 years of a track record with this guy and how he approaches contract negotiations to build this baseline. Jose says, if we trade DK, can we at least trade him to the AFC? I would expect that would probably be the case, Jose. This is also, to your point, a little bit of why I've thought this Green Bay thing, I'm not entirely sure if it's a real thing or it was a thing where John was saying, hey, let's talk, let's leak this out like you gave us this offer so that we can start to, shake the trees a little bit to see what's out there as far as the true offerings for him. I think that that's more of what's going on here. And some of the teams that you're hearing now that are coming into play on this that are interested in DK, like a Kansas City, like a Buffalo, like a New England. I don't think that it's coincidental that all these teams are then, Jose, out in the AFC in addition to that. So probably going to go out there when it's all said and done, if there was ever really a move. Lethal says, one thing I disagree with Rob Stanton. He still thinks Booker goes top 15. I think he goes mid-second, like all the other athletic true guards. I agree with you, Lethal. 5'3", 840 guy like that with a 1.8, 10-yard split and bad testing numbers across the board on the other side of it is not going to be enough to elevate you into the first round. Not with the freakazoids that exist in this draft that will be of deserving. I agree. Cool Breeze, need a Murph jump. He had a great year, but scheme and experience will do him well. That's why we got to get those nose tackles, because then we can let him go hunt in his natural territory, his natural habitat. Chris says Nazir would be great for soaking up double teams. He's just, he ain't going to give you lots of pass rusher. He fights his butt off. He's a hustler. He's got a motor. But this guy's going to be a run defender and a good one at that. He's going to give you the pure nose tackle skills that you want. He's going to get the job done well. It's a little bit like the Jackson Haas thing, where it's, okay, you're getting that guy in the fourth round. You're like, man, I'm picking that guy that high for just that skill set in that round. But when you're talking about getting him a little bit more into the middle reaches to later reaches of day 3, you go, I don't mind doing that. I'm getting something for this. I get a man with a very speciality type skill set for where I'm picking that guy. That's not bad value. Nicholas Brand talking about Zabel. Yeah, I had Zabel as our. We did the mock draft, Nicholas. I had Zabel as the second round guy that we took. I think he'll be a good interior offensive lineman. He's had a good Senior Bowl. He's had good testing times. He moved well at the combine. I thought as well. I think he's going to be solid. Greg, did you see Taj Brooks' agility? I kind of didn't. I wasn't as much locking on the running backs and I was more side eyeing when they came up, just because I'm like, well, we're not picking a guy till late on that. But 406 20-yard shuttle and a 6'9" 3-cone is, especially at 214 pounds, man. That's hard at that kind of weight to get that kind of change of direction. That's impressive. 156 10-yard split, 4.52 40. Pretty legit. I don't think I've looked at Brooks yet, though. Yeah, I haven't looked at Brooks yet. He's on my list. Hey, Grenade, do Bills have the cap? Yeah, they've got the cap. They're sitting in a place right now where they're technically going to need to make some moves to make it all happen. But they've got, like us, they have a lot of cap flexibility. Specifically, Josh Allen's deal is getting close to where they can rework that thing through. They could get off they've got Von Miller deal they can get off of and save some money there. Wow. That Von Miller deal is awful. That is just not, what were they thinking with that one? Holy mackerel. He's in his 14th seed, boy. That is an awful contract on their part. Oof. So they'd have to rework some deals. Matt Milano, Deion Dawkins. You're going to have to probably figure out something there with that. They're also going to probably put Gregory Rousseau on a contract extension, but then they'll save money there because he's on the books for like 14 million cap hit right now. They got some levers they can pull. Chris, I'm still wanting a late round pick to go to Chisholm. Could be a wide receiver 3-4 return guy. Oh, yeah? I haven't seen him yet. He's on my list, I think. I haven't seen him yet, though. Bill says, when do we find out the list for the 30-player interviews? Should be leaking out here. Would have expected we would have seen it by now, Bill. Not sure why we haven't. Go Breeze Brando, how do we secure a Grant Cohn crossover? I'm down to do it. He's good friends with Jesse Cool Breeze. So I think it'd be probably pretty easy to get locked in. I like, me and Jesse got such a good rapport on it. I usually like to lock in with him when I got my Niner stuff going, but I'm down to have Grant on for sure. Yeah, Lethal, Rob does good work over there at the draft blog for sure. I get why I likes Booker too. I mean, at the end of the day, the tape is the tape, and the tape on Booker's good. Clean. Lethal says, I'm scared of Grant's effort, but if McDonald thinks he's a football guy and likes him, I'd love to have Grant. Well, those big guys, they're carrying 350 pounds, Lethal. They got to get their blows every once in a while, It's a lot of meat on that stick they're carrying around. But I think the good part of this is that you have McDonald with the Michigan track record, and that he's going to have his information and knowledge on this guy, and he's going to know him very clearly on what he's getting if he does make him the pick at 18. Little House Hawks Nest, with your draft experience and our comp picks, will we stay pat in round 2 at 50 or move up? I see John making at least one move in this draft. Yes, I do as well, Thrillhouse. I think moving up is a great idea on your part. Could it be moving up in the second round or third round? I could definitely see that with John's perspective of it. I think the other part I've wondered about with the Thrillhouse is if John, if he's with multiple fourths, multiple fifths, kind of thing, does he try to take those package of picks and get back up into the third round? And that's where I could see him also doing that, because you're going to get into about the middle part of the fourth round and things start to drop off pretty fast at that point. So having a multitude of all of those picks into day 3 may not be something that is as necessary for him, especially considering where this roster is at. Do you need that many players? Are you going to roll through that much turnover? We'll see with that. But I think there's a couple directions you can go that. Trade up second, trade up. I don't think trading up in the first is in the cards here. We've never seen him do that. But trade up second, trade up in the third, or package the multitude of picks into day 3 to try to get back into day 2. I can see that. Absolutely can see that. Varman, thank you for the $2 donation, Varman. Connerly in the second and get Nick Emawari in the first. Well, my promise to you, Varman, is when we do our next mock draft, we did 3.0 today. On mock draft 4.0, I will try to do a Nick Emawari first round draft and have it roll with that. Connerly's a lot of fun. I wasn't super high on his tape, but he's an interesting player. I do think he's going to probably, Varman, stay more tackle than I think he's going to go into guard at the next level. He might have some of that versatility that he does offer, but he feels more guardish to me in watching him. But solid player, solid pick, did enough in his testing on this, I think as well, Varman. I don't think Connerly's going to last to the second. I think he's probably taken, if not at the end of the first round, probably up at the top of the second round in one of those teams up there that need offensive line help that are probably going to jump on him at that point, because he becomes the best probably tackle available into the second round, at the top of the second round, with all of the frontline guys that go off the board. So Josh Simmons gone by that point. Arisay, Campbell, Banks, and Mabu, all of those guys are off the board. It's kind of down to Connerly and then Marcus Mbow, as the next two guys. I think that they both go before we get to 18 there, Varman. But I like Emawari, man. I like him. It might be a tiny bit early they're picking him, but you can't deny, at least you're taking the guy with an insane amount of upside. He would bring that. You don't know if he's going to realize it or get to that spot of it, but he's got the goods to get to it. That part's for sure, my man. Thank you for the donation. Thrill says, with this scheme, you open up the passing game by forcing the defenses to stack the box to stop the run. Play action will be huge in this scheme, and you don't necessarily need a DK to capitalize on that. Very good point. And it's the truth. This is more about there being a bit more emphasis on the run game, a little bit more of the emphasis on the short passing attack and the quick passing structure with some shot plays built within. But we have seen some more of these offenses in recent year with Metcalf here, more built upon shot plays and getting those kind of at the head of what you're doing, at the forefront of what you're doing. And it now starts to take a little bit more of a step back on that in the structure of this. Can you find that big play guy out there in the trade who's kind of just got that skill set and that's, his job to be that? Yeah, you kind of can. But it's an interesting discussion, this team building thing. It is just a finite thing, and you go, well, look, you can have this, but then you don't deal with that. And if you don't deal with that, then this happens, and then that happens. Wolverine says Debo's gone, so the Niners are looking for a superstar wide receiver. They might be. They do have some guys there in-house already kind of set in development, and I think that there's a little bit of maybe some sea change there on them going back to understanding finally, a little bit like us, where it's like we've been ignoring the offensive line a little bit too much. We need to start paying way more attention to this thing. But they are going to take a receiver in this draft too, somewhere. Kelly says, maybe we can take Starks. I like Jihad's rushing and blitzing availability. He's nice, Kelly. He's really nice. Both those players are really good players. I'd be happy with either of them. Greg says, Brandon, I wasn't saying Hawks will wait until after JSN's fourth year to sign a new contract. I was saying it's an option, but I agree with you. It's not the best idea to do it. Yeah, it's definitely an option. I mean, if you want a hard court as an organization, you know, and if I'd seen a track record with John even slightly being willing to do that, Greg, but he is very like, I'm going to, and he's probably got good reason to do it. You know, you get malcontents and you get guys that don't get paid and they can be a problem. And you have in-house, you know, you get the in-house holdouts right now where the guys are in the building, but they're not doing anything. It's like, oh, my oblique's hurting me. But you can do it. It's definitely, technically you could do it. I would think in all this, we want to anticipate definitely to what John tends to do. And especially if he's going to hard line down to something where it's like, he doesn't deviate very much from this. It's like, he's earned the contract, we pay him. He's earned the contract, we're going to pay him. Earn the contract, we're going to pay him. Almost, I would say, Greg, at times with John, to a fault, I would say to this, to your point in this, Greg, where there is some times where you should be willing to wield the leverage that you possess on this. A little bit of feeling at times maybe that we're willing to give a little ground to the contract just to get it done. Making sure it's always at the right price. The 49ers are going to sell all their wide receivers to pay Purdy, and the crazy thing, they'll still be hard to beat because of Shanahan making chicken salad out of chicken shit. True. I don't think that they're going to be a bad team, and I think that the Niners aren't run by their wide receivers. Niners are run by their scheme. They're run by their running and the play action off the running, and they've got plenty in the tank to still get that done. They'll have Kittle there. They've got Juwan Jennings, who is very solid. And at the end of the year, Ricky Pearsall, as much as I'm not a big Ricky Pearsall believer, he came on for him, and Ricky Pearsall is a pure slot, so he's going to fit right into Debo's role and go. He's not the same kind of player as a Debo, but he'll be able to pull off and be productive in the Debo role. A lot of manufactured touches in that position. Does appear, though, Lethal, that they are going to pay Brock. Yes, sir. Varman with another $5 donation. Varman, thank you for the double donation, brother. I salute you, sir. Should we draft Emawari first? I love him, but O-line talent may be gone by round 2. Should we go O-line first or take the risk? What do you think? I've gone back with Emawari, and I've got this year. I've been able to get some real true blue, great access to some all 22 tape on these guys. So especially with the safety position, I'm able to get a really clear view of him. Emawari's got good tape, Varman. Emawari does not have great tape. And one of the places that what I kind of started out on the show today and talking about it, and I think it's a very, to your donation, but did also just in something in considering this draft and what the general manager has to turn over there at 18, is that in two players, Shamar Stewart and Emawari, you have these two freak shows. And you can see the freak showness a little bit on the tape, but you definitely are feeling in these testing times and the scores they're providing and what they're having from, especially Stewart out the Senior Bowl and how he was performing out there. And you go, man, these guys have upside there that is true as you're going to find in any draft. They have blue chip upside, but they're not blue chip players necessarily. Is there absolutely a way with me with Emawari that you could tell me that, look, our coaching staff can take these raw goods, we can fit this in here and maximize him to the fullest, and this is a weapon to have on defense, the likes of which McDonald has never really had. You can't talk about Hamilton. Well, Hamilton, this guy's far beyond Hamilton from a physical skill set. Hamilton ran what, like a 4.6 at about the same size? 4.6, 4.7? Wasn't that what Hamilton ran? Like a 4.65, I think. Somewhere in that area. Here in MOR, you guys basically same size guy running a 4.4, explosive as hell. So you've got that there, but you're doing a lot of that projection to me, Varman, not you personally, but the team would have to do a lot of that projection towards, we know he's going to reach that upside. Versus, if I have a guy that's this freakish and I'm taking in the first round, I'd like to see a little bit more of that tape sizzle than I do. There's a lot of it with him where, he's not flying down with reckless abandon and he's just a blur all over the football field like you might expect with 4.4. There are times you see his speed. There are times you're feeling his athleticism, his explosiveness, but it's not something that you feel play in and play out with him. And there's not some one major skill set with him where Derwin James is another comp that goes to him where it's like with Derwin James, he could do everything. He'd be a slot corner, go be a strong safety, be a free safety for you. And you could watch him on tape at college, running out there and doing all those things sensationally. It's not quite to that same place with Emawari. And that's where, to me, I go more Varman. To be taking Emawari, it's more late first to early second. I think he's done enough with his combine to elevate himself with these physical tools to be a late first guy, but to be mid first guy, I think if you're in that place, you need to be showing a little bit more on your tape, more of that sizzle on the tape. And I've gone back since this combine and looking more at the tape to just let me double check my first initial view. And I was kind of like, he's fine out there. He's making a couple of plays over the course of a game, but I'm not feeling him. I'm not feeling him, right? Some players you turn on the tape and like, oh man, whoa, this guy's all over the place. He's flying around. You're not quite getting there with him on it. Like if I turn on pure tape between Andrew Mukuba from Texas, and I show you his tape and him playing, and I flash the tape over to Emawari, Mukuba is going to give you better tape probably. You're going to be more wowed by what you're watching from Mukuba. But Emawari's got way more size, way more length, way more explosiveness, faster player. It becomes tough there, Varman, for me. I think you're kind of on it in your comment with the two, though, that if it comes down to taking a safety who, let's remember with this with Emawari, yeah, he'll come out and he'll play 3 safety looks, but he's probably not in his rookie year going to be able to unseat Kobe Bryant. So it's as much about a pick for the future as anything else at that point. And if it's a pick about the future at that point, well, do you really like that over taking what could be an offensive lineman who would be an instantaneous starter, instantaneous upgrade? I would probably lean to that more than the hopeful upside that would be there in Emawari, at 18 at least. Trade back in the first round, get to 26, 27. Now you can kind of sign me up to that, especially then, Varman, because you're 26, you're 27, and then you've picked up the extra second or third round pick to then double dip down on the offensive lineman. But if it's between those kind of picks there, between an Emawari and a Mabu, an Emawari and an Arase, an Emawari and a Kelvin Banks, I think I got to go offensive line there, Varman, at that point. Varman with another $2 dono. Thank you, man, for all the support today. He says, I really like Gray Zabel at first as well. Well, you'll love what we ran today on the mock draft I ran today. We did, I double dipped on the first and second round. I went Mabu in the first round, and we went back and grabbed Gray Zabel in the second round, Varman. So I love Zabel as well. You never know a little bit about these smaller school guys and what they're going to be able to really get done. And so when they get to the Senior Bowl, when they get to the Combine, these are the guys that you're really watching for, because this is where you're getting a little bit more now of an ability to really see them on kind of an even ground and they're not just dominating lesser competition, but that they can stand with the best of the best. And Zabel did that at the Senior Bowl. He did that here at the Combine. He's checked those boxes. He's done his work. The kid has solidified himself in a major way. I don't know if he quite goes into first round. He's kind of this year's Graham Barton from last year, Varman. And remember with Barton, I think he went like 25, I think, or so to the Buccaneers is where I want to say he went. But what'd you get in Barton this year with the Bucs? Starting center, instantaneous starter, solid, good to go. I think you'll see very much a similar thing from Zabel. And if the Hawks were to take him in 18 with the pick, is it a little bit high? Sure. But do you feel great about the pick as far as, I think, knowing what you're going to get and that he's going to come in here and be that starter day one? Yeah, I think you do, Varman. Yeah, I think you do. So I like him a lot too as well. He's fun. Jeff says, I would love a stud tight end in our Hawks. I like Taylor and Loveland or Fannin, or an H-back type might be fun. Would be a lot of fun, Jeff. And this draft, much like the running back class, is as deep a draft as I've seen. And I don't think I've seen a tight end class this is good. I haven't even got through all the guys. We've got folks out there, Greg and Jose Rodriguez. We're talking about Jalen Connors, who the Seahawks met with. I haven't even done my deep dive on him yet. There's still some more guys I'm still kind of picking through here. It's been a great tight end class. Great tight end class. And those two guys at the top, Warren, Loveland. I think Loveland's going to Broncos. I've got a real sense here that you're going to see Colston Loveland go to the Broncos in the first round. And don't be surprised, folks. You want a bold statement from yours truly here. Don't be surprised if Loveland is the first tight end off the board over Warren to the Broncos in the first round. I'm just throwing it out there. But great draft. And then Taylor, he didn't blow away with his testing times, but he was just so smooth and all the drills at the combine. His hands are so good. He runs such good routes. Complete player for the position. And he's got the lineage. Got the track record. Hand grenade, isn't George Kittle up for an extension? I think he's still got a couple years left. No, you're right. They got the void years on him. Boy, then I know why the Niners are dumping. I know why the Niners are dumping deals right now. Man, they messed up their books bad. Holy mackerel. Look at 26, folks. What is going on? I can see why they're moving not just Debo, but Ayuk on this. It's naughty. It's really naughty. Look at this. This is 2026, so not this year. This is next year, right? You got you have $6 million with Kittle, but not just $6 million. It's 2 years of $6 million with Kittle on the void years. And then you got Leonard Floyd down here with $2 million, but with him, that $2 million isn't all that it is. He's got multiple void years still left as well. Then you got Hargrave. He's got $6.175 million with option bonuses hitting. And that's multiple years too. 17 million, so that's multiple years. And you have Yetur Gross-Mastos. He's got multiple voidable years. That's only 1.6, but look, he's got 5 million, so there's still more years beyond that with Yetur. Kyle Juszczyk with 1.6. Cole McKivitz with 2.3. Malik Collins with 5.7. Juwan Jennings with 8. Holy mackerel, this is a mess. That is a complete and utter mess. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 void year deals on the books for 26 for the 49ers, and we're not even to 25 yet. This is only gonna increase. Very interesting. Not good for the Niners, folks. Jeremy says, I don't think we'll be trading anyone, really. If we do, it'll be Reek. I still think if the chances on DK stuff, I still think are very low. I do think that John wants to do a little bit of, and John's shown a bit of a tendency in doing some of this stuff recently with his, I'd call it recon work. He's kind of doing recon. You don't know what you're going to get until you know what you're going to get, until you hear from the people into what they're really willing to offer. And it just, as much as anything, kind of informs you more than it is about you having an actual drive to make the trade. Dogzilla says maybe DK's agent spread the talk rumor. No, I don't think so, Dogzilla. Because Corbin had multiple sources coming through from it on his end. And the Packer reporter had it coming through on his end as well. So I think that there was some true heat to it coming from the organizations. Doesn't mean, though, on that Dogzilla that it was actual interest and, true reality, that they were really trying to move a trade. The reference I've been making on this is it's like the Russell Wilson situation back in 2018. You were trying to get Russell Wilson contract negotiations done. You called up Cleveland and said, hey, do you want to give us the first overall pick for Russell Wilson? You weren't ever doing that really with the intention of trading Russell Wilson. You made the call because you knew it was going to get back to Russell's people. And it got back to Russell's people that it was going to help to push along the negotiations. So these kind of trade rumors can always break out for a variety of different reasons. It's not always because there's just true blue interest in one team wanting to actually move a player. Sometimes, like I say, it's a little bit like you're just doing the recon work. Nicholas, where do we see Besh going in the draft? Probably early third round. I've got him in the second, but I have a little bit more of a. I will admit I'm a little higher on him than some other people are. New Master Brando, if Grant, Mabu, and Michael Williams are there at 18, who are you going with? I've elevated Michael Williams on my draft board to a blue chip prospect off the edge. I'd already been kind of thinking about it. And then when I finally heard that he was dealing with an injury throughout all of this year and a couple of injuries, and he fought through it this year and he was a warrior this year and he still went out there and was playing his ass off, that was enough for me. I'm solidified in my outlook on Michael Williams, in my opinion, being the second best edge in this draft. I think we come out of this draft 5 years from now and we say he was the second best, in my opinion. Nicholas, Brendan, do you or have you ever had contact with the guy Hawk Blogger? I'm not. I'm not out. I would certainly love to work with them. I think there's a couple people that I'm definitely would love to have a chance to have on the channel and do some work with in the background on it. So I haven't, but I wouldn't mind it. I think it'd be probably great for both of our channels. Yeah, Ayuk is right now on the trade market, folks. If there's some wonder about that, he's definitely on the trade market, and there's stuff here that has a lot to do with the fact the Niners and how they've spent the money. That void year stuff I just showed you. We heard last year that the owner was getting kind of fed up with that process. I'm spending all this money on the front end. We're burying our cap. I've got to come up with all this money, and we're not winning championships. Enough of that. We're going to play this the way that other teams play this in the league, rather than trying to stretch this to the nth degree like we have. Z-Lord, I'm late, starting to watch the stream from the beginning. Please excuse me if my posts here aren't applicable to the current convo. Hey, man, it's all good. That's the way this goes if I go late. So no worries. That's how it goes. Lethal B, I know you hate Ewers, but you buy that his injury was the reason he played so poorly most this year. His Michigan was great. His Michigan game was great in a hostile environment, and before the playoff injury, playoffs good too. I mean, with him, Lethal Lance, I've had a problem with him on his tape for 3 years. So, and it's not that I think he's a bad player, Lethal. Let me make sure I say that too. It's not that he doesn't have some skill or some ability or brings some good size to play on this. I just, watching him play the quarterback position frustrates the hell out of me. And it's even popped up a couple times here watching through tape this year on watching other players, and they're playing Texas and watching defensive players, and he's the quarterback, and just the decisions and what he's doing. And it's really bad. The processing is really bad. Like he just does not. And remembering a lot of this offense is so predicated upon simplicity and ease and straightforwardness. And here's your read and here's your throw and go, and no multiple reads and no going through it. And anytime he has to step outside of that little comfort zone of that very tiny box of protective bubble wrap that surrounds him when he goes out and plays, anytime he's got to extend outside of it, he completely falls apart. He gives you some wild throws. He gives you some ability. And hey, Lethal, if you're talking about fourth round with this guy, I'm fine with it. Not in day one, not in day two, into day three. I wouldn't poo-poo it. I wouldn't be like, oh, this is so horrible to go with Ewers here on this with this. It's a penny stock that if this thing hits, you're loving it. And if it doesn't hit, you're out a fourth round pick. Not the worst thing at all. Not the worst thing at all. But I'm very hard-lined on Lethal Lance. It can't be third round. You're taking Quinn Ewers. The body of work is not equal to being worth taking in the third round. It's a big difference to me to the type of player you could be missing out on by jumping on Ewers there in the third, first the fourth. But if they want to go fourth, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to get mad at that. And the team's going to take a swing at one of these quarterbacks at one point or another. And we all have those guys we fall in love with from John's perspective when it comes to Ewers. We've known he's liked Ewers for a while. He's mentioned his name before. So I have the same thing. I've got those guys I love too, and it happens to all of us, when we get those guys we get a bit of an affinity for, and it happens. So I'll be okay there, but just not in the third. Can't do the third round. Lord says, I'm heading to Mexico for a month tomorrow. Won't stop me from following Brandon and Seahawks football wisdom, though. Thank you, Bravos. Have a great time down there in Mexico. Stay safe. Faces, there's a stud defensive end, too, Wilbert. Cool Breeze says, no way John Schneider goes O-line first round this year. 0 chance. Definitely the odds aren't in the favor of it happening. You're right, Cool Breeze. Wilbert says, too much talent on defense to be pissed about the Hawks if they don't hit the nail at 18. Yeah. And defense is definitely where I think you're likely to see that be the pick for value that they're facing there. I've kind of suspected this for a while, and I think that this just more confirmed it coming out of this combine. Boo! Hawks Nest, thoughts on the John Cena heel turn? I like it. I like John Cena as a heel. You know, he did the baby face stuff and all the good guy stuff, and took that as far as he kind of could take it. I like especially the heel with him and The Rock as the heel. That's a great combination right there. It's a great combination. Greg says, Kyle Hamilton ran a 4.59. My bad. So that's not as bad as I think people were expecting, or even worse than that. But still, 4.4 is flying. Wilbert says, Nick is the next Bam Bam Cam. Watch. I don't know if I see you go back and watch Wilbert. To me, the Cam at Virginia Tech and way he was lighting guys up even at Virginia Tech. Like, that didn't just burst on the scene. Like, there's a couple of hits you can get from Imawari, but he's not quite the violent player that Cam was. Now he's much more faster, much more athletic, better ball skills. There's things he does better than Cam too. And I do agree. I think that there's an upside there that's better than Derwin, but Derwin was more polished coming out, he was a better player coming out in his form coming out of college than Imawari is right now. Imawari still has got the upside and he might reach it, but that is kind of the reality of it too. Nick says, you got to look at the playing tapes more than the combine to figure out who's worthy. Yes, sir, Nick. At the end of the day, tape's got to be the thing that weighs the heaviest of the weight. You do want to factor in the supplemental data there with the combine and let that be a weighted factor, but it should never be the overriding factor. Lethal says, call me crazy, but get me Zabel and a veteran center to compete with Sundal, and I think that's enough to get this line to slightly above average. Ooh, I like bold take. Well, Zabel's going to give you a starter. And left guard, boom, you're good. And you do have a lot of right guards on this team as far as possible guys who could take a step forward in their development, Lethal. Very possible. This is, I think, the scheme change and coaching changes do most of the work. I think that to your point on that, Lethal, that the team is, by what they've said and especially what John Schneider has said, that seems to be a bit of, to your point, what they're kind of telling us on their outlook of it. Jeremy says, Cena turning heel was a major shocker. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Mean much if no news on Geno extension before free agency? It would be a big deal. Yes, Randall. It would be a big deal. Because you've got to get this contract done before you know what you can spend on anybody else. You can't go spend all your money and then come back over to Geno and be like, okay, we'll get the deal done now. And you're like, we don't have a lot of money to work through here on this one. It's possible you could still get it done. But I think that if you're getting to the point of free agency and it's not a deal done with Geno, then I would put much more of the odds than Randall on Geno being moved. They're going to sit down with him this week, according to John Schneider, for the first time. And these things are going to kind of either move along and get done quick, I think, or it will slide in this other way fast. But yeah, I don't think that it's a good sign for him staying here that if they don't get it done before free agency. Such a big deal. You got to get that thing knocked out before and they did to my point in this, Randall, they did it last time before you got to free agency with Geno. You got that deal done before you got to free agency on the extension. So you knew where your true numbers stood. Nick says Membo and Zabel would be awesome if that happens. Yeah, I think it'd be a pretty good draft. You're talking about feeling way better about the offensive line. Thrillhouse Hawks Nest, you're so wrong about Emawari, 6'3", 220, and ran a 4.38, and you want O-line. Mukuba doesn't have Emawari tape. Oh my God, this dude is not to be slept on. He's still a puppy. Man, I disagree. I can only go off of, and look, you're not alone, Thrillhouse. There's a lot of people that love Emawari. So, with me on this always is just me being honest in what I saw from the tape that I've turned on with Emawari. I see in Mukubu a guy I'm not saying is a better player. I'm not saying that I would take Mukubu above Emawari. I would still take Emawari. It's about upside. It's about where that guy's got as far as what he brings that to table. It's just about, there's a little bit of a thing that I'm getting through also a bit from the fan base. Like I see it in people saying Cam Chancellor 2.0 or Derwin James, or like it's where I see people trying to kind of capture Emawari and where he is as a player. And again, went back through today before the show today, Thrill House, and watched 2 back-to-back games of all 22 tape on Emawari. So I've already watched a couple of other games. So I'm up to like 4 or 5 games of his I've watched. I've got 2 more all 22 tape games to watch of his. So I will see if these games enact this part of it to where I see the thing that you're talking about and some others are talking about. But I can only go off the tape of what I do see. It's a good player. It's a good player that I've got a 2nd-round grade on. So I'm not low on him. But is it a guy that I have a 1st-round grade, or I see 1st-round polish to his game and versus other players that we could be getting in the 1st round there that supply a little bit more of that? If I have a guy like a Shamar Stewart, that's a similar kind of guy where you haven't necessarily seen the productivity on the field yet, but you're looking at the upside and the potential there, wouldn't it be better to go more of a defensive line than a position like safety, which can't always have that same kind of impact by the nature of the position and positional value and all of that? But I think I think the upside is true with him, Thrillhouse. I think where we would just have a little bit of disagreement on this is how close he is to reaching that upside at this point and where he is really more as a player. Randall, thanks for another $2 donation, Randall. He says, should we assume the big week for assume TA big week for the cuts and extensions? This should be the week, yeah, where we learn about the cuts for sure, Randall. I mean, there's going to be multiple guys cut this week. Rayshawn Jenkins will be gone, I think, this week. Draymond and Tyler, I think, are the other 2 shoes that are going to drop that we'll find out. But yeah, I do wonder on the Geno thing with them just starting to do the negotiations and sit down right now and get into this, if that means that they either A, have the bones of a deal already structured and kind of penciled out, and so it's really just kind of now dotting I's and crossing T's, or if they really are truly starting from ground zero on the negotiations there on that one. I'm a little unsure on that part of it. But the cuts will come through. I would expect an extension or 2, but hard to say as well in this little bit. The team's been a little bit hard to kind of pinpoint, Randall, on what their direction is that they're going this offseason. I mean, we think a Geno deal is going to get done. We think a DK extension is going to get done. We think an Ernest Jones extension is going to get done. But all of these things seem like they're going to take maybe down to that 11th hour. Greg says, Brandon and I especially don't get the Nick and Sean Taylor comps some people are trying to make when Sean Taylor last year in college was crazy. I don't think people really remember why Sean was picked 5th overall. I've heard the same comps. I struggle with you in the same way. I think Stanton said this over on his blog on this. It caught me, and I thought this was a real accurate representation. You more have watched Nick Emawari, and it's more of like a Jeremy Chin is more of what you feel from him on tape. Jeremy Chin came out, and he was a freak show tester too. He was a guy with good tape too. But it's where the tape's good. It's not mind-blowing. It's not what you saw from Sean Taylor on tape coming out of college was a little mind-blowing. When I watched Cam Chancellor out there at Virginia Tech, go watch right now. Type in Cam Chancellor, Virginia Tech. He is destroying people out there. Destroying, like we saw with him here in Seattle. And with Emawari, it's just, that's not what you get from him on tape. He's not got that same kind of ferocious spirit that those guys played with. He plays strong. He's a solid defender. He's a complete defender. He can do all of the things that you want a defender to do in the split safety look. He can play in the slot. He can come down and play like a linebacker down there around the line of scrimmage and how he can tackle. But there's not something really singular defining about his game that stands out in him being a dominant defender on the college tape. If I'm not mistaken, too, this does bear out to even things like, his overall PFF grade on the year, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go double check this. Yeah. Oh, you even see here, he's the 96th highest graded safety in the sport. Really good coverage grade. Overall, really solid. And this isn't an end all be all, but this kind of fits to what I saw on tape. Solid, good tape. But there's guys out there with next level tape. I mentioned Makuba, right? And said that the tape looks better to me with Makuba when I turn it on. Well, look who's the third highest graded player by PFF from the safety position last year. Makuba. Again, I think Nick's a better prospect. I would take Nick Imawari before Makuba, but it's a factor into this process of watching the tape between these two guys and seeing a guy not quite at that place from a tape perspective of kind of reputationally of how he's being discussed of at certain points in times. I really like him, and I'm not going to be crying tears if you take him with the first overall pick at 18, because I like going for upside. And if I'm going early in the first round, I want upside more than I want to be looking for floor. Because looking for floor in the first round is kind of a defeatist position to me. So I don't have a problem doing that necessarily, but that's just kind of why I'm in the place I am with him. Nick said they overpaid for Bosa royally. They did. The Brandon Ayuk one really puts them in the pickle. And I said last year, you should trade Ayuk now. This is a deal you can see that is not smart for you to do. Don't do it. Go a different direction. Last second sports in the house. What's up, last second? Jesse, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house, brother. Covering that stuff well out there with the Debo Ayuk thing. Gotta get a round table, man. We're due for a round table here. What's up, Donnie? How's the night going, Jesse? Ray says, what made Sean Taylor so special was he picked fifth? He didn't really have a position because his hitting was so good. You wanted him, but his 10 interceptions, 13 pass breakups, you want him in coverage. Yeah, he was an elite coverage guy, an elite hitter, and an elite tackler. Very special player. Probably the most talented safety that we've seen come out in probably the last 30 years. It's debatable, but New Master Brando, who's your top quarterback since the combine? Nobody really blew me away in the combine as far as quarterback position goes. Everybody kind of fit to where they were about ready to be coming into it when it's all said and done. I mean, Campbell had Will Howard had a rough combine throwing the football. I would say he didn't do himself any favors, but nobody really also came out there and was like, the ball's jumping out of their hands. The deep stuff, guys' accuracy was all over the place. A guy like even a Jackson Dart, who I've got some questions about his deep ball accuracy, wasn't exactly on it on some of his throws either with that. Nobody really elevated themselves. T-Lord says, to me, Ewers has one of the weaker arms of the group, and the guy is oh so brittle. Mobility ain't great either. Yeah, it's a triple dip. I sometimes hear the same thing about Ewers having this really strong, powerful arm that I don't know if I see as much from him with him on tape. There's a lot of throws he does a good job of layering, and so it's hard to say with guys that do so much layering of the ball where they always are adjusting their RPMs depending on the kind of throw a little bit. But does he just get back there and crank it? I mean, not necessarily. Regardless, as Ewers, yeah, even the best case scenario, who are you getting? Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins? I don't see a reason to take him earlier than the fifth round. That'd be more of an ideal spot, I would say, for sure. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the South Carolina kid sounds more like Taylor Mays than Cam. There's another great name to remember with this is that there are some safeties that come out that can be great testers like this. Taylor Mays, the former USC kid. There was that great debate at that time if the Seahawks were going to take Taylor at the top of their draft in the first round, and they went with Earl Thomas instead. And everybody was like, what are you doing, Carroll? I remember Taylor got a little bit mad about that at that point in time. Why Carroll didn't take him after Carroll had talked Taylor into coming back to school for another year of college. He might have been drafted earlier if he had come out the prior year. Guy did more damage to himself coming through that final year of college. But yeah, the Carolina kid is better than Taylor Mays, because Taylor Mays was a guy that was really just a pure hitter. That's really all he was going to do out there. I mean, he ran fast in a straight line, but the change of direction wasn't there. Athletically, I don't know. He wasn't at the same place the South Carolina kid is at. And Emawari is got some refinement to his game, coverage especially. He's very good in cover two, staying on top. He's effortless with that speed and his drops and getting over the top of receivers. You're not going to beat him deep. There's some things that he brings to the table. I don't want to oversell that he's not a guy that doesn't have some stuff that he does bring. But there are some other things in his game that need to get better. There's some tiny slight worries for me at times about the tenacity and the ferociousness of spirit to get after it at times. You know, not in a bad way, just here and there on some of the snaps you see with him where there's a little bit of lollygagging and kind of coming up softly to the pile a little bit. But coverage ability is absolutely legit. You know, he's got that in his bag on that side of it, for sure. He's a good player. He just has a ways to go to kind of get to the upside that he tempts and tantalizes with this combine performance. Oxeye View, Green Lantern versus the Hulk. Lantern puts him in a virtual jail based on his imagination. Jeremy says the Equalizer, Denzel or John Wick? John Wick. Gotta go John Wick there. Come on. See, Lord, okay, I'm now at the part of the stream where Brandon is talking about Tootin. Wasn't that the name of a Seahawks punter from back in the day? It was. He had one of the great nicknames, too. His name was Rick Tootin. Before Michael Dixon came along, I think there were people that could have made a good argument that if not for John Ryan, that Rick Tootin would be the best punter in Seahawks history. And he had the name Rick Bootin' Tootin was his nickname. Rick Bootin' Tootin. Isn't that just the perfect nickname for a punter? Mick says, I'd rather wait a year for a safety and try to get Caleb Downs next year. He's fun. Caleb's fun. He's a good player. He's going to be a first rounder, Mick, for sure. He's real good. If this is Eeyore's best case, a poor man's Aaron Rodgers. Really, really poor. But yeah, it's fair. Jacob says, Emawari Cam comparisons are lazy. They just don't quite fit. Wish they did. Metal Dragon, people really need to slow the roll on Emawari at 18. I don't think it's good team building taking a safety with all the holes we have up front. Emawari is not going to fix the O-line or rush the passer. Well said, Metal Dragon. Very well said. Greg Brandon, with Nick, I was thinking he tested similar to LaRon Landry, but I don't think he hits as hard. And Nick also isn't as big as Sean Taylor or Taylor Mays, who were 230 pounds or so. I'll go with the chin comp. Yeah, I thought Stan hit the nail on the head with the chin comp, because Chin was just a freak show tester coming out as well. And his tape was bad. Emawari's got better tape coming out. I think Chin was like a 4th, 5th rounder. So there is some differences even between these two guys, but there's just more of a closer to that. I think it is Stan said, it's closer to that than it is making the comp to a Sean Taylor. You know, if you have to pick one to the other that you're going to kind of try to comp to and say, what is he closer to? And yeah, I think you're right. I think Taylor had the 230, 235. I think Taylor played 235 too. So he played bigger too a little bit. At a different, the sport was in a different place from the safety position and what you need to weigh and kind of, but yeah, I would go with that as well. 76 Kingdom, when is the NFL going to let the Kush push legal? I don't know, man. Is the Kush push where everybody Instead of trying to go get an extra yard, everybody just smokes it up on the field post-snap. New master Tyler Shock balled out for 3/4 of the combine. Not sure what his processing is in game. He can process. No, he can go 1, 2, 3. In fact, he can go 1, 3 back to 1. He's got that in him, and he's going to be a guy that's going to rise up as high as anybody in this draft from a quarterback prospect status in this draft. I think everybody, even coming out of this combine, kind of fits to where they were going to go. He's a guy that started probably this pre-draft evaluation process as sort of a 6th, 7th round guy. Best case scenario. I think now he's kind of elevated himself into more of a 4th round discussion. Carter says if he's the second coming of Kyle Hamilton, he's worth the 18th pick. As long as you know that's what you're getting in him, right? Last second, if a secondary player is taken at 18, it should be Jada Barron, not Nick Emowari. True there. Jada Barron is a guy that I put into a first round graded area of things. I think Nick Emowari is a first round guy, but it's more 27, 28, 29, 30-ish. And you're drafting him for his athletic profile as much as anything else at that point, I think. Athletic profile, coverage ability as a safety. Barron's got more of, with cornerback Jesse, of course, you've got more positional valuation on the cornerbacks than you do have on safeties. I will say the one thing that I look at with this, Jesse, on this side of it, is when you look at Jada Barron, and one thing that stands out to me, or I'll bring it up right here, one part that stands out to me that just gets stuck in my brain a little bit with Jada Barron is the 29 and 5/8 inch arm length. And I think that's on top of what I've seen from him on tape, where he had a really good year playing on the outside cornerback position this year with a smattering of snaps at slot. Last year, it was more 50-50, a little bit more heavier tilted to the slot. I think he's going to be more of a pure slot guy at the next level. It's going to be very hard at 5'11" with 29 and 5/8 inch arms. And I don't think, Jesse, there's anybody with under 30-inch arms starting on the outside at the cornerback position in all of the NFL. It used to be there was like 3 guys with less than 32-inch long arms starting at one point in time, I remember. I don't think there's anybody with less than 30. So that's the one thing with him. He's going to be phenomenal. I don't think it's a bad thing, though, too, Jesse, there, because the slot matters. It's like drafting a slot wide receiver in the first round. You guys took Pearsall in the first round last year. We took JSN in the first round 2 years ago. The positional value has come up to where this doesn't mean it's a death knell for Jada Barron that he's going to go play in the slot now 24/7 all the time if that's what he's got to do. But I don't think he goes to the outside at the next level. I do think that he's got to get stuck there. But I do think you're right. He still is a guy that's going to go higher than Nick Emowari. And there's probably going to be 7 to 10 pick difference on where those guys go, one versus the other, I think. Jesse's right on this one. Who says Ninja Cat's back in the tree? She is, man. She's back. She's back. She's ready to say hi. Last second, Jada comp I like is Brian Branch. I agree. He's not an outside corner, safety, star, or slot. Yep. I'm with that. I think probably more slot than he's going to be able to work to the safety. But, with this stuff too, Jesse, so a lot of it, well, you guys don't do this as much as you guys. You're a slot. You're going to stay a slot. But we do a lot of this where, your slot can end up as your cover 2 safety post snap at times in our defense. So there's stuff where he can do that type of stuff. But slot matters, man. And I like the Brian Branch comp. I do. He's every bit the willing tackler that Branch was coming out. Branch was probably a little bit better tackler. He's probably a little bit better cover guy coming out as far as one versus the other. But to your point, Branch is going to be this is what happens with this. Branch will be a big driver to getting Jada Barron into being a top 20 pick. Whereas with Branch, I think, if I'm not mistaken with Branch, did he go first? Did he go first round? I want to say he was second round. So whereas he in his draft goes second round, this is where a guy like that can push up another guy. I think you'd agree on this, Jesse, where this can then take that guy from a prior draft who's had the success and then elevate this other guy as people start to look at that guy and go, that we want to get a guy like that on our team. We need one of those. And this guy looks just like, and then, well, rather than now two drafts ago, that goes second round. Now that guy gets kind of pushed up a little bit because of the success of other players that have a kind of a similar kind of outlook and makeup to him a bit. That's how I kind of see it a little bit. But Barron's fun. He's a good player. He's got some similarities too as well to Witherspoon a little bit in that way. They're both kind of small guys that play big. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. This is Randy's prediction. We trade DK for a first. We get a fourth, fifth comp pick. End up packaging back into the second. Pick twice in round 1 and 2. Interior offensive line times 2. Edge and quarterback. Let's FN go. I like it there, Randall. I like your bold, I say, Randall. You trade in DK and then you get back in. Boy, well, and that would definitely soften the impact of fans being angry about losing DKs, that you end up with 2 firsts and you end up with 2 seconds. That would solve some of the wounds out there of the loss of DK at that point, Randall. But I could see the team going that direction. I definitely could. And you've got so many of those comp pick package picks in there with the 4th, the 5th. I mean, you might get 3 comp picks back. And then you've got all of your native picks and 1 extra. So you've got a lot of picks in there that day 3 where maybe it's hard to do this always, but maybe you can find a way to get at the very least back up into the 3rd and maybe into the 2nd, depending on the kind of move you could look to make. You know, maybe you package your 3rd and the 4th and this 5th, and you can kind of find a way to make it work that way. Trying to think, Jesse. There's a couple other guys I was thinking that were like Jack Besh is another guy, Jesse, who I think Jack Besh is a guy that gets pushed up in this draft because of Cooper Kupp, and people see Jack Besh and they see so many similarities to a Cooper Kupp. I think that ends up drawing a lot of the same way. There's a couple of guys in this draft that are kind of like that, where I think success stories of guys prior are going to sort of push them up specifically in this draft, where people really go, "Oh yeah, this guy reminds me of this guy, so we'll move him up there." It's like I think in like this happening with Tyler Warren right now, where Tyler Warren to me is coming up into more 1st round range, should be more of a 2nd round guy, but he looks a little bit so much like Gronk when he's moving around out there that he gets elevated and pushed up because of it a little bit. You know what I mean? Jeremy says Pete supposedly told Taylor that he was their 1st round pick. Then Pete took Earl Thomas instead. Cold-blooded. Pete wouldn't have done him like that, would he? Pete wouldn't have done him like that. Yeah, we got a little Black Kitty action here. Oh, yeah. Told you guys, she's starting to come into getting used to the cat tree here. Kind of cool. What player would you say was your best draft projection, and who do you think was your worst? Great question. Oh, great question. Hard to say on the I did pretty good on LJ Collier. I mean, I hit that one out the park on draft day with that one as far as my outlook of him. I've had a couple misses I was thinking about recently. There were a couple ones where I just definitely didn't see it clearly on the player, thinking they were going to be a lot better, and now they're slipping on it. Isn't it convenient that I can't think of which ones those ones were? See if I could find. I'd have to probably look up and think. Somebody in the chat will get one of my misses, I'm sure, on here. Creed Humphrey would be another one was pretty good that I knew Creed was going to be really good. I have to think about this. Just as Warren's definitely getting the Gronk push. I'm not sure he is that much better than Loveland. My bold take today, Jesse, was that I think that, and this is going to shock a lot of the fans, so you're hearing it too. I think that Colston's going to end up going ahead of Warren in this draft. And I think, Jesse, to me, the Broncos and Colston just make too much sense in the first round. And I could understand and get it. I have both of those two players rated really close together, Jesse, but I do have both those players as second round graded players too. I think they're both getting kind of elevated up just a little bit. But yeah, I see the same thing. It's you get the fascination of a guy that sets in, and it's going to elevate you up. This is also happening, Jesse, with Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson's getting all of the Jahmyr Gibbs bump thing, where because Gibbs is this first round guy, where people, when Gibbs was taken in the first round, were like, what's Detroit doing? First round running back Gibbs for kind of a gadgety guy, running back guy. You can't do that. And then it's paid off for him. And then that elevates a guy who's in a similar structure, build, usage, touch guy, how he goes out there and wins. There's a few of these guys that get pushed in that way. And I don't know if you want to be that team on the edge of being caught in the imagination game. You know, it kind of feels like that doesn't always tend to really work out that well when you go down in a line like that. I've had some big mistakes. Misfit, I've definitely had some big ones. I should be better about having a couple off the top of my head too, because my stuff don't stink. Come on, I got one here. Hold on. Let's see here. I'll get one here. I think Will Levis has been one of my misses. Will Levis was a guy that I had a little higher than and a bit better than he's turned out to be. I had waffled on him a bit back and forth, and I think I eventually landed by the time we got to the draft of like, no, I think he can do it. Chris is the Hawks Nest. Besides the obvious 2 or 3, who do you like for linebacker? Knight, Mondin, Jr., or Schweisinger? My interior linebacker pecking order, and it would be second round onward. Or no, I've got a first round grade on Jahad Campbell. I've got a second round grade on Knight. On Schweisinger, I have a third round grade. So it's kind of between those 3 guys. You know, where do you want to take them? It's 1, 2, 3 with those 3 guys. Bump, bump, bump. And then I've got a 4th round grade on Smail Mondin. He's my first. I've got about 6 linebackers in the 4th round. Smail Mondin is the top guy for me in the 4th round. So 1, 2, 3, 4, man. Chris, I would go between all those guys. Campbell 1, Knight in the 2nd, Schweisinger in the 3rd, Mondin in the 4th. Luce is feeling like the DK trade is smoke. I think it very well could prove to be that. I don't have any instinct on this is going to happen, or it's imminent, or that something is really percolating. Kind of just feels like it's in there. Seth says, last second, Jesse says, I saw Ayuk trade rumors when Debo got traded. Anything realistic about that? I look at that cap situation with those void years, Jesse, and yikes. It feels like this is going to go down here with Ayuk, which is tough too, because I know you knew you were not going to get anything for Debo, but you're really not getting anything for Ayuk. I mean, what do you pull back with him coming off that injury? Maybe a 4th? He's not going to pass his physical. Robert says, if Michael Mayer from the Raiders is available, would you be interested? I wouldn't, Robert. And my reasoning for it would be that this is the best tight end draft that I've seen in about 25 years. I'd like to double dip from this tight end draft rather than grab a guy who's getting through the end of his rookie deal that I have to give up draft capital. Like, I'm giving up draft capital here that could be Terrace Ferguson or could be Jackson Hawes to bring in Michael Mayer at that point. I think it's better to go with the young tight ends that you have available rather than Michael. Kind of like if you have a wide receiver rich draft, Robert, and a wide receiver becomes available on the open market, who's not even like a top end wide receiver, but just kind of an okay wide receiver, that you'll go, I don't want to make, this is not the year to make that move in that trade at that time. Well, versus D-line stud monster to disrupt traffic in front of space, the no line in free agency. I like it. D-line stud. Sounds like Kenneth Grant, Wilbert. Sounds like Kenneth Grant to me. Andy Hampston says, chasing combine performance is how you end up with Aaron Curry. It is indeed. You can't let that thing wait over the top of what you see from the film. It's just comes into addition. It should be that you walk into a combine with some questions on a player from the tape, or you don't need the combine. You know what you saw from the tape. It's confirmed what you need to see. There are some players where it's not necessary as much to have them post some legit times, but there's a variance, and every prospect's a little bit independent of the other on what you need to see, but it can never be where that holds up and ends up carrying the day over the top of all this tape you might have in a play. You got 3 years worth of game tape, and you're having this testing scores, this length, the size start to overrule that, and it can happen at times. Only did you pick Drew Lock? No, I wasn't a big Drew Lock guy coming out. Manny, Niners could have gotten a first last year for Ayuk. Now they're lucky to get a third-day pick. Yeah, I said at the time, I think even Jesse, to his point at the time, was very much in favor of moving Brandon Ayuk. I mean, he's been in favor of getting ahead of this financial situation where now what you have the Niners doing is being reactive to it. They're essentially a year late on this where they could have been a year early. And it was a deal where you could see that they knew what the right move was to make. They just didn't like to do it. They just didn't like giving up on a talent like Ayuk like that. I get that part, but you got to be really sure about when you're giving out these kind of contracts to these skill position players. And the Niners have gotten bit now on both of the two deals that they've given out to both Debo and Brandon Ayuk on this one. And it's just part of the reason you got to be so careful. Seth says, how do you feel about Juwan Johnson? I like him as a replacement for Fant. Yeah, he had his best year there under Kubiak. He knows the system coming on in. He's athletic. He's big, long. He certainly, I think, can replicate what you get with Fant from a receiving position. You don't have to spend as much money as you have to spend for Fant at the position. So I'd be okay with the replacement for him. I don't want to spend big money on this, Seth. Kind of like for the same reason I don't want to make like Robert mentions about making the trade for Michael Mayer, because it's for the same reasons. I can go get there's 2 tight ends I can double dip on in this draft who can come in and be players for us and can fill a role. There's not as much a need now to overpay for that in the market or to trade for that guy in the market, if that is the case. So the contract's got to be right, but if he can be a cheaper option to Fant and flip Fant out, save the money, bring in Johnson, I'm okay with it then. That makes sense. Ricardo says, what do you think about Gunnar Helm? He ran a lousy 40, but apparently he had an ankle sprain that might have affected his numbers. Maybe we can get him late. Liked him a lot coming into this draft, coming into this combine. I had him as my 4th tight end, just behind Harold Fananen. And I don't know if I'm going to dip him or move him at this point, but you are right. If you're talking about guys that came out of this combine that had low light performances and were disappointing, it's him. He's an H-back tight end type. He needs to have great 40 time. He needs to move well in space because you're not going to get as much from him as a pure blocker. And so that does suck. And maybe that ankle injury will cause him to dip and fall a little bit. He's got a really good catch radius. He's got really soft hands, runs really good routes, great body control. I will say the funny thing about this, Ricardo, to me though, a little bit, I wonder, I don't know if it's from this, but there's no tight end in this draft who gets submarined more than Gunnar Helm. Go watch his highlight film, and you're watching safeties just absolutely torpedo his ankles time and time and time again. And I legit worry with Gunnar because he just can't seem to anticipate when the safeties are coming in to submarine him, how his lower legs are going to hold up over time just taking that abuse. Because most tight ends can at least like pick a leg up, sidestep it, jump over a guy, find a way to kind of occasionally avoid the submariners. He just runs right into it every time. And my ankles hurt watching it. The front of my ankles are in pain watching him get tackled. Crashy, do you think they trade Metcalf if they get offered a first? I feel like this is the only time to get something worth for him. You touch on the most important point here, Crashy. The first part of your question is also important, but the second part is, I think, the real important part to consider with this. If you're going to move DK Metcalf, this is the time that you have to decide to do that. You do not get this opportunity next year. You're not going to be in a position to do it the year after that because you're going to have to do a contract extension this season if you're going to do this. Then by the time that you'd be looking around at any point in time of considering him trading in the future, it's a couple years down the line, and his trade value is not going to be very much at that point. So this is the time to where S or get off the pot. And so I think that there's a bit of a consideration here as much as anything else, Crashy, to where it's, what can we get out here? I don't think that doesn't necessarily mean that there's an inherent drive to go trade DK. It's as much a drive to go find out what you can go get. I've called it a little bit of a recon situation. I think the Seahawks are just reconning DK Metcalf to see the availability of truly what they can get back in return for him. And that maybe they're blown away enough to where there's a good enough deal to then move him. I think that the team's going to want more than a first round pick, especially considering the first round pick they're probably going to get back is from probably a contender, probably a sub playoff team, probably in the 20s. If that's the case, then you're going to need to give me a little bit more beyond that. Does the team move him if they get a little bit more beyond that? It's hard to say. I think by and large, the tendency would be to lean towards getting to an extension, and that's the way that this is going to play out. But I do think that they are doing that recon work. And if you start to go down this road even a little bit, the possibility of it does open up more than ever before. So I don't think on just being offered a pure first, they would do it unless it was a high first round pick. But I do think that they're considering it because I think there's going to be a big hesitancy here to throw him that $32 million a year that he is going to cost. Nagasa, all in on Warren. Loveland just had a shoulder injury. He did, yeah. He was dealing with an injury throughout this season for sure. And I do like them both, Nagasa. I've got them neck and neck for me in the second round. So both of these guys are real fun players. And I do have Warren ahead of Loveland, Nagasa. I do think he's a better, they're both H-back type tight ends. Warren is a better blocker, though, than Loveland, I think. Little stronger, a little more stout. Real Hawks Nest, what's going on with Ernest Jones? Jalen Walker falls to 18 in drafts. How do the Hawks figure out their draft board without a guaranteed middle linebacker? Well, you're going to have that solved by the time you get to the draft, Real House. You know, if an inside linebacker is not on your roster at that point, if Ernest Jones is a free agent, I don't know, they probably would sign at least some veteran inside linebacker out there, but then there's much more of a higher chance that you're going to take a Jihad Campbell at 18 at that point, right? So, you know, it's not a surprise the Ernest Jones negotiations are taking this amount of time, Thrill House. Leonard Williams and Noah Fant last year took until you got into free agency. Like free agency had officially kicked off. They could go out there and find out what their value was on the open market, and then you got the deal done. So I would expect with Ernest Jones, big part of his push here, and it's understandably so, is that I got through my 4 years of my pro experience. I could have been paid after 3 years. I was able to stretch an extra 4 and didn't get paid my third year. Now I'm really due to be paid. Now I want to make sure I'm getting paid the highest amount I possibly can be paid because I've earned it and I'm a year late of being paid. So that means that, you know, he's going to probably want a little bit of a at least soft understanding of what these other teams are offering, which will then make it Thrill House take a little bit of extra time for a deal to get culminated. But I do think it'll get done when it's all said and done. Jalen Walker has a chance of falling to us at 18. Some of this depends a bit on what's the real true character concerns that are behind Mike Green and Pierce of Tennessee, because there's some potential character concerns that would allow Walker to vault over the top of those two guys. He's a real fun player. He can play off-ball linebacker. He can play off the edge. He's got a lot of upside coming off the edge because he hasn't done it a lot, and he's been successful when he's asked to do it. Very explosive. So he could be the guy they do take there as the outside, as a linebacker there at 18. He would not be your Mike guy, though. That'd be more Jihad Campbell, or we could go to more into the deeper draft, second, third, fourth round, to look at one of those guys in there too, as that sort of starter. But the Jones deal will probably be done sooner than later. Manny says, hope the Seahawks learn from the Ayuk situation. Me too. Part of why this is a very important time with DK, part of why you want him to do this recon work, part of why you want him just to consider it. It's not that the answer can't come down to become sign DK Metcalf and that doesn't turn out, that might be turning out to be the smartest decision to be made here, the right decision to be made here. But you do want the team to put all considerations in place, especially for a team that struggled to push through here in recent years to really get into a contending place. And then, hey, we haven't gotten here. What do we have to do this? How does the team have to be structured to do this? What is our ultimate long-term plans on making this all happen and occur? And so it is smart to just consider it, and you do want to learn some lessons. And the Niners have just crossed this bridge with 2 skill position players back to back, giving them this kind of market-setting deal and then getting burned by it. And with a receiver in this position, it's a very important position, but it's also one where there's always a lot of receivers every draft coming into things. And if you're not going to be a team that's as driven by passing attack and throwing the ball over the field, and you're going to go back to running the ball a little bit more, maybe even more lesser of a need to have 2 $30 million wide receivers at once on the roster as you're going to be kind of facing next year if you do sign DK to an extension. Hawksnest, what's going on with her? Oh, sorry. Crashy, I like DK. The situation's just interesting. If you can get enough for him to trade, then why extend Geno? But we will see. I've maintained that as well, Crashy, is that if you are moving DK, I don't know why you wouldn't kind of consider to be moving toward Geno in addition to it. But that's where it's hard to kind of get a feel quite yet of what this team is intending to do. There's a couple different ways they can go, a couple different directions they can go. It's very interesting, like you say. It's very interesting because there are so many paths, and many times you get into an offseason like this with your team and you're going, well, you've got this road and then you got that road. It's kind of our only roads. Whereas this offseason, you've got with the Geno and the DK kind of first things that got to trigger in and go down, and how you spend your money, and if you're going to get aggressive in that way, and are you going to clear these bad contracts off the book to get the money going? Nagasa Loveland's still only 20 years old. Ooh, I didn't know he was that young. He's just a baby, man. He is just a baby. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, didn't Ayuk just get paid? What dead cap hit? He did just get paid. The Niners, I would factor to guess, are doing a lot of that option bonus thing that I've been talking about with the, we've been talking about them with the quarterbacks recently on this one, Randall, a little bit. Where what you have is you have option bonuses in place. And so you can kind of sometimes theoretically get out of a deal quicker and easier than, because the other team will be on the hook for the option bonuses later on. So with Ayuk, he's got a $16 million cap hit right now. There's $13 million of dead money. They saved $2.4 million. So not a lot of savings there on that side of it. All right, wait, let me go to 25. Yeah, so it's these option bonuses here, Randall. Like this, you try to get out of you're trying to get out of the option bonus side with Ayuk. I think these are the ones where you can slide out year by year if you can get ahead of this type of stuff to where you're not on the hook for that. You're just on the hook then for the base bonus, this side right here. So if they can kind of slide out at this point in time before these things start to click in, you can see here in 26, he's got the 9-5 option bonus. So it goes from 4-5 to 9. But this is that thing I've talked about that makes it to where you can trade for a Trevor Lawrence or a Burrow, is if the team basically gives them these are guaranteed. This is 27. He's got the 9-5. These are option bonuses. So the way it works is that you have base bonus and option bonus. And there's obviously workout bonuses, but just forget that stuff for a second. Base salary is the base salary you make. Bonus is the bonus money you got given at the time you signed your deal. And then option bonus is the bonus that's going to click in at a certain time of year that is guaranteed money that you're going to get. It's essentially a way to give a player bonus money without having to give him to him on the front of the deal to satiate that he's getting all the money that he should be given back. So the Niners would get out ahead of this optional bonus money that you're seeing down the line of his contract, and that's how they can kind of pull this off, Randall. But this is also what opens the door to these quarterbacks being potentially moved too, because instead of it being a deal like the Russell Wilson trade, for instance, where he didn't have any option bonus money on his deal. It was just merely we had to eat the full remaining bonus money that was left on his deal, $26 million. Now you're getting this option bonus stuff where it splits it. So now the dead money's a lot lower. Player's still getting all his pay on this, but this is going to allow for deals to be more facilitated more than ever before because of it. So this opens the door on Ayuk getting moved on this Randall and allowing them to save some money down the line on this one by doing it now. There is some dead money, but they're able to kind of collectively save money, especially in the long term on it. Seth K. Aloha, where do you have Greg Zabel? I'm seeing so much buzz around him from Hawk fans to get him at 18 after the Senior Bowl, but I still don't think he's a first rounder. I think he's a second at best. Yeah, I've got a high second round grade on Greg Zabel. So I've got, I'll show you my big board here. So here's my big board. In the second round, I've got Kelvin Banks is my one first round graded left guard. And then I have Zabel, Booker, Jackson, Wyatt Milliam, and Dylan Fairchild in the second round. So I do have him firmly in the second round as well, Seth. I think 18 is a little bit early. I think you could be okay with taking him in the 20s, but I think it's very easy at this point to just move back into 25, 26, even if you're just picking up a third rounder, and then go take Zabel there. That to me is a much smarter path than grabbing him at 18. That does seem a little early. I've called him this year's Seth. He's this year's Graham Barton. That's how I think of Gray Zabel. William says, hey, B, who is Loveland from Michigan comp? Is he a Kelsey, and is Warren comp to Gronkowski? Warren comp is to Gronkowski from a very specific area of things. Gronkowski was a much better blocker than Warren. Warren's a good blocker, but Gronkowski was a monster as a blocker. They both have this thing where they're a little stiff, but they really get around the stiffness kind of uniquely. Great contested catchers, great body control, huge catch radius that they can maximize to the ultimate. Great after the catch, hard as hell to bring down. They run as hard as you're going to find after the catch as far as it goes. I think Gronkowski's a fair comp as a pass catcher. He's not going to get to the upside of a Gronkowski, in my opinion, because that's maybe the best all-time tight end. I wouldn't want to give him quite that comp. But much in the same way, I wouldn't want to kind of give Colston the Kelsey comp either on this one. If I was to go to the Colston comp that I have for him, it's not a one that's going to elicit a lot of excitement from people, I don't think, but I think it's a fair one. I've got a second round grade on the guy. So, it's, this guy was taken in the first round. I think he's a Dalton Kincaid. That would be my comp for Colston. Dalton Kincaid. Really good pass catcher, runs really good routes. He's got a lot of dexterity. And fluidity and how he moves at his size for the position. Very soft hands as well. But even more to me, a Dalton Kincaid type would be the comp for me on that one. Carmen Schofield, thank you for the $5 donation. Carmen, do you see Scatabo appealing to the Kubiak offense? Fullback potential? Which round do you see him going? Cam Scatabo could appeal to them in that fullback range of things. He didn't do any real fullback stuff out of Arizona State, so this is a little bit of flying blind in trying to predict him and where he's going to fit to from that perspective of it. But he runs really hard. I think he had a pretty good combine. It's kind of disappointing to me is that he doesn't run the 40. I'm like, come on, dude. That's a little bit where I worry with him on, are you trying to hide something? Because you weren't a legitimate enough, prospect on this to believe that you should look at yourself as being up and not needing to run a 40 at this point. Maybe he's injured or something weird with that. But I have him in the fourth round right now. I've got him behind Jordan James, RG Harvey, and then Cam Scatabo. And he's got the size ability to do a fullback stuff. At 5'9.5", 220, kind of just barely. I mean, you want a fullback, you're thinking more 5'9", 235, 240. I've thought more, this is where I've been more of a, Harold Fannin type guy that I've looked at for that. But he jumped 39.5 inches. He did a 10.3 broad jump. Those are really good times. That's really good time. That's really good jump for him. That shows you there is some legit explosiveness for you there. But that is at 219 pounds. It is a little light for the fullback position, but it could work. The fullback position also isn't what it was from a requirement standpoint in 2004. And maybe you can be a guy at 220 now and that can make it, you can make it work off of that. I would go more fourth round though, and where I would see him at. And a guy that I would want to Carmen be, this is one of those players you want to pay attention to on where the 40 time is at and where the 10-yard split time is at. Does he go out there at 220 pounds and run a 4.6 40? Do I got a 1.58, 1.59, 10-yard split with them? Some of this is going to be a determinant, I think, on that upside, and then maybe a bit of where, maybe as well, a bit of the possibility of him then maybe moving to the fullback position based on some of those results. Because you're running a 4.6 as a running back, you're probably not going to be a tailback in the sport at that point, getting a lot of carries from that standpoint, even without as hard as he does run. But I like him in the fourth. And there isn't anybody that runs harder in this draft or with as much violence or anger as Scatabo. That's for sure, Carmen. He's no backs. There's a lot of fun backs in this draft to watch, but he's as fun as any of them because of that factor. William says, "Hey B, where is Bolton from Kansas City going?" Well, maybe you're Seattle Seahawks if you happen to lose out on Ernest Jones. Maybe they like Bolton better on that side of it. Probably the Raiders. There's a lot of that goes on at times when you get a player like this that gets to the open market with teams in the own division plucking. The Raiders have a substantial amount of money to spend. I know Bobby Wagner's maybe a bit of a potential of going to the Raiders instead, but it kind of things to me, it feels like Bobby just goes back to Quinn there at Washington. So I would put Bolton with the Raiders. Thrillhouse, how happy is Scary Terry with Debo coming to town? I mean, maybe happy, but Debo's kind of at the end of the road. Debo needs to show people that he's not done as a player. I think he's got a little bit to offer, but is he going to pull off the heat off of Terry? No, not in himself. He's more kind of coming in there gadgety than anything else at this point. Lethal says, don't want a receiving tight end if we keep Fant and probably get rid of him because he can't block. I only see us getting a receiving tight end if you're a gadget player who can play fullback like Fannin or Eurosic. I could see that too as well. Conyers is maybe another guy, Lethal, we're hearing about. That might be another guy to add to the list on that. Thrillhouse Hawks Nest. Pumpkin is not on the same page about Emawari. Already got to fight back to Seattle. Mixes, I'm sure Mike Salk's having a field day with all these DK rumors. Yeah, I am. I'm sure as well. He's been wanting it for about 4 years, it seems like. So I'm sure it'll be one of the open topics tomorrow, Monday, for him. Jack Maloney, how's the Rams cap? I'm guessing we've got to deal with them. I haven't seen the update yet for the Stafford numbers. They're doing the new 2-year contract with him. So we've got to kind of see where they end up. They were coming into this with $44 million of money, but do they've got the new deal here? Maybe they've got the new deal on this. Maybe they got the new deal on this one. So $44 million. But they did just sign. We got to give it a couple days. Come back and check with me in a couple days because we just had the Stafford deal that got signed, and then the Alaric Jackson extension as well just came down yesterday with the Rams. So we'll give it a couple days to kind of figure out on that one, Jack. I don't think Over the Cap's got the Alaric Jackson one updated yet in there. They're probably sitting at about 35 million-ish in cap space. There are some drafts I get Ashton Genty, and I'm like, sure, why not? He's good, man. He'll be a hell of a player. I really like Graham Barton, laughing out loud. Me too, man. He's a good player. Max, hey, Brandon, did you move anyone up your board after the combine, or is it all tape-based? No, I solidified some stuff. I mean, nobody's going up hugely, but Jada Barron is a guy that I had kind of right at the second, first round edge of things prior to the combine, and I bumped him fully into now late first round. Nick Mawari was a guy that was on the kind of the cusp for me as the second, first round graded guy. I had to kind of bump him up into first round after this point. I don't think that there was really anybody else, though, that I saw that truly was really deserving of much elevation. I think you got to give maybe Darian. Yeah. I moved Darian Porter up from the 4th to the 3rd round. But as good as he ran, his testing number, his tackling is not there. It is not there. Other than that, I put Derek Harmon firmly into the first round. He had a solid. And probably Josh Connerly, the tackle, him and both the Oregon kids, they did solidly enough, I think, to probably push themselves up there. I moved Jalen Nolan up from a 4th round pick to a 3rd round pick at the wide receiver position. He tested well enough in that his tape's good enough that's got to be the case to me. Not really anybody else, though. Everybody else still kind of fits to where they were chartered to go. Have a good night, Hawks Eye View. Appreciate you. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm thinking Musgrave for Green Bay for Loveland, less soft. Yeah, he's a tougher brand of player than Musgrave for sure. And with Musgrave, there was so much limited production with him coming out. I mean, what did he have, like 20 total catches coming out of college, and he was a 2nd round pick? So, there's a bit of a difference between the two on that. But yeah, from athletic build, profile, length, I think that's probably pretty fair, Randall. Definitely a better blocker with Loveland, too. I'm not a big guy on Loveland as a blocker. He's an H-back like Musgrave is. H-backs are always going to be a little bit of a deficient when it comes to blocking. But that's fair. And that's fair. Thank you, Randall. Lethal, more sneaky than Robert Ahmad Hassan from Boise State. Same thing with Roberts, but a little less athletic, a little more strong. I got to look at him, Lethal. He's one of the guys on my list right now. Cool story, too, from the kid from Egypt. But I haven't had a chance to take a look at Ahmad quite yet. Mixes Brandon, would you take the gamble on Milroe to sit behind Geno? I know he's a huge gamble, but it would be interesting. No, I can't do it myself, Mick. There's just too many problems that I have watching Jalen Milroe play the position. And I have a quarterback that struggles to throw the football. And not that he struggles from a standpoint of arm strength. He's got that. But just that he's just not a natural thrower of the football. I watch sometimes receivers that could be really fast and long and tall, and they can jump through the roof and they're explosive. But then every time you throw them the ball, they're fighting their hands on the catch. It's like the base skill you kind of need to have for the position coming into it. You can have all this other advanced stuff physically, but then the base skill ain't there, then what's it worth? Much like with Jalen Milroe, if you got no touch on the ball, your accuracy's all over the place, your delivery's a little weird and wonky, the ball just doesn't come out smooth and easy. You don't throw the most catchable of footballs. Because of Bill Walsh's old thing, they were talking about in the combine a couple days ago. I think it was Sarkisian was talking about it, and that one of the lessons he learned from Bill Walsh, one of the final lessons from Bill Walsh that he spoke about was, what's the first thing you look for a quarterback? Well, Bill didn't look for arm strength or processing. You look for a guy that threw a catchable ball. And I just can't get there with Milroe, man. You want to go in the 5th round with him then and take that flyer there? Okay. But he's probably going to go sooner than that because of all those physical goods that he has. Benelli, Shamar Stewart, Michael Williams in the 1st, Siobhan Ravel, or Nick Mawari in the 2nd, then address the line after that. I like it, Benelli. Sometimes that's how value takes you, That's That's what value will do to you. You know what I mean? What was Robbie Oots combine? It was pretty slow. 6'3", 31 1/4" arms. So nice short arms there. 4'9", 164, 34" vert, 9'11" broad. Yeah, the 3-cone ain't bad. Shuttle ain't bad. 26 reps on the bench is good. He is 274 pounds. I mean, that's a big boy there at that point, right? That's definitely that's about as heavy as you're going to get for a tight end. The 491 makes a little more sense at that size, Greg. I haven't looked at him too closely though. He's on my list. Dogzilla, thanks for the $2 donation. If we don't fix the offensive line, who are the best punters? I can firmly say, Dogzilla, I have not scouted the punters, my man. I think you're going to get a Michael Dixon extension. They're not going to let him walk, and so it's much more likely we'd look at kickers in this draft than I think punters. But I'm sorry, yeah, I haven't. I don't even know how to really scout kickers or punters, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But I think that guy's kind of good. Sort of. Maybe. Thrill House Hawks Nest. Do you know much about Ricky White versus Jalen Noel? I like Pat Bryant out of Illinois, but we all want Jack Besh. We all want Jackie Besh, man. Jalen Nolan to me is Khalil Shakir kind of guy. The Buffalo slot wide receiver. I think that he's got a lot of similarities to him. Really good, pretty good yak guy. Just gets open. Great body control. Great catch radius. Excellent hands. Love what you get with him. Ricky White's is a really interesting cat. Did not have a good combine. Did not test well at all, which was disappointing for me. 6'1", 190. I was expecting much better. But you turn on the tape with the kid, and it's just fun. He's just got good tape. Lanky, long striding, versatile receiver. Got kind of shades of Brandon Ayuk to his game. I wouldn't comp Ricky White to Brandon Ayuk and say it's some pure like that, but sometimes you get shades of a player, right? You sometimes here and there you go, oh, that kind of reminded me of Brandon Ayuk a little bit with that. He played mostly on the outside, but third of his snaps came from the slot, so he provides you some versatility in his game. He's kind of equally effective in each spot, whether you do play him in the slot or whether you do have him on the outside. He's a marvelous route runner. He can stop and cut on a dime. Good yak. He fights his ass off after every catch. Good hands catcher. Very competitive at the catch point. He can yank the ball away from the defender. An effective and willing blocker. Strong contributor on special teams, including a block punt. I think he has a couple of block punts actually in his career. So a very good special teams guy as well. The guy just creates separation and gives you a full skill set for the position. He's maybe not one of the great testers. So I wrote this even before the draft, by the way, where I said he may not be one of the great testers through the pre-draft process in either short area quickness or long speed, but on the field, he just plays fast. And when you watch Ricky, he gets open and he catches the ball when you throw him the ball. Steady, strong hands. Just a football player is Ricky White. And so he runs a 4.6, I think 340, which is tough. And I do have him in the fourth round, but this is why I've got to put a Jalen Noel up a little bit ahead of him, even though I do think with Jalen that there's going to be maybe a little bit more of him at times needing to probably be utilized a little more in the slot more often than the outside. But I think both of them can work off the outside because of their route running, especially. They create separation in that way. I haven't had a chance to take a look at Brian out of Illinois, but you are right. On all of those guys mentioned, Besh would still be the guy that I would favor out of all four of those guys. But Ricky White was a lot of fun to watch. His tape was really impressive out there at UNLV. Max says, Mom says we already have the best punter at home already. Mick says, do you think we could get Seth McLaughlin on day 3 because of his injury? Yeah. Already centers a position that's not held up in really high regard as it is anyway. And Seth's tape was good. He wasn't blowing guys off the ball, though, and just taking people apart. It was just good. It was solid. But you maybe are going to have to wait with the recovery process with him a little bit too there, and you got to pick him blindly, Mick, without any testing time scores or anything like that. I think that does put him into more of the 4th, 5th round range of things. Could be the first center taken off the board. Kind of all depends on where the injury is at on the recovery. For Lyle's Hawks Nest, all I want to know is Nwosu back or not? Sorry, that's not fair. No, it's fair. We got an indication of this. He passed the marker a week and a half ago where he was going to get a bonus point click into place. If he hit that marker on the roster, he would have been released if he was not willing to renegotiate. Seattle was able to negotiate with him to push the bonus marker a little bit ahead of up in the future, giving the team more time to find a reworked, restructured deal with Uchenna this season, which is what I'm expecting them to do. And we will probably hear about that this week. Max Emawari looks amazing. I would not mind getting him on the squad, although I really hope we get O-line in the first round. He's a good player at Max. Really good player. Max says maybe we could just pay Mike Dixon with a Vegemite. Big savings. I hear they like that down there, Max. Dogzilla with a $2 dono. Thank you for all of your donations and support today, Dogzilla. Ha ha. Me too, but maybe we'll be punting a lot. Hey, you never know, man. Dixon is up for a contract extension, so you're going to probably have to pay him $5-6 million a year on a new deal. That part's true. So maybe he gives him a little bit of pause, Dogzilla. You never know. That's a lot to pay for a punter. Mick, have you watched Cody Simon from Ohio State? I haven't heard where experts have projected him. I have not. I don't know much about Cody Simon, to be honest with you. I'll have to look him up. I'll try to get a report to you on maybe the next show with that one, Mick. Haven't heard anything about him though. Denzel, I think there's a splash trade incoming. Too many mediocre pass rushers that we can't flip for. Too many mediocre pass rushers that we can't flip 2 for 1 elite pass rusher. I could see a Denzel. I think that there's a need here a little bit for a shakeup. To your point, I don't even have like a specific position or a specific trade that would need to be made. I do think right now that when I look at this team maintaining course and just trying to kind of stay into trusting the process and hoping that it just comes forward in its own way, to me doesn't feel like enough. This feels like you got to be a bit more purposeful and a bit more heavy-handed in driving to make that happen if that's the hope for that to occur. And to your point, that would maybe require a little bit more of something splashy to come into play here. I definitely get a sense here that something's coming in to some degree on this too. I wish I could say something more specific than I just have a general feeling of it, but I just kind of have a general feeling of it too. Lethal says it's the 3rd round. You already went defensive line, offensive line. You have Zy Alexander, Andrew Mukaba, and Savion Williams on the board. Ooh. Did I re-sign DK Metcalf, Lethal? Okay. We re-signed DK Metcalf. I've got okay, so I've got a 3rd round grade on Savion Williams. I have a 2nd round grade on Andrew Mukaba. And I have a 3rd round grade on Zy Alexander. And I'm heavily driven, Lethal Lance, especially at the top of my draft, to be driven by value. You can go a little bit more reach for need later on in the draft, day 3, but day 1, day 2, it's all about value. Mukaba would be the best value player on the board available for me at that point. I would go with him. He's a hell of a football player. Both him and the kid out of Texas, the other kid, Jada Barron, yeah, they're missing a little bit of size, but they play fierce. So does Savion Williams too, by the way. But I think with Savion Williams, there's going to be some lack of refinement with him as a wide receiver to just purely just play him as a wide receiver in this offense and line him up and let him run routes, and he's going to create separation doing that. And I don't know about that as much. That's why I want a more third roundish, because I think there is a little bit of a risk factor there with Savion Williams. Alexander is really solid though. He's a pretty safe pick, safe player. Gibson of Howard. Will Howard was there from OSU in the third. I'd take him. I could see Seattle doing the same. Gibson. That seems like the money spot to grab third, fourth round, one of the quarterbacks in this draft, where you're not just taking an also-ran guy or a guy who has really very little chance at all of having any upside. You're getting some guy with some really true talent there. And you're grabbing him in the right place of the draft if you take a guy like Howard there in the third, fourth round. Same thing with a Quinn Ewers or I think a Jackson Dart who might go up in the first. You're grabbing them where their talent is about right to be taken. There is some upside there. They're not perfect prospects with, 5-star, 5-tool guys. But guys that you build the right roster around them could be players. Denzel says, I think the DK trade is smoke and mirrors. We did something similar when we traded for the big cat. I could see that too, Denzel. I've used the word recon to me, Denzel, as it's more of, I think the intention here could be you keep DK, but we also want to do a little bit of recon to understand what the valuation would be on the open market of this. So let's work with Green Bay to kind of drum this up a little bit, but it doesn't necessarily then indicate that there's a real pressing trade coming down the line on it. It's as much as you're just doing the recon. You want to be informed by truly what you could have gotten, essentially. Alice B. Emawari has to be safety number 1 over Starks, right? Starks now, right? He might not be there at 18, let alone 50. Hard to say on that. Probably less of a chance than ever that he's there at 50 now, Alice B. I think he's going to be a first-round guy at this point. I have a first-round grade on Starks as well. Purely on tape, Alice B. The tape's better with Starks, I would say. Emawari's got the physical ability and upside. So it's kind of like, what would you rather have? The guy with the floor who's got some ceiling, or the guy who's got a little bit of the lower floor, but the higher ceiling. I do think 18 would be a little early for me, Alsby. I don't think that the tape is quite fit to Emawari being quite worthy of being taken there. I do have Starks as a little higher graded than Emawari based on the tape. I think I think I see at times with Emawari, he gets talked about a little bit, where the physical potential that's there gets talked about like you see that fitted to what is on the tape with him out there at college. And it's not quite to that degree of things. The tape is good. The tape is solid. But if you're talking about first round safety, remembering with this, safeties don't tend to go in the first round. The tape needs to be kind of great. It doesn't need to be good. It needs to be kind of great. And it's just not quite there with Emawari when you turn it on with him on that. I can't believe this is still live. After I left to pressure watch the tractor, changed the oil, installed the new pig catcher and everything. Let's go. Pig catcher. Faces DK for a second is tempting to me. We have to get a smoking deal. I think you're getting a first for him. Based on how Schneider and McDonald talk about DK, I really don't think DK is going anywhere. I don't think so either, Alsby. I don't think so either. Bill Anderson, I'm taking Kenneth Grant at 18, regardless of who's available. My first mock draft, Bill, that was my very first guy that I took in my very first mock draft with Kenneth Grant. And I would be overjoyed if we could get him at 18. I don't know if he's going to last us at 18 at this point, to be honest with you. But when you hear a guy like Daniel Jeremiah, who was in the Baltimore Ravens front office, it was there when they took Haloti Ngata, making Haloti Ngata comparisons to Kenneth Grant, and you already like the tape on the kid, it gets you excited. Max says, shoot, I just got here. I missed the mock draft, didn't I? I'll have to go back and watch that. You did indeed. I didn't save the image of it either, so I forgot to save it. Denzel, I feel like they were talking about DK to see what assets are available around the league. John Schneider seems to always probe teams by being in all the deals, but he stirs the pot to hear unheard deals. I see it the same way, Denzel. A bit of manipulation, essentially. Yeah, I see the same thing. It's where I thought, too, with this, with the Green Bay and the way this leaked out of both Green Bay and from Seattle. Where it felt like to me, with Green Bay, they've got their fans pushing Denzel in this way where they're pushing a little bit from the side of, hey, you guys need to make a move. You're always so patient in your process. You're always just sitting here like, we don't do that. That's not our way. We don't go that route. We don't do that. That's not who we are. How about you guys try a bit of a different approach after 30 years of staying in the same approach? So they get to come back to their fans if this didn't work, and they say, well, we tried to move for DK. We were in on it. We were in on it. And then Seattle gets, like you say, to do a little bit of groundwork on just knowing the lay of the land and what you can or cannot get. This kind of stuff can help to inform you, not even just this year, but later on in making these kind of moves as to what you can expect to get. So it's felt that way for me too. Slubby says, yeah, didn't we praise Russ before we traded him? Yeah, the fact that they have backed up DK it is an indicator they like him. I don't think that they're blowing smoke there, but you're right about that in that it's not necessarily an indicator that they wouldn't trade him as well. Because you're not going to come out and say, DK is getting expensive. We like him all as a player, but we don't like him at $32 million. So, if you guys want to call us about a trade, we're open to it. That doesn't help your value in getting the most back for the guy. You want teams to believe like, you got to pry this guy from our dead cold fingers. That's the only way you're getting him. You better offer us something like that. You better give us a Godfather offer. So it's kind of what you'd expect them to say on that. The Hawks Nest, here's a scenario for you. DK and Geno are traded. Schneider doesn't do anything crazy in free agency. Our first pick, Mabu, is gone. Trading back isn't an option. What do you want? Well, I think a Kenneth Grant, as mentioned there, would maybe be a guy there. Tyleek Williams, edge, could be a guy there that you're okay with selecting there at that point. Jalen Walker, Malachi Starks, Arante Arase, Will Campbell, if he fell to you there. There'd be a couple other guys that I'd be okay with there. And that may be a situation with it. I would understand them not doing anything crazy in free agency if you had traded DK and Geno, because you're taking that step back, and it'd be silly to go out there in free agency and get crazy at that point. You're essentially kind of pivoting to 2026 a little bit. Alice B, Emma Warriors, DK Metcalf at safety. Laughed out loud. The athleticism is insane. I'm definitely a bit of a prisoner of the moment with him right now. Oh, it's okay to be a prisoner of the moment with him, Alice B. I mean, the thing with this is that safeties don't get built like this. I've had safety drafts I've covered where the fastest safety that we get tested at the combines running a 4.65. Like, of all of them, that's the fastest you're going to get. Here's a guy out there running a 4.4, not 4.4 at 5'11 and 184 pounds. He's doing it at 220 pounds at 6'3". They don't come built like this. And I had him in the second round grade coming into this combine to show you how much this performance is influencing even me a little bit on this, is that it does go, hey, okay, he's going for me from being a second round graded guy now to back into the first round. But late 20s. Late 20s is what you're going for. Because when you are picking him, you're picking him for the athletic profile. You're picking him for the player you hope he can become, rather than the player he exactly is right now. And that's not the worst thing. That's okay. Players develop. Players can reach that upside. There's the room for improvement on young guys. There absolutely is. And he is a young guy. But that is the part that when you're talking about picking a guy in the first round, I think there's more of a tendency to try to stay into knowing what you're getting, and into they're a little bit closer to reaching into that upside than they are further away. But the talent is true there, man. If we don't add a strong outside wide receiver, what percentage of snaps do you see JSN taking outside? Got to be more than half, right? Yeah, I would say so. I think you're already going to try to work him a little bit to the outside just to keep him out on the field and have him as an active part of what he's doing out on the field. But yeah, I would think that you're going to see him more on the outside at that point. Mixes, what do I think of Riley Leonard? Really good mobility, pretty good size. Arm talent is kind of all over the place a little bit with him at times. There's moments where you see him able to stroke it and let it rip. And there are times where the accuracy is a little bit out of alignment and not great. Didn't feel like he took as much a real big step forward this year from where he was at with Duke on this. I do think he has slightly above average arm strength, but I do feel like the accuracy is sometimes a little bit up and down. He does have a real efficient, compact delivery. He can deliver the ball precisely at times, so he does give you those snaps. He's capable of throwing off platform. His mobility is really a big part of his game, as big a part of his game as some of the other quarterbacks in this draft, and how he leans on it. We saw in that Ohio State game, he was taking hits all over the place, just running exceptionally, really tough. But he just didn't come forward for me with Notre Dame this year. And as a passer, I think there's some limitations that he brings to play with what you get with him. But he does give you the mobility stuff. He does give you the ability to run a kind of that RPO manufactured offense if you have to have him out there on a rookie deal. I put him into that fourth, fifth round graded alignment. He's kind of in that same stack of guys that I have sitting in that fourth round. It's Tyler Shock, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel, Jalen Milroe. It's actually should be this. It's Tyler Shock, Kyle McCord, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel, Jalen Milroe, and then Quinn Ewers. But all of those guys I have in the fourth round. They're just all stacked right in there in the fourth round. Greg Brandon, were you able to find time to see the clips of JJ Pegas on short yardage plays, or were you locked into the combine? It's a fun watch. You can see why they had him work out at fullback at the combine. I was looking for the clips, so I couldn't find the clips. So I got to look a little bit deeper dive into find them. But I admit I was kind of a little bit more just side-eyeing the combine and working on some clips for the Clips channel and whatnot. So I didn't have a chance to get quite back into that yet. But I will try to dig around and see what I can find. I'll try to do a little Jerry Jones walking Thrill House. I'm kind of it's always hard Thrill House at the end with the stream because the voice gets a little bit tough once I'm 4 hours into it to try to do the impressions. You got to kind of catch me in the first couple hours because it just gets a little tough there at the end. But Cowboys going to take a step back next year. Okay, we ain't going to tell our fans that. We're just going to do that. Okay, just take a step back, right, Christopher? Take a step back. You never take a step back. Stop lying, Jerry. No step back. Never. No, you don't do it. Ever. We're doing this year now. Stop talking like that, all right? We're going to do it this year. First time ever. Step back. We're not going to tell the fans because they'll get mad. We're going to just ease this one in, right? Just ease it in there, Christopher. That's what you got to do, right? You know you're lying. You're going to get out there again this off season. You always do. You can't help yourself. It's like you, Jerry, with prostitutes. You can't help yourself, John. I know you're Jerry, but I call you John like they do. Just can't help himself. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. There's only 5 untouchable players on our team, in my opinion, are Walker III, Jackson Smith, Big Cat, Spoon, and Charles Cross. Those are my guys. All those are really good guys. I think that I would go with 4 of them, and I'd be heartily along in alignment with you on those 4. I think with the Walker one, it gets harder for me to do that one on that one. And my reasoning would be because he's going into the final year of his contract. And I don't think you're going to sign him to an extension. I think that that's not the way that the team wants to roll that direction of it. So if there is a team that's going to offer me some capital for him at this point, I would be more open to that one. But all of the rest of them, sure, 100%. Those are kind of foundational pieces, and you prefer that they stay here. Keep them in-house. Horror Fanatic Lance, thank you for subscribing to the channel. He says, send DK to the Raiders for Mike Mayer. Straight up horror. Straight up. Might need a little bit more than that. You could toss Mayer in as a kicker, though. How about Mayer in a third? Now you gotta give us Mayer. We need Mayer and how about you give us Mayer, JPJ in a third? How about that? Jeffrey says K9 gets a lot of yards for how big of a clown show our offensive line is. He does. Yeah, he's not been given a lot of help there with the line. That's for sure. Horror Fanatic Walker the third for a second. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Especially in this draft, because you could find the replacement for Walker in the fourth. Not have a big drop-off. Leland says, sadly can't get much for Walker right now because of his injuries. I'd take a fourth Walker if we could and get a replacement in this draft. I would do the same, and you're right. There's really not much of a market for him as it stands out there. Just kind of the way it is right now in the lay of the land. Coming off the injury and not the best of season. He's been injured every year of his career so far here. Not major injuries, but he's always got something kind of dinged up. Dogzilla, was amazing to me that Geno was able to play so much with all that pressure allowed behind the IHOP gang. Indeed, he very well could have been injured earlier than he has been these past couple of years with the amount of hits he has taken. And he's a tough guy, and he's shouldered a lot of that load there with that. You'd like him to not have to do it because you're playing with fire with a guy in his mid-30s taking that many hits. And it's no coincidence that both these 2 years he has got injured at the end of the year. We got the Aaron Donald bruise that he had up his arm there, Dogzilla, and then you got his legs this year with it. Hopefully they can, which is one of the reasons why getting the offensive line figured out and fixed and handled is so very important this offseason. Chris says, it'd be cool to hear your thoughts on possible late round finds, 5, 6, 7 at UDFAs in the draft. I have ideas, but like to hear about others. I'm kind of just getting to those guys right now, Chris. So I'm just getting, that'll be kind of the next step of this kind of final month process as we get into April. Good news being is I'm a little over 200 prospects into this. I want to get to about 330 is about the magical number. That's about where the eyes start to cross and you're like, I can't look at any more prospects. I'm done. But I'd like to get to about 330 by the time we get to draft. So the next 130 prospects are mainly going to be into that 5th, 6th, 7th round range of things. But it is a little too early on this right now for me to quite give you guys at the moment, because I'm just starting to get that list, filled out. Check back in with me in another 2 to 3 weeks, and I'll have some better names kind of fleshed out a little bit for you on that. Horses double trade, then Walker and DK for Mayer in a second. Yeah, see, Horror Fanatic, we're going to need a first for DK. On any deal started with DK, we're going to need a first. And I don't think you guys are going to get a whole hell of a lot for Michael Mayer. Max says 2-0 linemen in the first 2 rounds of your mock. Hawks should fire JS and hire Brandon. TBH, I love it. Thank you, Max. I appreciate it, man. I was figuring you guys might like going this direction of it here. We got to do these mocks a little different every time, the different kind of flavors we got available to us. And yeah, Chris, I will for sure it's a great idea on the UDFAs. I'll try to get a little bit more of those in as I can on that. Just starting to dip my toes in those waters. Jailhouse Hawks Nest, where do you see Jalen Walker going in all of this? I know you're tired. No, I'm all right, man. Thanks for your impressions. Hey, it's all good, bro. Sometimes I can't get them out right. When I'm 4 hours in, they come out mealed mouth. I can't pull them out. Did Pierce impress you? He got small muscle mass, but man, he's athletic. I like Walker a lot. I think Walker is going to be the third edge taken, but it's also a bit dependent on certain parameters here, Thrillhouse. If James Pierce has a clean character background, he's your third edge. But if the character background isn't clear on him, then Walker is going to be the third edge. Some of it also, it's the same thing with Mike Green. Mike Green and Pierce supposedly have some kind of character risk concern things going on with them. And that might be enough to kind of press them down into the first round a little bit and then elevate Walker over the top. But Walker is super explosive. He can play some off-ball linebacker. He's still got some real big upside. He's kind of a little bit like Abdul Carter in a lot of ways, where he's played a lot of that off-ball linebacker and fitted into a role in the Georgia defense rather than just being lined up as an edge and being allowed to just get after the passer and go. My guy with Pierce, I've had him as kind of a Josh Allen Hines guy, the Jacksonville Jaguars edge. That's my comp for him. He's really sudden, great change of direction, variety of moves he can bring off the edge. He's got some advanced use with his hand usage. He's got some dip and some bend. He's got a lot of just some base factors you really look for from edge rushers he brings. You're right, he's probably a little bit of an undersized guy, but if you're using him as a wide 9, outside 3-4 linebacker, he'll be fine with that. And he'll be plenty good. He's gonna earn his money by rushing the passer, but he's functional enough as a run defender to be able to be okay there too. So I think he'll be good there. Walker's a lot of fun though. It's just the character concerns are the question mark right now with Mike Green and with Pierce, because we're hearing some echo. We're hearing a little bit of some chatter on that. Horfanac says, "Oh yikes!" He says, "I like Seahawks, but I'm a Raider fan and would definitely give a second round to Mayer for Walker and DK." The tough part, Horror Fanatic, like this, it's the hard part of what you guys are trying to do with Michael Mayer right now, is that you have here what is the deepest tight end draft in about 25 years. So this works in any position out there in the NFL at this time of year. You've got a position of a player that you're trying to move, and you're trying to move it when there's a draft like this that's so very deep. Well, the team goes, why do we move for this guy who you guys obviously don't love a lot, right? Like you drafted Brock Bowers in part because Michael Mayer wasn't doing enough for you guys on that. That's the reason you're moving him. You're not moving him because he's this grade A player. And look, my fan base does the same thing with it, where you love your players, and so you go make trades and you say, well, this guy's going to be worth this. But I mean, if you're talking realism about a second round pick and Mayer is going to be enough to go get Metcalf, that's not going to be enough for what's out there on the open market. The Seahawks will just go take a first round pick. But that's the problem here, is you're trying to make a trade of a tight end while at the same time you have the deepest tight end draft that we've had in 30 years. That's going to be a tough sell job to any team, saying, why would I give up prime assets for this guy when I can go get a better equivalent player in the fourth round of this draft? I can go find a better tight end in the fourth round of this draft than Michael Mayer. So it's the tough part about, it's like trying to sell your house on your block when everybody else is trying to sell their house at the same time. Are you going to get max prices at that point for your house? Probably not, right? You're going to have to just sort of can take what you can get. And it's all about how motivated you are really to move the guy, which bottom line brass tacks on this should be really that Raiders just keep Mayer because you're not going to get the value back for him. But part of why they're moving him is to get out ahead of where he's heading contractually and heading for free agency pretty soon. Carmen says, did you like Tez Johnson pre-combine and after his results on the 40? How badly do you think that hurts his prospects, coupled with his tape? A lot of other people are much higher on Tez Johnson than I am. I've not quite gotten the attraction to Tez Johnson. First, let's start off with the size factor. He's 5'10", 154 pounds with 29 3/8 inch arms. So 5'10", 154 pounds. He ran a 4.5 40 at 154 pounds. So Nick Emawari, who outweighs this guy by 70 pounds, ran a 4.4 40 faster than this guy. I've long thought that he's only going to be a slot guy at the next level. A lot of people think, Carmen, that he's got the outside ability to play out there. I don't think he does. He was mainly a slot at Oregon, though he did play some outside, but I don't see how a guy at his size, with his little tiny baby arms, with his a little bit of lack of speed, is going to do anything but operate out of the slot. And then I wonder, how effective are you going to be able to be out of the slot at 150 pounds? That is way too light of a player to be playing. I still throw a fourth round grade. I think I've got on him right now. I've got a mid fourth round grade on him because he's a good football player. But you do run into it at a certain point in time, right, Carmen, where you go, it just becomes too light at one point or another. The arms become too short at one point or another. There's not a lot of guys out there with that combination of weight and lack of arm length that are having any success at the NFL level. So is this guy the true unicorn in that way? Or is it that he's got the limitations that are going to kind of hold him back? I tend to fall to the latter on that one. Dogzilla is speculating about the draft order is fun, but what I'd like to see is ranked lists of perceived value by position group. It's kind of like what my horizontal board is there, Dogzilla, right? Pass pick 10, flat pick 10, pass pick 10, Towns flattens out. And so need will be a factor in BPA. It could be. I think you try to drift as much as you can away from that, because that's always a draw to get back to need, Dogzilla. It's always a thing that will pull on every team. And so you got to try to fight it as much as you can. Come back to who is the highest value guy guiding the board. And that's where, Dogzilla, it's so important for teams to have the stack of value of guys. You have your horizontal boards, and then you have your pure value. Here's who's our number one player, who's our number two player, who's number three player, who's number four player, who's number five player. You got to have that other part too, so that when you do get to that pick, you're not reaching for need because you got your value board in front of you and you are truly going for value, especially early on in the draft, I'd say. Dogzilla, I'm guessing we have to pay close to $50 million for Geno, and we do it. I will be very mad if we pay $50 million for Geno Smith. I'm going to be upset about it at $40 million. $50 million, I will be livid. Horace says, okay, now will you take a third for Geno? We need a quarterback as well. I'll do that. That's fair value, Horror. Completely fair value right there. I'll do that deal all day. All day long. Okay, trade Geno for a third to the Raiders. They take the cap hit. Sign Aaron Rodgers for like $4.5 million. Draft Ewers in the third, and now you have Rodgers mentoring baby Rodgers. Franchise saved. Let's go, Lethal. I like it. Outside the box, inventive, imaginative. Let's go. I mean, hey, Rodgers is going to be cheap, to your point, right? Thrillhouse Hawksnest, do you want Mabo? Okay, so you want Mabo. So Shamar Stewart, Mabo, or Amari, 63438, all SEC. Man, why is it so hard? or Green or Kenneth Grant. I think that it would be a very tough decision between Mabo and Grant for me of that list, Thrillhouse. That's the real tough pick. With Shamar Stewart and MOR, it's kind of the same thing, and it's a little bit what I led at the top, with those being the first two guys I talked about in the show, because they're very unique players in this draft, in that what they bring and what they give you as far as this ability and this physical upside is very rare. Not just rare for this draft, but rare for any drafts. And it's not to be ignored lightly. It's not just to be tossed away of, well, they test this way, but they play this way in the field, so that the whole testing stuff's irrelevant. No, it's relevant. It is relevant. But when you're picking at 18 there, do I want to go for that upside? I'm not sure if they're going to quite get to. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Or getting to a guy that has very close to that same kind of upside. And in Maboo and in Kenneth Grant, they have very close upside to what you get in Emawari and Stewart for their positions and what they play. So you're getting very close to that, but a much more assured to that. And if I have value on my board of what's more valuable to me, more of the assured is going to be more valuable to me on my board at that point when I'm picking him 18. I'm more assured to this guy being close to star potential versus these guys who have star potential, but it is a little bit of a maybe situation with that too. I don't think that you're looking at guys that are going to be busty here, Thrillhouse. Let me make that clear too. I don't think that Shamar is going to be a bust. I don't think that MOR is going to be a bust. I think at the very minimum, they're going to be solid football players. But I think that Mabo is going to be a good football player. Grant's going to be a good football player and maybe great football players. That part I can't necessarily quite say with the same certainty with Stewart and MOR. Or Fanatic says, yeah, I think Minshew is still underrated. We didn't use him right. I hope he goes somewhere that will have no run game and a bad O-line when he was playing and still beat the Ravens. Kid's a gamer, man, and he's got a lot of grittiness to him. And look, no quarterback was going to really be succeeding in that Raider environment here over the last 2 years. The thing needs to be built right, built properly. I think you got the right brain trust in there now to do this horror Fanatic, and in the last 3 decades, this is in now a good position as ever before, especially with Tom Brady's influence in there. But there was a lot of work that needed to be done on that team. And it's a process to get it there. And hopefully you guys are all along that process. You've had to wait for a while on this one. So I think you're starting to do some moves that are in the better course of action here. Bringing in Carroll over Graham and how you did that, like very smart along the line. So that's all you want your team to do. Your team gets to be a contender. Your team turns its struggles around, not by making one major move or one major trade, but by making a collection of a series of moves that are solid, bit by bit, stacking them one after the other. And the Raiders are kind of starting to do that a little bit more now, I think. Speaking, you ever tried DMT? I would never try DMT. It doesn't sound like a fun experience to me. I've never gotten quite the attraction to it by the way that people talk about it. Mike Space says, yep, it's a whole different world. I'll never do it again. It's like, yeah, I cannot do that. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't need to do that. I can miss that life experience and I'll be okay. Chris says, Geno for a second, a fifth, and Minshew. Laugh it out loud. Let's go. Let's go. Or Horace says, what do you think of Brady? What do you think of Brady Cook? I really like what I saw from him at the combine. I don't have much information on Brady Cook. I haven't looked at him yet. I'm sorry, Horror Fanatic. Trey Osborne says this linebacker class is stacked from the top to the bottom. Bruner, the former UW linebacker, is going to be a real solid player when he gets drafted. He destroyed it at the combine in college. Good player. Good player, yeah. Good to see him run that, 4.58 40, which is an excellent time for him. And that was the place you're a little worried about with him as far as is he going to run fast, or is this more going to be a 4.8 guy in kind of where he's going to be? So really encouraging to see him have that tested time. Good size on him too. I do still have him more 6th, 7th round Trey, but he's going to be drafted. And what he was able to do with his combine is take what could have been a guy that maybe has a threat of being a UDFA to being, he's going to be picked. And maybe up at as high as even the 5th round, depending if he can find a team that's really, really hot for what he brought. But solid college career, good testing. It's going to get you drafted, and good on Bruner, especially with the lineage there that exists. Or says, yeah, I finally like what they're putting together. I finally have hope that the Raiders' future. You should, man. And it's a big important part of the process of your Raider team right now, because so many years here in recent history, there's been no reason for you guys to have any hope. Poor ownership. Don't know which city you want to stay in. I mean, Al Davis was there. You had a guy that was literally operating like Jerry Jones. And you've seen how Jerry Jones has held and limited that Cowboys franchise and operating like that. Same way with Al Davis. So you finally have gotten through all of that. You've gotten some smart minds in the room that are just going to be about winning and what that takes. And I think that, I don't know if they're going to be able to turn around into winner there. It's a hard division. It's a tough conference. But I think you guys are in the best position you've been at in 3 decades in watching your team. Or not 3 decades, but at least since Gruden was there 25 years ago. Doc Sills is horror fanatic. How soon until Brady suits up? Thrill House Hawks Nest. I'm really impressed by Jordan Love. He made so many plays. You can describe his play, and while he may be a mainstay. Durand Love? I don't know Durand Love. You mean Jordan? Do you mean Jordan Love? Slubby one, have you ever seen the video of Jamie Foxx and Jerry Jones? Yes. It's hilarious to me that Jerry Jones was caught up on penis size. That factors into any part of his evaluation is both hilarious and, from a Cowboys fan standpoint, horrifying. There's a bunch of ETs in there. Yeah, no ayahuasca for me. No, thank you. Alice may do DMT and watch some tape. The guys use Cal will definitely have a 1st round grade. If you can only see the tape, you got all the clockwork elves in your field of vision. You can't see anything because they're all right here. So, you can't even get to that. There's a bunch of ETs in there. Erica Love. Erica Love. Folks, do me a favor, if you can, for me today, hit that like button if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. It helps me show up on the algorithm, and I do thank you for doing it if you can. I meant Jordan Love. Oh, yeah, Jordan Love was really impressive. I think he had a year where Thrill House, he got back dinged a bit by the fact opening game of the season, I think he has a torn MCL. If I'm not, I think Jalen Carter squeezed his legs together and he had the little pop thing go on in his knee. So he's got the torn MCL, and then he's got another injury later on in the year. I don't know if he was ever at anything close to 100%, and still went out there and made some real high level throws. And he's a guy that always, that can get, it seems like, a bit streaky, and that when he's hot, he can look like one of the upper crust quarterbacks in this sport, but that he does also have a tendency at times to go cold. And that, is that a little bit the injuries coming in this year? Is that him not quite, like, it's almost locked in and switched on and ready to go, but it's not quite clicked there, It's almost there, but just not, it isn't fully rolling yet. Hard to say. But he's got a beautiful throwing motion. He throws a great ball. He can make every throw in the book. Tremendously strong arm, good enough mobility. I think that he's certainly is a guy that's capable of leading that team to a Super Bowl. But I would like to see a little more at times, less of the cold moments of his game that kind of stand out at times. Lethal says Rodgers would definitely fit in the druggy Seattle, Washington. Max says, you're awesome, Brandon. Thank you for all the chatting. If I could like this more, I would more than once. Well, thank you for liking it once. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind comments as well, man. Thanks for hanging out with us here. Jefferson says, if you saw the dick on that guy, you'd pick him first overall. Jerry Jones. Jackson Dart reminds me of Jesus the Bowler and the Big Lebowski. Nobody said the Jesus. Nobody said the Jesus. John Turturro? You're calling Jackson Dart John Turturro? Max says at least one like for every old lineman I'm in your mock. Let's go. Let's go. Lance Jackson Dart's built like a middle school female PE teacher. It's true. It is kind of true. Oh, I'm glad you could join us after 4 hours. Where have you been? Luckily, your sister's been holding it down on the other cat tree. But it's been a disappointment that you've been over there doing all your stuff. And now you come in like with expectations. Raphael says Jalen Noel was wearing number 16 next year. Maybe so. Maybe so. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. Says third round pick, Woolen, DK for Dubs, Watson, a first round pick, and their left guard. Oh, you're going Jordan Morgan as well, huh? We're getting Morgan. Okay, so our third round pick, Woolen, DK for Dobbs, Watson, a first round pick, and their left guard. I mean, says I imagine both teams would have dead money, which cancels itself. There'd be a little bit of dead money on the DK deal, but there's not really much there with the Dobbs, the Watson, or the Woolen deal. Like none of those are going to be big hits on that. But I mean, you're kind of in about the right territory, I would say, on that. I like it, Y2K. Very, very inventive. I don't think you get Dobbs, Watson in the first. I think you'd have to get Dobbs, the first round pick, in the left guard thing. I think that'd be the way to go. Morgan was a second round pick last year, so you're not getting Watson. But you're pretty close to the spot on that one, Y2K. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Inventive trade, man. Jordan Morgan's great, too. That'd be great to pull him in. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for the $5 donation. Who are your top 5 wish list prospects at number 18? No order required. Feel free if you'd like. My wish list prospects would be Tyleik Williams, and let's be realistic, of course. I'm not going to do ones where I'm like grabbing, well, I guess let's go this. If Will Campbell were to fall, we'll go Will Campbell, Mykel Williams as number 2. I'll go with Kenneth Grant as number 3. Armand Mabou and Arante Arase, Pandemonium would be the back 4 and 5. So 3 defenders to the top 3, then offensive linemen to the 2. The 2 tackle guard convert guys there in Mabou or Arase, who I believe will both be able to play tackle or play guard. But yeah, I like that list. So Mykel Williams, Grant. Campbell might be gone, so if you don't let me get away with Campbell, then I would probably go with, if you're going to say, well, Campbell's going to be gone, Brandon, you can't use that one. So if not Campbell, then Banks or Jalen Walker, if you don't let me use Campbell. If you make me say that Campbell's not going to be there, then Banks or Walker would be the other guys on that one. Then as the back end ones. But I've really got solidified on Mykel Williams. I really feel confident on my evaluation of him. Thank you, Pandemonium. Appreciate the $5. That'd be my list. TheSeahawksNest. Okay, last question. What was your favorite Mariners experience? Play or player? Only because we know you're a baseballer. Well, the favorite Mariner experience from watching the Mariners would have been the 1995 Yankee 5th game Edgar Martinez hits a double into the corner. Griffey is able to score from first base. I never saw Griffey run that fast in my life. That's him scoring from first base on the AstroTurf of the Kingdome with the ball flying. I mean, Edgar just hit the crap out of that ball. That would be the best moment on watching on just completely just going crazy. The in-person moment, which was the most amazing moment, was Griffey hitting, I think, his 6th or 7th. I was in the Kingdome when he hit, I think, his 6th home run in a row. In 6 straight games, I think he had hit a home run, and he hit off a Twins pitcher. And he hit the thing off the second deck, and the thing was still rising when it went off the second deck. Like, he hit it so hard, the ball was still going up and climbing up into the air after it hit off the second deck. You can still go see the highlight of it out there. And he crushed it, and the fans were waiting for the home run. Like, you'd had all these straight games, you'd hit a home run, so everybody was like anticipating it. And then he hit it, and he hit it just so no doubt about it that it was tremendous. Loses pumpkin for the win. Brando rocks, but the cats are the stars of the show. They are. We got them both today, guys. We got the rare appearance of both kitties on either side. This is the vision here. This is the vision. Kickup says, can Tyler Booker fall out of the first, you think? Yeah, Kickup. I think it's much more likely than ever before that this is the reality. I always thought that there was a little bit of a stretch to him getting in the first round in particular anyway, because he wasn't necessarily, you could see it on tape, going to be a great tester or physically was going to be really impressive. So I always thought that the first, especially talking early first or middle first, was always a little bit of a stretch. But 5'3", 840, I think he had like a 1.8, 10-yard split. The tape is great with him, but the testing times were really bad. And it's not that the testing time should overrule the tape, but they should always be a factor. You can't just completely ignore him, especially when looking at the tape that you saw with him. That was the guy that was missing a little bit of the athletical profile that you might typically look for from some of these offensive linemen coming out. Trey says, what's your opinion on the Saints with the new coaching staff and the players they have? I think it's as good a hire as they were going to find out there, Trey. There wasn't going to be a big, long laundry list. There wasn't going to be a big, long laundry list of grade A coaches that wanted to go to the New Orleans Saints and pick up that job. Everybody is well aware of where they're at from as far as both the talent construction of that roster, where the quarterback position's out of that roster, and then most importantly, where the salary cap situation is at on that roster. None of that's in good shape. They've got to get some things corrected and fixed there, which means you're going to bring in a guy that's going to be an untested head coaching hire. You're going to try to see if you can get lightning in a bottle with that untested hire and then turn this around. For me, really, the important part with the Saints, Trey, is not that they bring on the right head coaching hire here. That's not the important part. The important part here is that you create more of a better environment to not make it such a hellacious place to be looked upon as that coach who goes in here and takes over. I mean, Dennis Allen came in there and was the head coach partly because of the same crappy situation of salary cap and an aging roster that they're facing right now. And that's the important part for them, is take it down to the studs, hit the reset button, get this thing fixed, and move on down the road. Stop thinking every year you're better than you actually are. And if they can do that, then the Saints are going to have a chance for a future. But if they keep getting caught up in the same road every year that they have for the past 15 years, that's not going to happen. So it's all really, to me, kind of separate of the coaching staff. Kellen Moore may or may not be good. We don't know anything about that. He's never done it before. But it's about them getting a little bit more correct in their process, a little bit more right in their process. And I see we've still got stuff peppering through here on the questions and the donos. I am just going to give you guys kind of a heads up here. We're well over 4 hours. I kind of want to keep these kind of streams just a little bit past 4 hours where we kind of start to put a bit of a button in it. So we will get some of the last kind of couple questions in on this one. I'm getting a little bit hungry. I want to go get some food and stuff. So we'll kind of get through the last of these. I'm seeing the chat picking back up as you guys see me get to near the end here. So just want to let you guys know on that. Dr. I vacuumed the vet 3 times. How's the show going? Still going. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up on this one here. King Bomber, how's it going, Brando? Didn't realize you were live. What's up, King Bomber? Mimi, thank you for the $2 donation. Would you gently destroy your wife? Would you gently destroy your wife for a Super Bowl win? Would I gently destroy my wife? I don't have a wife, feed me. You got to have a wife to destroy it. I don't know what you mean by that. You're going to have to maybe evaluate a little. You're going to expand a little bit more on what you mean on the question. I don't know what you mean on that question. Destroy your wife. Kick up. Why can't Seattle get a draft? Oh, Green Bay is like the worst host I can think of. Travel. Teams don't want to travel out to Seattle. Too long of a flight. Be cool if we could, but I would guess that'd be the main reason. Leave I see Boomer bust, but who has a higher floor to you, Shamar Stewart or Michael Williams? Michael Williams has a higher floor than Shamar Stewart to me. Both of them do have you're right about the boom bust factor. Completely fair. But I think Michael's got the higher floor. It seems like I was right about Booker's ability to move. Yep. Stock definitely dropped today, that's for sure, King. King says, what lineman are you looking at taking with 18 and 50 at this point? I'll show you the list, man. I mean, it's take your pick on this list through. I'm kind of good with any of these guys. So I don't really have when it comes to where I've got the guys evaluated and graded as far as offensive linemen in the first or second round for me, and you can kind of see I'm posting the list here that you can kind of take note of here. Any of the guys that you take in the positions that I have slotted, the whole purpose and reason with it is in slotting them in these positions where I put them at is to say that if you pick them here, I'm fine with you picking them here. You take a Will Campbell, or you take a Ronnie Ursaid, you take a Ramon Mabu in the second round, then fine. First round, great. You go in the second round, you take a Gray Zabel, a Tyler Booker, a Donovan Jackson, a Wyatt Million, a Dylan Fairchild. Great. So that would be really more of the answer to that one is just King Bomber, you sort of take them to where they're picking. I wouldn't want to take a Gray Zabel in the first round. I wouldn't want to take a Wyatt Million in the first round, but I would be okay with an Aronde Ursay or an Amon Mabu. But just take a look here at the horizontal chart and you can kind of get a feel for, where I am, willing to select guys. I've never been in a Turkish prison, Dogzilla. Feed me, thank you for the $2 donation. Who are the best rage rooms in Seattle so you know? Feed me, did you get high? Wah are the best rage rooms in Seattle so you know? Yeah, I'm getting definitely the eyes crossed point, Femi. So sorry, man. I'm probably getting a little bit slow on the button, and this is why I try to wrap these guys up into 4 hours, but because my head starts to get a little bit in I don't know what exactly is being quite said. I thank you for the double dip donations. I'm not sure what you were meaning on that, so I'm sorry there, Feed Me. I'm gonna move through here just the last couple questions here, guys. Again, I know you guys will go late at this, but I'm just gonna get a little bit hungry. Thank you very much, Brandon. Always a fun time. Thank you for watching today, you guys. I do appreciate it. Appreciate you guys hanging out so late with me here too, as you guys do. You guys are awesome. Hi, Jace. What's up, Brandon? I won't be here pretty much all off season. I ship out for boot camp March 10th in SoCal. At least I won't have to deal with John Schneider and the news of him doing nothing. Well, there is that. Hopefully we don't do any war stuff, Jace, so that you can stay nice and safe out there. But do stay safe. Don't do anything crazy out there, man. And hopefully it's not too crazy of a boot camp, but knowing, as my brother described it, it's going to probably be a pretty crazy boot camp for you. So hang in there. Yeah, we're definitely putting the true button on it here, folks, for sure. Bomber, Savia, Gray Zabel are top 50 targets, are targets at 50 IMO. Definitely Zabel would be for me though. But that's again, King Bomber for Justin. You might have a bit of a different outlook with it with Savia, which is perfectly fine. It's very close with me on my board. I've got him in third round, so not quite to the top 50, but I don't have that far off of it. But that's again where I would say with me, I just don't extend much on this. This is the whole point to me of having the horizontal board and slotting those guys into the specific spots is that you're grabbing the right guy for the right round and you're not extending one extra round over the top of it. But Savia is perfectly good. Real Hawks Nest. Okay, last question. Did you see Hawk Blogger at the Combine? He seems to catch some flack. We will help get you to the Combine next year. Do you get tired of it? I think Hawk Blocker is doing great work, man. I think he's got to be given a big big time tip of the cap, and that he's made the transition to doing this full time in the last year, and he got media credentials, and I think that he has taken it really seriously, and he's really done good work in this last year. They've done the best work on their channel over the last year, and hammering it in the way they have. There's always going to be there's never going to be a consensus when it comes to content creators and people that absolutely think that this guy's just no doubt about the best, or this guy's, you get a guy like Perna's out there with the Broncos, or you get a Grassi out there with the Packers, and that might lead some fans to think, well, there's always kind of one person that'll be above everybody else. I think fans are very diverse, and that people have their different flavors that they like, and the Hawk bloggers guys, people that are in that lane of things, just like probably I do too as well on my side of it, but I think that it's a very diverse audience on there. I did see he was at the combine. That's part of what I say, where he's done a really great job this year and really jumping with us and letting it rip and getting it going fully and doing a great job of it. Next year, I'm definitely going to try to get to the combine and do it. I was just a little bit short this year on that, on being able to afford it on that side of it, but we're going to get out there next year. Do I get tired of it? No, I don't get tired of doing this. Part of it is that I do a pretty good job of balancing this off, especially in the off season, of just, making sure you catch your breath at those moments, because during the season is so intense. But this is the time of year where it gets a lot easier for me, because it is, when you're in the season, there's so many shows. And I mean, we were up to, I think with especially doing the NFC roundtable shows and with doing the Bleacher Report shows, I think I was up to like 11 or 12 shows a week or something like that. So that's where that gets intense. This is all chill and laid back. Vimy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did you know Jesse is a spy for the government? No, I did not know Jesse is a spy for the government. Is that real? Is that true? Carson, linebacker from UCLA. I watched him last night, and I was not super impressed. You mean, I think you're talking about Carson. Oh, no, Carson Schweisinger. Yeah, no, Carson's good. I got a 3rd round grade on Carson. I'm not quite as high King Bomber on him as other people are. He's okay. Former walk-in, former walk-on, kind of a try-hard. Think of, what if the Seahawks took Nick Scorton? I have no idea who he is, but I saw a mock at 18. I'd be unhappy with that. I've got a 2nd round grade on Nick Scorton. Middle 2nd round grade on Nick Scorton. Take him in the first to be a bit high. Ross says, don't waste your pick on grades, Abel. Brandon, since you're about to wrap it up, how'd Logan Brown test? I don't know. Nothing came up on my combine results there for him. Oh, here we go. 5'18", 40 at 300 pounds, 175, 10-yard split, 32 vert, 9.3. Those are all average numbers across the board. Average. Please leave cat come running. I've thought about doing an IRL cat stream. That'd probably get a lot of views. All right, so damage is showed in time for the wrap up. Sorry, man. I gotta get some food though. I'm getting hungry. So one says, you still gonna do a big stream when you hit 20K? So yeah, when we get to 19,500, my plan was to do a 24-hour charity stream. So we're gonna do a charity stream on when we get to 19,500. But admittedly speaking, Slowby, one we've had and everybody has this across the board. It isn't just me. This is just what happens to you on the content creation. Is you get the big gains during the season, and then the second you get to the off season, it's a very tiny little itty bitty, just one drop every about 50-second type sub addition thing going. So it just doesn't. You don't get as much of the increases here in the off season. It's slowed down pretty heavily on that side of it. Slowby one. But that will still be what I do. Once we get to 19,500, I'm going to do, I think we'll do a St. Jude's stream. King says, praying we sign an offensive lineman. Dolman, I hope we do, King. Not his way, you know that. Phoebe says, I'm a one Seahawk man and it's Hawks Nest. Let's go. The bomber wonder what will happen to Arante Ursay. Might be a prospect fatigue. I think Seattle should look to move back and take BPA and get alignment at 50. I think Ursay goes in the first round with how he tested her, King Bomber. He was one of my guys that I highlighted early on in this stream. When you're moving like he moved in this at the combine at 330 pounds, tackle, guard, flexibility, I think he goes in the first. I really do. King, I'm not a fan of Ratledge. I like him. He's meat and potatoes. There's not a lot of an exciting factor to him, but he is, he's steady. I have him up in, what I put him up in, do I not have Tate Ratledge on this thing? Where's my Tate Ratledge at? Yeah, fourth round. Fourth round grade for Tate. That feels about right for him. Or Fanatic, I'm glad no other teams I'm glad no other teams were interested in Carroll. I think he was the best hire overall to improvements. Yeah, I think you guys couldn't have, done a better hire than what you did with Carroll there. And I think Carroll maybe would have had a potential of a different other places he possibly could have gone to, like maybe back to a Jets team, but I don't know if he wanted to go back to a Jets team. I think he wanted to stay out on the West Coast with this too, horror. I think that's also a bit of the part of this, right? I don't think he would have even been as open to going to like Jacksonville necessarily. But I think you got the benefit of essentially a little bit of Carroll probably wanting to stay on that West Coast. How strong will the stream be? Last thing, did you see Andrew Janico watching the quarterbacks? I did. He was serious faced, King Bomber. That guy was turning over the Zabruder tape. I wonder if we might be going after Ewers, Howard, or Dart, or someone else. I think this is the year you're going to take a quarterback somewhere, King. Somewhere you're grabbing him. I don't know where in this draft exactly. I think somewhere between the 3rd and the 7th round. But this will be the year that I think we walk out of a draft with an actual quarterback. Steelers says no, Dahlman's rumored to be $20 million price tag. Is true. We're hearing $20 million for Dahlman. It very well could be that is the price. And look, if you're going to beat the deal of Creed last year, 4 years, $76 million was the Humphrey deal. That's basically $20 million a year. That is the cost. Yeah, King, you're not going to get him for 12 to 14 million a year because Creed signed the deal of 4 years, $76 million last year. And there's no way that he can't say that he's every bit as good or right in alignment with where Creed is. So you got to, at the very least, basically match his numbers in order to get the contract done. Or Fanatic, what do you think of Genty falling down the draft boards? I don't think Genty gets past Carroll with your guys' pick, or Fanatic. Is it possible because that's such a deep crew of running back class? It's almost as much as seems to be a bit of a reflection of not on Genty, but on the running back class being so strong that he could fall. But I think that there's just too much of a strong pull from Coach Carroll in having the Marshawn Lynch factor in Seattle and understanding what a back like that can do for the rest of the offense, having that at your disposal. And I think that's going to be too much of a pull for your Raiders not to then jump on him at that point, in my opinion. Relaus Hawks Nest, have you had much of a time? Have you had much time on Nick Lachey from Iowa? Do you think Mason Taylor would be a pick? Mason Taylor's a lot of fun. Mason Taylor's my 3rd highest graded tight end. So if you want to take Mason Taylor, I love Mason Taylor. He'd be a great player. I've got a lot of feeling that he's going to be a solid player in this league. Luke Lachey, taller H-back, 6'6", 247, with sure hands, can change direction better than most tight ends. He did play some inline, but the snaps weren't pretty. And it did highlight some of his labored get off when you have him as kind of with his hand in the dirt inline. Very good route runner that pairs that with a change of direction nicely. Overall, he's not as sudden as a prospect as I'd say he's a little slow out of his stance. He does have some burst, average speed, good catcher in traffic. He'll extend some for the catch, but does use his body to basket catch when he can. Very capable of making the contact catch. This is what you look for with tight ends because they don't always create a lot of separation. So can you still catch it after you're getting knocked around a little bit? Power and strength are missing from his game, especially shows up in the run game where he is willing and actually technically good, but just gets tossed around because he has kind of light hands. You hear me often reference heavy hands. He's got light hands. Kind of the way it goes. He can be roughed up when he's running his routes too. This also shows up with a little bit of the lack of strength on that side of it. He's not giving you much yak. Older prospects. Injuries are a concern. 6th or 7th round guy. You're not there. There's not a lot there necessarily. Me coming in again, man. Thank you, Me. He's going to finish this off right. Me's been doing this so very often lately, man. I thank you so much for that. Dropping a big old $50 dono on the table, being like, here. Thank you for that, Me. I really appreciate you, man. Dropping the 50. I said a $50 donation here on the stream today. He says, another quality stream from my favorite Seahawks content creator. Thanks again, Brandon, for keeping it real. Have a nice meal on me. Go 12s, go Hawks, and God bless you all. Well, God bless you all. God bless you too as well, Me. I thank you, man, for all of your just absolute stunning support here on this channel as you dropped many big-time donations here recently, helping getting us through here on the lean times of the off-season. And I appreciate you, and thank you for doing that. As I've said many times, it's absolutely unbelievable the amount of support that we get here on this channel. It is that support that allows me to do what I get to do here and be able to do this full time and cover this in the depth and the way that I do. And thank you for allowing me to do that. This is my favorite thing. Somebody was asking me earlier on this, Me, if I get tired of it. No, you don't get tired of it. This is the fun part of this for me, is to really be able to get in the depths in this way and to really be able to pick it all the way apart in that fashion. So thank you, man. I really appreciate you, Me, for the $50 donation. You're very, very kind for it. I salute you, sir. Unbelievable. As you've been here over the past couple months on showing the love here to the channel. Thank you so much. Greg, it seems most linebackers at the combine were lightweight, had short arms. It's the new thing with the combine when it comes to kind of linebackers. They stopped getting penalized for being 220 pounds. So now everybody lightens up as far as they can, Greg, so that they can run their fastest 40 time. It's kind of a putting your hand on the scales kind of move a little bit. But players don't get dinged for being light anymore because teams just go, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that was very kind of Me, Carmen. Very kind of Me. King says, you're right with the Dahlman contract, Brando, but he's not as good of a pass protector as Creed. Trey Smith is the type of guy who gets $20 million a year. Don't know if I can justify that for center. I would agree with you. It's not going to be necessarily the pass protector of Creed Humphrey, but I would offer to you, King Bomber, that Dahlman is a better run blocker than Creed Humphrey. He also provides you a better mobility from the position, which is important, I think, because number one, you are going to be running more than ever before with this offense. But then the second part is the mobility part. He can climb to the second level. He can pull out in front if you need him to do so. Creed Humphrey, that was the one thing that you were going to ding with him coming out of college, and is the truth when you watch him play, is that he is more of a phone booth kind of center, where you have to kind of keep him in that phone booth for the success. And if he can do some of the functional climbing out in space stuff, but it's not where he's necessarily at his best. Me says, YouTube has been a happy landing for the S I've been going through these last couple of years. Just want to reward those I watch. Well, I really thank you for that, Me. And it is tremendous, the support that you show. And it's not empty lip service on my part to say it is the part that allows me to do what I get to do. If it wasn't the donations coming in on this, that's the real key point of what allows me to be able to do this channel in full time, because the ad revenue and we got a little bit of the sponsorships and some of the other side stuff helps. But this is the stuff that really does lock it in that way and allows me to be able to do what I do on this. And it's not only appreciative of my standpoint of being able to just give that support, but also being able to pursue this dream that I have of doing this and being able to do this for the long foreseeable future, as I hope we're able to do. And you're helping us get there on that. So thank you for that. Carmen, you have just been gifted a membership by Mr. Mark Sanchez, another very kind gentleman here on the channel who's donated a ton on this channel, dropped his own $100 drops his times. Thank you for that, Mark. Appreciate you for that. So Carmen, keep an eye if you can. If you are a member of the channel, keep an eye on your community post. We'll be getting some more members-only shows out here soon to you. Just last week, we did a call-in show, so do keep an eye on that community post, as that's where we post all those membership benefits out to. But thank you, Mark. You're the man. Jace Brando, I know all my rank structures and stuff like general orders, and I have some of the best physicals my recruiter has ever seen. Can't wait to have some extra attention from my drill instructors. If we can just not go to infantry, Jace, if you can just do it for my peace of mind on this one, okay? Just not infantry, okay? Go fix computers. Go just something that's not with you on the front lines, tip of the spear stuff if possible. You know what I mean? If we can, it would give me some peace of mind. Apparently a bunch of people at the MEPs know who I am because I switched over from Coast Guard to Marines, and whenever I go there, they recognize me. It's a tight-knit crew out there on that side of it. I agree. I'm convinced that me uses B for his money laundering. King says, wonder what teams are going to do after Dahlman. He's a perfect zone blocking center. You put it perfectly there, King. Perfect zone blocking center. And that's where the scheme fit there is just too good and too true. Where I'm not going to have a hard time doing the $20 million a year. I know it's going to give people pause, but it's a pure fit. He's a 25-year-old kid. You're getting him in his prime, but I think it works. I think it works. You're the man, Mark. Thank you for that. Who's my favorite NFL commentator? It's kind of a dearth of good ones right now. I like Mark Sanchez. I like when we had moments where Rondé Barber does his stuff. I think Rondé does some really good work when he's on, but he's obviously doesn't he's not always given a lot of the work. Tends to be more of the B teams that stand out to me as being kind of those guys that I end up liking a little bit more than some of the others on that side of that. Kevin O'Connell says, damn, still going, my man. I know. I said I was going to wrap up a half hour ago, and you guys called me, and you're like, yeah, he means an hour. You guys are probably right. You guys are right. We'll finish it up on this note here. Mark Sanchez just dropped a gifted dono to Carmen, then coming in with another $50 donation, also a member of the channel. Mark, I salute you too as well, brother. You are very kind for that dono drop, man. Thank you so much for that. He says, hey, B, we discussed Tyler Shock in the past, and now the combine is over. Do you think that we should draft him at all or stick with BPA? I really like him, but his age is a bit concerning. Not a deal breaker, just a little long in the tooth for a prospect. Yeah, he's an interesting story. And there's also a part of it to where him being the older prospect is not him just merely doing what some prospects do, like Arrojo, I think, has done with Miami, which is you're just trying to just pull out as much NIL money as you possibly can and just eke every last dollar out. I don't think that's what Tyler Shock was doing. He had to deal with these injury situations that came up in his college career and slowed him down and held him back. And finally, the injuries, he gets over it now this year, and he plays marvelously. And doesn't just play marvelously in an... So, shh. Cats are getting ready for me to be done here. Okay. Hold on, guys. Give me a sec. Just give me a sec, okay? Give me a sec. In Tyler's case, outstanding tape, and that it's also tape marked to where you're not just looking at it like you look at some of these quarterbacks. Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers, Dylan Gabriel. It's a lot of this RPO rudimentary offense where you're not going through any progression reads. It's handoff, throw, handoff, throw, handoff, throw. And it becomes real simplistic, and you have a very small smattering of snaps over the course of the game then where, you're really seeing them do quarterback level stuff. With Tyler Shock last year, and when you're watching them tape, you're watching him going through progression reads. I think I described it on my breakdown of him. A lot of Tyler. So many Tyler. Tyler's like the name that, like, people are just, everyone's named their kid Tyler now. Yeah, good arm strength. Mechanics are so clean with the kid. He really has just real good control of the football. A little bit slight above average ability of throwing. Good enough mobility. It's not going to be real plus mobility, but it's not bad mobility on that side of it as well. I think as well with this, Mark, that the older quarterback prospect thing is not as much going to be a thing that teams are going to ding quarterbacks like they ding other positions that are going to be old like that. Because from the NFL standpoint, the quarterback position has so much more mentally and so much more that needs to be built into the development process that you getting more of that out of the way at the college level and getting those checked off and done is, to them, almost can be looked at as maybe a bit of a positive. And that it's a positive because we don't have to teach you that stuff. We don't have to refine that in your game. And now you're also that much more closer and ready to actually playing and getting out on the field. And when it comes to Tyler Shock, I don't know if he's going to be a starter in this league that's going to be able to get it done. The questions about injury are going to still maintain even if you do go out there and pick him. But the talent is true on him. And there's no quarterback in this class that's rising up faster than him, Mark. Even before this combine, there's trusted guys that you hear talking about him that are football people, football minds that are really falling head over heels for this guy. And I've done the same in my way of this. Has he elevated up my board? You better believe he's elevated up my board. The guy started out as a 5th, 6th round guy, maybe even 7th round guys. I was looking at the early part of this process. He's elevated all the way up over all of my 4th round guys. He's now essentially my 5th quarterback off my board, Mark, at this point. So I don't think that the age is I don't think it's going to hold him back. He is older, but you're hoping that this is a guy that hits the ground kind of running and is ready to go because of all that time that he's had to develop. And there's so much good with him on tape to look at, and that you don't have can you get over the injuries? And I don't have a lot I've got to get worked up on his game and to fix up on his game. Yeah, you got to work under the under center stuff and the footwork stuff, coming up on under center a little bit more here and there. But I think he even did some of that there at the level where there were some pro style concepts. It wasn't all shotgun stuff with him out there. I don't want to raise up into day 2 on this one. This is that place, Mark, I say, where really the money spot for taking a quarterback in this draft. As you can see by my horizontal board, the money spot is that 4th round. Tyler Shock, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel. I'd actually put Kyle McCord now. I'm going to change this up right now, actually, while I got you guys on this. Let's just do this right now. So I would do this like, oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay. I got to do this offline. I'm going to move that around a little bit. So this will get moved around. It'll be Tyler Shock, Kyle McCord, Riley Leonard will be the new pecking order in the 4th round for me. But I think if you go in the 4th round, Mark, at that point, that's a completely fair place to pick him, even with the risks of the age. And that's about the right place to pick him. I don't want to go 3rd round, though, with the injury risk concerns that are there, and then with the age that's there on top of that. That's too early at that point. But 4th round, man, at that spot of things, I think it's perfectly well suited. He earns the right when you look at his tape. He's got legit arm strength. He's a very accomplished. It's just everything works right. His lower half works with his upper half. He's not an arm thrower. Everything flows really well together. He's a nice, easy throw of the ball. I knock a lot of Jalen Milroe for being a real hard throw of the ball, Mark, where it's like he's fighting himself when he throws the ball when it comes out of his hand. With Tyler, it's very free and easy in how the ball is coming out. So I think he's going to be shocking a lot of people for where he ends up going, where there's maybe even an outside chance here, Mark, with so much of the need at the quarterback position into this draft that maybe he even elevates as high as the 3rd round. It's possible. That'd be too high for me, but I could see it being a possibility for sure. For sure. Mark, thank you though, man. Appreciate that $50 donation. You and me are killing it here. Thank you guys for that. I really do salute you and appreciate you guys, as you're awesome. Everyone's like Beasley, giving money. Dig said, hey, so Brandon, sorry I'm late. Burning the midnight oil. Great hearing Brandon talk about paying for Dolman. 100% agreed. Dolman, 100% agreed. Hope Snyder actually uses the free agency. I'd love to see it, man. You get Dolman knocked out in free agency. You got a Geno re-signed. You got a DK re-signed. We're all feeling very, very good here about where the course of this thing is heading towards at that point. He says, sorry, Brando, the contract already signed. It's infantry. I chose it because I never had teammates in sports I could trust, and I need brothers I know I can rely on to do their job. Well, just stay safe. Don't do anything crazy. You get the Marine mentality going, and just keep it safe. Okay. Take care of yourself, brother. See, Lord, I tried to sign up for the channel, but I found impossible to figure out. Apparently membership sign procedure might not like Apple products. It could be that, see, Lord. Yeah. Different browsers just don't sync up right. I have heard there's been some problems on different browsers with making it work. Cat fight, someone's checking my browser activity. Bad joke. I'll be flying over San Fran and San Diego tomorrow as I head down to Baja. I'll have fun down there, man. It'll go by quick, the boot camp. It's hard, but it goes by quick. Oh no, that was Jace that was saying that. Also, along with the direction and unit infantry, brings in unmatched, and I needed that. As you said before, I'll be sure to CMA. Yeah, make sure you're doing that. Make sure you're doing that. Greg says, I don't get why Tyler Shock age is a problem for some people. I like him. And if you watch his interview with Todd McShay at the Combine, he's really smart and has a good mindset about his college experience. Yeah, agreed. I think what people are doing is they extrapolate the fact that you do this for other positions, and that does become a factor at the other spots. Guy's 24 years old. I don't think I got a lot more advancement in this guy as far as his upside goes. I like a lot more when I've got my Armand Mabuz or Arante Arises that are 20 years old and they're just turning 21, versus that guy's the 3 years older than he's developed. He's done. But I think the quarterback position is different because there's just more required of it. It takes more advancement in it. And that if it means that you're getting the guy hitting the ground running, Greg, and hitting the ground running on that rookie contract that's going to be very cheap, especially for a guy like Tyler Shock, who's going to probably be a 4th round pick, that's where you could come away with some really great value at that point. Bailey Solinsky, welcome to the Hawks Nest as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. I appreciate you for joining as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that. Do please, Bailey, keep an eye on your community post, as that's where I put all of my membership benefits through that. So we will keep those going through this off season, doing some special shows for you guys that are members. You know what I mean? Horror Fanatic Lance, you need to check out Brady Cook. To me, he looked better than Dart at the Combine. I will for sure. He's on my list on the quarterbacks. I've gotten through a good amount of these guys, but it's definitely still working through, getting through kind of the last of those guys at the kind of the back end of things. So check in with me on the next stream there, Horror Fanatic. I'll try to have him take a look at him at that point, do a little bit of a dive on him. GSD, would Byron Murphy be the best defensive tackle in the draft, or does a guy like Graham beat him out for first? Mason Graham is a little bit better as a prospect to me than Byron Murphy. But it's close, JSD. Murphy's probably right in alignment with Kenneth Grant. Different players. One's a pure nose. One's a guy that can do 3-tech and nose. But they're closer together. But then after those two guys, no, he would be the next guy for sure. He would be better than Derek Harmon. Byron says, good God, how many Byron Murphys do we need in the NFL? At least 4. I'll try not to save an exotic dancer and get married my first contract. Yeah, and don't be a hero if you get out if you do get, God forbid, on a battlefield. Just don't do nothing. Don't be out there. They get you guys all frothing at the mouth, man. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you're young, you're feeling yourself. Just be careful. Jace, are you streaming on Twitch later? I think I might be, yeah. I gotta get some food here, but yeah, I might be streaming on Twitch here. I got the new PGA game, so I think I might be playing a little bit of that. I'm kind of enjoying it. See, Lord, haha, I'm not at the part where Brandon is going through the 49ers cap situation in the next few years. It's not good. Niners have got some bad stuff cooking up right now. So yeah, it's going to be a little tough for them on that. And this is why they're making these moves. They had to make a decision on this. They've pushed this stuff all the way down the line. They had a long Super Bowl window. Yeah, at the end of it, and this is what happens, is now you have to start to make some really tough decisions that are not very fun decisions to make. They're not decisions about adding to. They're decisions about taking away from, and hoping the youth can then step up and fill the hole that then is left. We'll see how this affects San Francisco. We'll see if Ayuk is the next domino to fall here. But it wouldn't surprise me in the least if that is going to be the direction that they do go here. Well, Kitty's ready for me to give her some loves. Both of them are. So I'm going to go and get some food, give the kitty some love. But we're going to be bouncing back over here on Twitch here in just a little while. I know it's a Monday night or a Sunday nights. Some people will be going to bed and all that. But about a half hour, 45 minutes or so, I'll be bouncing over on Twitch. We'll be doing a little bit of PGA golf. And if you guys want to carry on and keep the conversation going over there, happy to keep it going on over there at that time. So we'll be bouncing over there. Just as a note to you guys, I will be streaming a little bit more on the Twitch side of things at the Seahawks Nest on Twitch. The link is down in the description section below. As well, just to let you guys know, I do have that Clips channel up and running. We're getting about a clip or two a day on the Clips channel released. So if you're not subbed up already, do get subbed up to the Hawks Nest Clips channel. You want to hear what my thoughts are on this Deebo Samuel trade and what I think about it? Just posted a video there last night. Special content posted out on there separate of this channel. Do get subbed up over there, as I will be feeding that channel heavily through this offseason, especially. During the season, I can get some stuff over there, but during offseason especially, I like to really try to kind of pump that Clips channel up in a major way. So please do get subbed up over there, as I really appreciate it. Greg, Brand, I could understand people saying Shock's age is a problem if he kept getting benched, then finally had a breakout season, but that's not what happened. He just had some bad luck injuries. Bingo. That's my outlook on it as well, Greg. And you're right. It's different if it's a guy that's struggling. Like, to me, Quinn Ewers, benched at times. Coaches trying to make it a thing with him. It's not coming. This is a different scenario than that altogether. And you've got to take, I think your smart team takes that into account, Greg. Every guy's got a little bit of a different story behind him as to what caused them to arrive at the road of where they arrive. You can't just do a one size fits all. He's old, so he must not be very good. As I always say with football, Greg, nothing is ever simple. Everything is case by case specific, and you got to get into all the details of it to properly understand it, whether it is evaluating a player, evaluating a team, a scheme, whatever it may be. You got to get into the depths of it a bit with that, don't you? They still make PGA golf games. They got a new one that came out this year. So yeah, I'm kind of liking it. I'm enjoying it. Brandon, will you be streaming on Twitch or twitching on the stream later? Probably both. Bad joke. Grown. That's a good joke. I like that one. Jace, you take care of yourself out there, man. Have a good time out there in boot camp. Don't do nothing too crazy. CYA. Me, Mark Sanchez, you guys are awesome. Thank you for the monster donations you guys finish us up with here. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the multiple donations. Pandemonium, Bad Y2K, Jeffrey, Thistle, Horror, Fanatic Lance, and Bailey, thank you for becoming members of the channel. Randall McDaniel with multiple donos. Varman, really appreciate all of you guys. Dogzilla, you are awesome. Every one of you guys for all of the support. Thank you guys very, very much for that. We've got a show probably coming up on Wednesday. If not Wednesday, we'll be doing the B&B show. Does return this Thursday, so we'll be doing a B&B show for sure. A little bit of a final preview of free agency. A little bit of also just a little bit of some discussion on this combine, kind of picking each other's brains on taking away some extra things here from the combine and some of the players and what's going on with our Hawks in regards to those players. So we'll keep this thing going out throughout this week, and then next week we'll be streaming on Monday morning. Get ready for that, as the unofficial start of free agency is actually Monday morning. So that's where you get the tampering period. That's where you start to hear about the contracts kicking into place. So Monday, we'll be kicking it off there with the free agency, as that does basically is the unofficial start of free agency, but we'll be doing a lot of streaming here over the next week. So I hope you guys are going to be hanging out here with me, as we are going to keep pumping and going and running, and we'll see what our Hawks are going to do, because I got no idea which direction this team exactly is going to go. I think I might know, but there's all those different roads, all these different paths, all these different iterations of what we really couldly see. And that's what makes this really exciting about this particular offseason. They're not just affixed to one road and one path and one way of doing this now. It's a variety of different choices they have available to them. I'll be covering every step of the way as we go through and find out which direction they do go. Final thank to the sponsor, Underdog Fantasy. It's been sponsoring us throughout the last year. You can get your Underdog Fantasy account going today, and they will match you 2-to-1 when you use my code NEST. $100 down, $50 back, $500 down, $250 back, all the way up to $2,000 down. They'll get you $1,000 back when you use my code NEST. Got some great parlays you can get on basketball. You want to pair it up with baseballs. Baseball's coming together. You want to get in on some daily fantasy. You can do it all there at the Underdog Fantasy site. Use my code today, NEST, and thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show. There are some limitations that do apply, but if you are in the state of Washington, in a casino in the state of Washington on their network, you can use the app in full. If you're in the state of Washington outside of a casino's network, you can't use none of the app. But that's just the way it goes. State's got a little bit of a big brother thing going on. What are you going to do? We got to deal with the limitations that we have. Thank you guys today for some awesome conversation and some great talk around this draft. Just overall, just great talk as always, guys. Keeping it really respectful, kind, understanding again too. We'll always have a little bit of disagreement, but we're always keeping it in the right place of things and understanding that that's going to happen. We can still always be respectful and still have a lot of fun within some of the disagreement that might exist. That's where a lot of the fun lies, especially when it comes to draft. I got a prospect here, you got a prospect there. Well, I think he's here because of this. Well, I think he's here because of that. That's what makes a lot of this so much fun, because there isn't a one true answer that we all know about. It's all the debate. It's all about that action boss right now, as they say. I appreciate you guys, though, for that great discussion and for all of the kind donations. As I say, please do, if you can, hit that like button, sub on up if you get a chance. Back soon, but until next time, we're just about ready to get the free agency going. We're about ready to kick off this championship off season. So I hope you got your mind right. I hope you're ready. Pumpkin's ready. Zena was ready. She's out there doing wind sprints right now, so she's out there getting ready. You better get ready. We're about to have that kind of off season, folks. It's all about positivity here. Let's go. So better get ready, strap in, lock in, and don't you ever forget. That's right, Pumpkin. Yeah. Go Hawks.